Long time no see. Welcome back to all of our Chinese Dota fans. We got our winter tour resuming here after our 2-week break from the Chinese New Year. It's day number 8. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me on this panel is only going to be 2 friends, Sheep and Lizard there. Hey. Nice.
My man.
I think the camera missed it, but...
No, it didn't.
No,
I
it
watched
didn't.
it.
Perfect. How are you two? Fully rested and ready to go for a full day of Chinese Dota?
It was really nice sleeping
Yeah.
whilst everyone covered tiebreakers last
Right.
night. Like I was just in
What?
my bed like...
Tiebreakers?
Shoo.
Tiebreakers? Yeah, I watched them. I turned them on the TV.
There were tiebreakers?
Yeah, and
I think you were a part of them. Yeah.
Yes, I was. But we are here to do China Dota. It has been January 17th, I think, was the last time we were on
It's
this.
been a while, yeah.
Yeah, since we saw these teams, since we got to see a little bit of China Dota, we'll do a recap if you guys would like.
I would love to see a recap because
recap?
it's been so long ago. I watched so much Western European Dota. I watched
I know.
a tiebreaker that went for like 58 games, so I would need a recap on,
Yeah.
on the Chinese.
This region started first. It's going to finish last.
unlucky.
I was going to say, it's unlucky to start first because they were sort of making their own meta, but they get to watch now. They've seen every other region play out. Almost all regions finished, Western Europe. But the recap from the January 17th, it was Extreme Gaming and Dawn was that first series, and then Knights and Ares was the second
I
one.
remember Extreme Gaming and Dawn because I was getting into the studio, walking,
Yeah.
and then I see 2 familiar places walking out to the studio. I'm like, wait, it's been an hour. Who can be walking out? Who can be going back? And it's Lacoste and B-Cop munching on their Luca, whatever it is, strudel. Just going back. I'm like, boys, are you done already? Yeah, it's Dawn Gaming
It's so
series.
gaming every time.
It kind of doesn't necessarily last over an hour.
Yep.
Which says a thing or two about Dawn, not necessarily a positive thing.
Yeah.
No, please, we should just destroy them straight up.
No,
Just flame them.
well, you
Welcome back.
I was gonna say we could blame them in this series because we know how it played out. We know everything that happened. It was a 2-0 for Extreme Gaming. You said an hour they were walking out of the studio. The first game was 20 minutes and the second game was 19 minutes and 46 seconds. So pretty much 2 games, 20 minutes each, and it was a rough one for Dawn Gaming.
All right, I'm going to just lay it out. This team ain't winning in a single series this DPC. There's no way.
Will they win a game?
No,
Damn sheep.
probably not.
Okay.
Calm down.
All right, but like,
Yeah, you're
going
you're
from past evidence, this team is clearly just not good enough. Like, they are not winning their lanes. They're not, like, contesting the mid game very well. They're slow, uncoordinated. I think
Drafts are weird.
the drafts are weird. In the last 7 days, they've been playing in a Lunar New Year tournament. They've only won 1, 2, 3 matches out of like 10 plus. I
Maybe
don't
this
know.
will be the 4th one in the DPC because guess what? They've been practicing the whole time. Everyone else has been resting
Yeah.
for the Chinese New Year. By the way, happy Chinese New Year to all our viewers that are from the region that we haven't. I haven't congratulated at least. It passed, I know, but yeah.
That's kind of
I-
messed
it's-
up, Lizzie.
it's
You didn't
belated.
say it when we went on break?
I did.
Go Bjorn.
Yeah,
I did.
no.
Sure I did.
I just feel bad. Like, usually I feel pretty good about teams that practice in like third-party tournaments. It makes me feel like confident about their will to get better. And yeah, that is a highlight of this team. They do clearly want to get better. But that's like about the extent of my praise.
Yeah, we'll be seeing them later. For now, though, the second series of that January 17th day was Knights versus Asta Ares. It went 3 games. Knights ended up closing it out, though. And it was in a 77-minute game. The third game was 77 minutes. It was a
77. Yeah.
marathon.
Interesting number. Overall, these 2 teams are way closer than Dawn Gaming and Knights or Dawn Gaming and Aster Ares, I feel like. So it makes sense that this series went all 3 games. We expected a bit more from Aster Ares, let's be real. At least me, from watching the roster and listening to other Chinese players talk about them, I expected them to maybe be a contender for top 4. Something like that, sadly for them, did not come to fruition, but it is what it is. There's still the next season to battle it out.
For sure. I think just Knights in general have been very impressive throughout this whole DPC tour.
Yeah. a lot of people had them not as underdogs per se, but very middle of the pack. Probably not going to make it to the major. Most likely going to stay in Div 1, teeter on the edge of potentially Div 2 tiebreakers, but they came out slinging.
They did. They actually just were so cool. And I think especially Alacrity is just as a player is the best looking on that team. I think in the interviews as well, the team talked about like, oh, he gets on his comfort, he gets on his puck. Everyone's laughing, joking, having a good time because they know you can rely on him, and he definitely brings the hype.
Yeah, and he has a couple of those heroes that are not necessarily normal and standard in the meta, so you have to worry about those all the time.
Watching this clip back, I now remember this 77-minute game. We saw Dawnbreaker pick up the rapier, and it was the Luminosity.
Oh, the heals,
with the Starbreaker heals, and you're just like, every time you thought he was gonna die, oh my gosh, he's alive again.
Yeah, he healed up all the time. Look at that Mars, he's huge. He's such a wide boy.
He's dead.
And he's gone.
Well, he was wide still.
He was still
Doesn't change the fact.
That is true. Also doesn't change the fact that was a recap. We can jump into standings as well to see where these teams are placing up, because Team Asta, they had a very happy Chinese New Year because they, with 5 series wins, locked themselves in to going to the major. So they didn't have to have this pressure of, oh, we're going to be making it to the major. We still have to work hard and prep. Like, obviously, they still will be working hard, but a little bit of weight lifted off of your shoulders.
It's the best. Remember when we were in like high school and you have all good grades before the like what's it called for you guys? Like, do you have 2 breaks, or do you have like a summer and a winter break? Or
we have a summer break. It's like summer holidays we call it, and it would be like 6 weeks, but that would be between the years of like schools. And then we had.
Did you have a normal winter break, like Christmas break?
We had.
See, you can't ask me. I was gonna say you can't ask me this question because winter isn't over Christmas for us. It's summer. Summer is Christmas in Australia.
So it's
so we had I was gonna say we had Christmas and summer break at the exact same time. So we never had a break in the middle of the year.
Okay.
Wow.
So
sucks to be you.
We'd always have like a break in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
Like it's a 1 month break, like 3-4 weeks.
A whole month.
Yeah, a whole month. And if you have good grades until that break, like your parents
you actually got to enjoy the break.
Yeah, your parents let you do anything you want. If you have bad grades before that, your parents are pissed and they force you to do whatever it takes to get back.
They're just trying to set you up for a good life.
Exactly.
Lizard.
And if you're
now you're talking about video games.
Yeah, and to relate that somehow to Aster Aries.
That's
to
how
Aster,
they're probably.
actually.
That's how they're feeling.
Yeah.
Asta. Yeah. The rest of the standings I didn't get to talk about was Asta Aries and Dawn Gaming hadn't picked up a series win for themselves, so they're looking to be relegated at the moment. Today's schedule is going to be starting out with Knights and Dawn. So really, the 2 teams that we highlighted in that recap, Dawn really not living up to an expectation of a Division 1 Chinese team, while as Knights absolutely surpassing them for being a new roster. Do we see changes in what heroes are going to be picked, a shift in the China meta? Because we saw a little bit of a rise in Marcy either getting banned or picked. I'm not going to say she became outstandingly popular, but there was a big rise in her just before we went on break for China.
Well, I think all of these teams, like, they went on a break, right? And it is a real break for them. At the same time, I'm certain none of them stopped watching Dota, stopped watching European division and NA if you have to. But they've been watching these teams, and they understand in which way the meta is revolving and going. There are obviously comfort picks for each one of these teams as well. But I think that we will see something very similar to the meta that we've been seeing the last couple of weeks in Europe.
Okay. I don't think much has changed, honestly.
Yeah.
It just feels like the same cycle of like Lina, Rubik, Tusk, whatever. It was kind of there in China. It's going to probably continue in China. I'm looking at Dawn Gaming's drafts right now. And I'll be real, there are some weird stuff. Like, they've been practicing a lot of different drafts every single game. Maybe that's contributing to the losses because they're just trying to like churn out hero strats. They've been playing with weird heroes like Jog. They've been practicing the Lone Druid. They have some Slaughter strat. They've got a, is that a Coddle mid? I have no idea. These guys are going crazy.
They had everything.
They have everything. They're basically playing a lot of heroes right now. So maybe they do come out and surprise us with something.
All right, well, we can have a look at the Knights roster as well and have a chat about, we already said Alacrity, he's been our standout, he's been really stable, but what else are the players of Knights bringing to the table?
It's just Felix for me. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Alexi, he's a boss, sure, on that mid lane, but who makes it tick? Who makes it work? It's
The rotations
the
from
rotations
Felix.
from Felix.
My man, woo!
They finish each other's sandwiches. Very nice. No, Felix was an outstanding player for a couple of seasons for me already. Like, he's been improving, and if he can snatch that Rubik, he will. I feel like he makes the most impact in their games, like on the offlane and on the mid lane.
I did have a little bit of a spoiler to my right. I tried not to look, but I was going to ask about the Lina, if she's going to be just as highly banned, if she's going to be, I mean, contested definitely, but if there's still going to be that emphasis on banning her, or if, because we've seen a lot of other regions be able to defeat her in a number of ways, now teams are more comfortable to let her through.
If I recall correctly, Dawn Gaming was one of the only teams in China that got Lina and managed to lose with her. Unlucky.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
It happens.
Yeah. So maybe, I mean, let's spoil it. They just got it in the draft.
Oh, did they? I didn't
just-
see who got it. I just saw that it was picked up.
They just
They
got
got
it.
it.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I don't feel the confidence of like them having it being like, oh, this is a free win. However, that being said, I do think the hero is quite a simple to execute carry, and if you're one of the worst, if you're the worst team in the DPC right now, I think this hero can help you potentially take a game.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. The Enigma and Rubik, though, coming as responses. Obviously, Felix going to be on that Rubik. He's been outstanding. We've seen him play it a number of times already in the DPC. But Enigma coming out as a big counter people like, or at least just something people are more than willing to want to run back now in their drafts.
Yeah, it's actually one of these offlaners that's being picked up a lot into the Lina, and if you're picking the Lina, you're banning it out.
Yep.
Just the way the hero works overall in the game. We've seen last night a couple of times Enigma working well against the Lina with the shard, just pulling her in as well. Aetherland's shard, you get her in, even her big ass range cannot help her with that. Rubik isn't necessarily a protection for the Enigma. It's nice to have him with her, her, whatever. But Felix Chauba, he just loves playing.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And he stands out on it. What are they going to pair with the Lina, though? Tree being banned out, most commonly helpful support in lane for her.
Enchantress.
Yeah, I think Enchantress is really good. Wow, good job, Sheep. Damn, we're...
Oh man, yeah.
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 I want-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want out of here. I want to go home.
Well, is it hard to match this 8-hour sleep energy? What's up?
Yes, yes, I'm not going to lie, it is. But Enchantress, is
Yeah.
it going to be the pos 5?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't.
100% all
I
in.
hope. I
100%.
hope not. I goddamn hope not. I don't
Why
want
is that?
I don't want to see it with Lina. I think it makes Lina incredibly easy to gank because Enchantress provides pretty much zero protection.
Yep.
Something
What do you mean? She heals.
She
there
does
are
heal.
wisps.
Okay, sure, but like, let's just say there's 8 Eidolons in front of her and a Feybolt.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. Let me tell you why.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm
You're just
listening.
stealing Eidolon.
Yeah, you
steals.
just steal an Eidolon every
Yeah.
time. And you get bonus damage, so you kill the Eidolons.
That's true, but like Rubik will literally just Feybolt your Eidolon and kill it.
That's also true. You know, it's like... You can't have it all in
You
life,
can't have it
Sheep.
all.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's a
You
trade-off.
can't have it all. My bad. But okay, but what?
But I agree, yeah.
But what Knights can and should do, hopefully, is block the camps on Dawn Gaming side.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can bring 2 sentries, block the pole camp, block the medium camp on the high ground, and then also you will then body block the hard camp yourself, and then basically take away all of the camps from
Creeps,
Edge or
yeah.
force her to just go way deeper into the jungle. And yeah, that's how I hope it plays out for them. Because otherwise, Edge maybe could cause a problem.
Tiny being picked up for Knights now. It's just more displacement. They're kind of going all in for it because Rubik with his shard, the range is insane, and now you have Tiny that can blink in and just throw that Lina back. And
You can definitely
setups.
see that Knights have been studying the meta and how it has evolved. Like all of these heroes are top tier picks into the Lina. Everything makes a ton of sense. Like with the Tiny, you can blow her up early on. Later on, there's the Ags capability to still blow her up with the 3 volley. So yeah, makes a ton of sense.
what direction does Dawn Gaming need to take this draft then? Do you want them to now have earlier tempo to try and control more of the map, just ensure that Knights isn't able to get as much farm as they need to hit their timings, or sit back and really go for late game? Try find a second win condition in your offlaner.
Okay, here's what I think about Dawn Gaming. They have one
Yeah.
good player, it's their carry. IDC, or whatever his other name is. He has like 2. And if he is on this Lina, this brings concern to me because it's shown early, they're countering it, it makes his game hard. So if your best player is on your carry and it's on this Lina that's been countered by Knights' lineup, you need to draft heroes that are able to actually stop their ability to kill your Lina. So this Enigma, they need something that cancels Black Hole. They have nothing right now, they have no save, they have no BKB piercing.
And they went with the Mirana now as well.
Yeah, I don't think this is like a good answer to what Knights have right now, and I think your Lina is feeling very scared. You have no body, no one to start fights.
There you go.
There's a body, that's a way to start fights, but it's not that good.
Yeah.
Mars has pretty much fallen off as an offlaner.
Yeah, it's not amazing, but it's a good start. Like it's a step in the right direction. I do like it overall. You have these 3 ranged cores that just want to play on the sidelines of the fight, and then you have Mars that will enable it somehow. But I still need another one. I still need something else in that mid lane that will be jumping both the Spectre and the Enigma. Some Spirit, any kind, I don't care. Ember has been banned out. I want to see a Storm, a Void Spirit, anything like that. But the problem is the Spectre. The problem is this Spectre.
The Spectre.
The Spectre.
They
The
are
Spectre.
This Lina is so obscenely countered, and it's like, well, as Lina, sure you can itemize and get a Silver Edge and try to fight her, but this fight's gonna start and she's just gonna be forced onto her back foot where she can't sit there and do the damage that she wants to do. On top of that, Spectre's gonna buy a Blade Mail, which makes it very difficult for Lina to do damage to her in these early fights until she gets that BKB. And if you're popping your BKB just to try and fight a Spectre with a Blade Mail on, then that's what opens up for Knights to come in with their Enigma, and he's gonna get to see everything every fight due to this Haunt.
They're banning out the Viper, just another one of those heroes that owns Spectre with a break. So
How else are they looking to protect the Spectre? Like, what else sticks out that's still in the pool that, like, this could really shut down a Spectre?
is there anything
I was about to
else?
say, I don't think anything threaten. Like right now on Dawn's lineup, I don't think any of their heroes threaten the Spectre. I don't think.
Unlucky.
Yeah, there's also a chance that they put this tiny mid on Knights and and they can pick another support if they want
Yeah,
and
I
pick
feel-
something defensive.
I feel like they could do it. Spectre plus Rubik actually isn't that shabby of a lane as well.
True.
Like
Yeah.
Fade Bolt, a lot of damage mitigation from the 2 of them, so you can stand in that lane. Or you could, like you said, put Tiny mid, Rubik 4 to be played by Felix because he just owns on the hero. And then you last pick a 5 that's kind of decent with the Spectre.
Like an Abaddon right now would just make Spectre literally unkillable, I think.
Okay.
But knowing Knights and how much they like Alacrity and how much of a win condition he is, it's more likely that we're just going to see Tiny with Enigma, Rubik with Spectre, and then a mid hero for Alacrity.
They're going to get to have overall last pick on Knights, so they'll see where Dawn Gaming go for this. Is it still just very much all in for Spirits for you?
It doesn't have to be. Something like a Kunkka could work for them too.
Do they ever move the Lina mid and then pick up a different carry?
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see that.
Yeah, all right. Let's just throwing something out there.
Oh, damn. Okay, this is a throwback. A Necro. Sure, why not? Like, you get the Spectre low enough, and you can be taking that fight. There is also possibility of putting now the Mars on the mid lane and the Necro on the off lane, which should be a very decent lane for him. I feel like that we could see that happening from Dawn Gaming. It is this frontline stinker. He's just there. You can't move around him. You can't get to the Lina, but he's not extremely mobile, and that's something that I'm worried about. Like Dawn Gaming right now, there is literally no way you jump the Rubik or the Enigma. Like all the initiations that are happening by Knight's hands, and they can approach the fight any way they want to. Like if Mars with a blink is the only way to initiate, that's gonna be hard.
If Knights move this Tiny to mid right now and pick Shadow Demon, I think they have just like freely won this game.
Okay, what does Shadow Demon add?
This is also really
They won't
good.
do
Okay,
it.
no, Invoker.
But very quickly,
Every time I
it just
look
would've-
away, they would just pick the hero.
I would have liked it just because it's a save versus the Mars Mirana combo, and it's also a way to ult the Necrophos, and he can never use his Ghost Shot, and he just dies.
Save versus his ulti too.
Yeah, and it would, great save versus ulti. And but this Invoker's okay too because you have Tornado to dispel the Necrophos and be able to just kill him. I think it's like fine, and it adds more damage to the lineup. This Black Hole is going to provide all that damage for that too. It's still a good pick. I like it.
Yeah. Very active, more active than perhaps if you had the Shadow Demon, because this Invo will go Quas Wax early on. You can get a Vessel, destroy the Son Goku's Necro lane, and then play off of that.
Oh, I guess you can't play the Tiny into Necro mid. That would suck.
Yeah, but the Necro is on the offlane anyway, so...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't know that when they were finishing off that draft. It could have gone anywhere. One last question before we do go off, though. How long are you expecting this game to go for, roughly?
Ooh, could they make it to 25 minutes?
I
Do we
think
see
so.
it going past 20?
I feel like Knights do not have a lineup that completely crushes you early on. They
Alright.
still need a couple
Sort of
of
this
items.
snowball steamroll.
I mean, they might. You pick up some Vessel and
They
Invoker,
might,
you
yeah.
have Enigma with his mech, you're just running at people. Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, Dawn just need to be very active with their Ench. Like, maybe they can pressure some towers early with that and just make rotations and play Dota too.
Yeah, it's been 2 weeks since we've been able to see China Dota. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams come back from such a long break. But we're jumping into game number 1, and your cast is going to be B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. Good to be back here. A little break for Chinese DPC, and well, it's not a BO1 situation, but it certainly could be just as fun as Dawn Gaming against Knights. Two teams that are on completely other sides of the ladder, but
Yeah, this series definitely a lot at stake here, because if Dawn Gaming loses, they're going to be relegated to Division 2, and if Knights win, should guarantee their spot at the Major. So,
a lot to play for both teams.
yeah, definitely. And looking at the lineups, a bit of a slower draft from Knights, I would say, in terms of the damage output. We've seen like Enigma do a lot, especially yesterday when 33 played it, where he tends to get a lot of farm and then pressures the tower, TP's mid. So this type of a lineup needs a bit more time to come online. On the other side, Dawn Gaming, this is a... They don't.
Felix.
It should be a good opener if they can get it. Arrow?
Arrow.
No!
Oh no! The God's Rebuke. LSA is still there though. They'll get first blood. It's okay at the end of the day. They got it. That is maybe just an inkling of what's plaguing this team a little bit of Dawn Gaming. Just that little bit of anti-synergy with each other.
Yeah, they made it in the end. X starting with first blood, going into bottlenecks on his mid Mars. Not the this hero has been flexed a lot, especially in the previous year. But this year we haven't seen too much, and like even if when we saw Mars, it always feels like he's not doing as great as he did in the past. But good start for him. To talk about Dawn Gaming's draft, they have a lot of single target abilities. Not too much team fight. The only team fight ability is pretty much Arena. They decided to go with this Spectre counter, the good old Necrophos. I don't remember seeing a single Necro in the DPC. Sometimes these heroes do get forgotten, but then again, this last pick Invoker from Knights is going to cause a lot of issues for Invoker, because like with Tiny Combo, with Enigma's Malefice, you're always going to have enough magical damage to burst him down, dispel his Ghost Shroud. So he needs to have a good laning stage.
Yeah, so we'll see how Son Goku can go after it. And, you know, when you've had 2 weeks off to kind of theory craft, sometimes you end up with a mid-Mars. So we'll see how much that works out for them. And, you know, maybe see what Dawn Gaming's seeing and not really everybody else. The hero's just not been there. It's really not been picked even in the off lane. And the setup for their spear really isn't quite there either.
He has to land the spears into Arrow. That's pretty much the combo into LSA. They don't have the... Oh, XCJ is going to drop. This is the best start from Dawn Gaming we've seen so far in the DPC. Seems like they needed this break to put into practice.
Yeah, 2 weeks to mentally regroup, 2 weeks to get everything sorted for these last few matchups, and we'll see if it ends up helping them enough to really not only survive past what their average game time has been, but win some games here and potentially even a series. So for right now, it felt like Flyby was taking a lot of harassment from MS on the early points of the Impetus, as he just gets chased off by a toss and a couple of right clicks by Flyby.
No Eidolons means that they can't really get the kill there. If you have 6 Eidolons, maybe then you can. Also a bit of a weird setup for Lina. Usually we see melee strength position 5s paired up with her, or we see a Rubik Lina. This time around it's going to be Enchantress. Like, she doesn't really provide you with much. She can't really she can't really counter-initiate once you decide to go on Lina, potentially. MS.
Just tossed. I will say, though, MS is doing a good job of kind of shutting down what Enigma really wants to accomplish with these Eidolons. He makes Eidolons, immediately one gets stolen, and the other one gets killed by an Impetus shot. So he's left with one Eidolon at times.
And we can see, Lina is on top of the CS, at least she was a couple of seconds ago. But this top lane also working out there really well.
Ego's going to have to be careful, sitting really low right now. And he does not have any health regen. XCJ has a Tango to give over if he wants to, but that's pretty much it when it comes to the health regen top.
Courier is coming. It's going to be a broadsword.
Ray's taking some damage from a Spectral Dagger and a Fade Bolt, Telekinesis, but a leap forward. Ego now running away from a Mirana and pushed all the way back towards the Tier 2 tower. So Ego wanting that early Blade Mail, and this is looking like eventually the Spectre's going to go Ags, right?
Yeah, this is probably Blade Mail into Manta style, into Ags type of a game where you still want to, because in terms of Roshan damage, they don't really have much, but you also want to have it. So with that Manta style, you do have enough, and it also makes you much tankier. There isn't many spells you can dispel anyway, but overall, just a good stat item and good farming tool on Spectre.
So right now, Dawn, like you said, they're having a great start, up 1,000 net worth already. Alacrity, who's been a big player for how well Knights have been doing. He's doing pretty well over mid. He's 27-2, but X is right there with him. He is not falling flat in this matchup at all.
That first blood really did help him a lot. Decided to go for Falcon Blade instead on top of Bottle to have some mana sustain. You are, in the end, playing against Quaswax Invoker, so that means that your mana will be burned.
Trying to see who's going to get to 6 first. It looks, at the moment, pretty even. Spear landing on Alacrity, but...
Oh yeah, that level 6 on Invoker, very important.
Of course, yeah, you know. It's very important. 6 is the marker. But yeah, more so important for this one, of course. Leap arrow landing,
and another one.
A good kill there from Dacres. That was kind of hiding the arrow with the leap, and then they also get Ego and Flyby. It is 5-0 for Dawn Gaming right now.
I said this top lane is going really well, and because in terms of early damage, they don't really have much. This Spectre plus Rubik, they don't put pressure on Necro. Every single time Spectre gets close, she gets hit, gets a death pulse in the face, and now Necro has 900 mana pool with the 2 points in Heartstop. In the death pulse, it doesn't work that way anymore. So a lot of sustain, a lot of mana and HP sustain in this lane. So they will definitely need Invoker to rotate.
They're gonna need some help here as well, Ego's not even level 4 yet. Now a kill, solo kill onto Alacrity. Actually, arrow on cooldown. I'm gonna assume it hit. I was looking top for a second, but still having the ability to go to the arena as well as the spear and take out Alacrity is big for this team, and Knights just can't seem to get anything going.
2K gold lead, we said it. This is the best Dawn Gaming has looked so far in the DPC. They didn't manage to get a single kill.
Arrow.
Docris lands an arrow.
They have Invoker coming around, but he TP'd and he spotted immediately. So this rotation, not exactly getting anything done as everybody's able to just leave the top lane.
These type of rotations with Invoker, they need to be on point. This is Quaswex Invoker, so he doesn't get to farm as much as Exort Invoker. Ooh, Tornado. Not connecting there. 3K gold lead for Dawn Gaming.
I don't know what to say. I feel like this is new ground being broken here for Dawn Gaming, as a lot of their games have looked pretty abysmal at this point, and I say that, but Simong just kills Flyby. He just gets sniped out.
They look like a completely different team than in the first 2 weeks of the DPC.
This is something we've kind of thought that we were able to accomplish coming into it, and these players are ranked pretty high when it comes down to it. Their lowest rank is about 650, 700, and I believe Sumong's like top 50.
This might be the first kill. Toss underneath the tower. MS will
He
drop.
is going to drop. The kill there onto the Enchantress. So now finally going the other way for Knights as they hit that 7-1 scoreline.
Lina getting closer to level 6, so once she has that Laguna Blade available, there is a kill threat again on Tiny once Enchantress gets close. One enchant will be the setup for LSA into Laguna. And look at the pressure on the top lane. Spectre pushed out of the lane. She needs the jungle. Does have a Blade Mail, so this will make things slightly easier for her.
And it's looking like it's going to be Blade Mail Boots Ags, so maybe that's to jump this Lina, but they're going to need more than just that jump from the Shadow Step to accomplish a kill, especially if Lina is going to be top of net worth soon enough with that Maelstrom, which is just 600 gold away. So what's the game plan here for Knights? Obviously, Ags in the future for Ego, but as a team, what do they need to accomplish to go after Dawn?
We said it's a bit of a slower draft for them. So once Alacrity picks up this Spirit Vessel, which is going to be done in 400 gold, mech on Enigma, they could start to pressure the towers, but you need a charge on this Spirit Vessel. You need a kill before that, and so far they only managed to get one kill. Felix, level 4, another arrow.
Yeah, hitting top, and XCJ, well, Reaper Scythed and killed by Son Goku, so he'll get that first Reaper Scythe stack, and that will be 2 HP regen and mana regen for him permanently. So now the regen feels even better for this Necro.
Son Goku getting that creep wave, maximizing the farm. Felix is in trouble.
Yeah, Avalanche on a 2, but if they land the arrow, he could just be dead. Starstorm and looking for that Death Pulse and a right click, so Son Goku with another kill. He's on a killing spree. 9-1 and a 4K lead here for Dawn Game. Tornado EMP on MS, and they will get a kill onto the Enchantress while also stealing the enchant. But with Lina and the Mars here, they land the spear. They'll have the damage with the Laguna Blade to get a kill on XCJ.
Dawn Gaming making some really nice play, moving around the map. This top tower is gonna fall unless there's another TP, so Spectre coming in.
Blade Mail and try and live with this mech, but tossed up into the air. Son Goku in trouble, and that'll go to Alacrity, so a good amount of gold going to the Invoker, and charges into the Spirit Vessel.
First Spirit Vessel charge was obtained when they killed the Enchantress. They immediately TP top. Good usage of the Spectre Haunt to be able to participate in that kill, and Felix will deny tower top, so getting some extra gold for his team, denying the enemy team. Burn his mana.
Even a Spirit Vessel charge used.
Those are
That's a lot of
valuable.
damage.
You can't really just throw away them like that. There's still one available going into Hand of Midas next on Alacrity. It's Necro's massive. Going into Guardian Greaves, so we'll have a Dispel available for that Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, and it looks like Flyby, at least at this point, he's going to be... He'll get Greaves eventually, but he's going to have the Arcane Boots, Mech, and then looking at Shard to upgrade that Malefice. And I don't hate that. That extra stun duration on Malefice and the extra ticks as well.
It's a good upgrade. Like, it's not a must. It's a lot of gold for a hero like Enigma to farm, especially if you're not having a good time. And sometimes you do prioritize different items, because if they have nothing to stop the Black Hole with during the BKB, these are the items that you want to get. But it's also like an extra damage in a team fight. Smoke from Dawn Gaming. Knights are using the scan, but it didn't find. And even Mirana ulti. There is one sentry ward available.
XCJ, his smoke's broken, so they should know that they are around. This sentry's a little bit south, but they've got the Tornado EMP. X, well, he doesn't have the help from the arrow. Telekinesis now locking them both up. The Spirit Vessel charges on to X. They have the Black Hole. They'll kill off this Mars. And with first usage of the Black Hole, at least gets him that. Taking out the mid. These heroes just don't rotate in time for Dawn Gaming of Son Goku and MS.
Meanwhile, Siumang takes the mid tower. He's getting very farmed. You can feel the difference. This is Spectre against Lina. And we've seen that if Lina gets an upper hand in this matchup, if she gets to her item timings, if she manages to farm Silver Edge like Satanic, this matchup isn't that bad for Lina.
We'll see how it continues to go, as I believe Knights are going to want to fight with Haunt off cooldown eventually. Like, this just feels like right now they're down a decent amount where they have to kind of stay aggressive, right?
They do. Problem is there was no blink on Mars. So right now, like, once we're done with the laning stage, they do have a hard time fighting the openings. They used this Mirana ulti, but didn't get too much out of it. So with the blink on Mars, which is getting there in a minute and a half or two, depending how much farm he tends to get, it's going to be go time for Dawn Gaming. Lina might even join these fights, because she does have boots of travel, so can match this global presence from Spectre.
Blink Dagger by Felix, by the way. It's going to be delivered on the courier.
He's been sitting on the top for the last couple of minutes. Does have smoke available, and they will be looking for a kill.
Could be Siamang. They see him, and a Blink Avalanche toss with an EMP could be deadly. And Avalanche toss, Haunt used, EMP, not even needed. They'll get the kill on the Siamang, and I mean, it's that easy.
A bit of a misplay even. Alacrity using Spirit Vessel on Tiny misclicks instead of using it on Lina, but doesn't matter in the end. Not sure the Haunt was needed there, because they do have enough damage, and Ego has been farming. In the triangle, this Blade Mail does help out quite a lot. Necro still on top of the net worth. What's his item build? Seems like he wants to get a Yule Scepter. Not a fan of that one, but he maybe thinks that they need something to stop the Black Hole with. Good arrow.
Now landing on XCJ, but they've got the Avalanche on a 2. Starstorm, Midnight Pulse, Son Goku's gone. LSA lands on a Felix. The right click's coming in with the Maelstrom. They've also got the Arena. It's going to be around on 2, but the Telekinesis. Spear hits. XCJ has a Spear of his own and will push away this Mars. They lose Felix, but I think thanks to XCJ and the quick fingers on that Spear take, well, nobody else goes down on Knights.
Dawn Gaming, not the greatest prioritization in this team fight. I think if Lina pops ulti on Tiny, kills him immediately, then she might be able to get one more kill inside the arena.
Spear landing on MS. They have Son Goku and immediately Reaper Sight. XCJ just cannot be standing that far forward. They've also got the Spear and Alacrity, so he needs to get out. Deafening Blast, trying to at least get the damage to kill off this Mirana. We'll use that Midas before he dies, but MS gets credit for that kill.
Not clean, definitely not clean from Knights. They did a very good job taking this like engagement, stealing the spear, but then again, Ruby gets killed immediately. Son Goku's still thinking about his item build, decides to go for Hood of Defiance, which I like really way more than the Yule Scepter. MS, 21 charges and the drum.
Yeah, just healing with the Nature's Attendants too. Only level 1. It'll be stolen, and okay, blink from Felix, and then nothing. Now an Avalanche, landing on 2. Fade Bolt, toss up into the air, and they'll get the kill on MS. XCJ getting credit for that, as X is waiting over in the side. He's got this Blink Dagger. Was thinking about maybe going in with an Arena.
A bit low on mana, though. Needs a power rune. There is double damage available top, so we'll pick that one up.
So, by the way, Flyby also chose to go for the Guardian Greaves before the Shard, getting that extra stun duration on Malefice. And well, Son Goku trying to run, but again, they have the control. They'll go to the Tornado, and Son Goku, he is running and surviving, but eventually finished off. Guardian Greaves can only do so much.
It's Guardian Greaves, Hood, the oldest extra regeneration, Seeds of Serenity as well. This should be the tower for Knights, the first one to open things up.
Let's see if anybody's going to come down and contest it, because they do have heroes starting to make their way towards bot. And X has been chomping at the bit to really make a jump and try to fight, especially now that he's got this double damage. You can see the positioning. He's always hoping to find an opening. And they've used this Moonlight Shadow, but the sentries, they're down. They see MS, they've got the Telekinesis, they'll use Haunt. And now Avalanche, it's on X. Toss up into the air, Siamang's here. They're gonna bring this Spectre over, and X standing his ground, but he's in the Midnight Pulse. Ego's gonna get a kill here. Siamang's not doing anything with the damage that he has with this Maelstrom. Not throwing out any control just yet. Avalanche, Sun Strike, Sun Goku's hit. Also that Cold Snap coming in. The Black Hole on the 3. And Knights, they're going to clean up. MS, Dakray still fall by the wayside as this is just going horribly for Dawn Gaming.
Yeah, this initiation of Mars, they take him out first. And Felix, he might not be done. But Laguna Blade level 2 will be a death of him, and he pings it out. So should be able to get the D-Ward. Siumang so far having a pretty much a perfect game besides that one death on the top lane. BKB about to be finished, but in terms of like Enigma does have almost 3,000 gold saved up. I also want to see what he decides to pick up, whether he wants to get a Blink Dagger or maybe he wants to get a straight up BKB.
Ooh, I was thinking about being even greedier than that. I was thinking eggs. But that's the difference in the
MMR.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a clear difference where my head's at. Throw the game and get an eggs, or get a BKB or Blink Dagger and, secure the victory.
They don't have any abilities that go through magic immunity, so he might even get a BKB after this. It's like we talked about the shard, but we'll see what he decides to get.
That's Axe showing off there with the Shadow Step.
Shadow Step, and in that previous fight, XCJ, he did have multiple instances of Death Pulse stolen, so that plus Guardian Greaves, it's a lot of sustain on their side.
So they're coming over again, 4-man smoke, down towards bot, looking for Ego.
This is where Dawn Gaming crumbles, like in these mid-game fights when they need to...
Blink.
But he got
Blade
the
Mail.
Blade Mail off.
Spear. Can he help out? BKB for Siumang, able to clean up Ego. Couple of right clicks, but Sunstrike landing on the X to get the kill there on the Mars. So not a clean trade, and then an Avalanche toss on the MS.
MS is my favorite position 5. He's so aggressive. Like, he's the X-carry player, and sometimes he forgets that he's playing position 5 now.
And you can see he's got a little bit of a smile on his face on that one
Yeah.
when it showed his camera. It's just like 2 weeks wasn't enough to be like, hey, dude, you're the 5, not 1. Come on. But I love it. I appreciate the aggressive play. Like, it's gotten them into a little bit of trouble before, and I do think that, like, Ench with a couple of levels, especially early on when you've got impetus, like early laning phase, you can kind of be aggressive like that. But now, maybe not so much. You die
This
pretty
was
quickly.
straight up death underneath the tower. No need for it. Spectre does have Haunt available and the Shadow Step. She's farming up. She's farming up nicely. Almost catching up with the Invoker, who does have Hand of Midas.
Alacrity, he's going for the BKB. So this is going to be pretty significant BKB timings. Avalanche toss with the meteor right down on to this Necro. Telekinesis and the stolen spear, so that'll land onto a tree and give them the control that they need to get the kill onto the Necrophos.
Oh, they're still thinking about getting the
Ooh,
side
LSA,
Spectre with the Haunt.
spear
Should
arrow,
join.
all landing onto Felix, so they'll take the Tiny. X bulwarking and moving forward, but another spear. Look at the distance on that spear. I mean, that he was thrown from the middle of the top lane all the way to that tree.
Arcane Supremacy plus Ether Lens.
That's
There's some
long
really nice
distance.
spells you can steal. Like when we
Oh my.
It's a full screen. LSA, Spear, these are the abilities that you're looking to steal. Like even Dead Pulse, even Reaper Sight is really good. Other than that, Arrow's also fine.
I enjoy the spear right now, especially if he's able to pick up a shard. Start landing it on 2 heroes from a Rubik from, like, the other games.
Let me see. Enigma picking up that shard, so easy way to increase his farm as well. Siumang. How's he doing? He's doing more than fine in this one, staying on top of the network throughout the whole game. Going into Shadow Blade, that Silver Edge that we mentioned, to be able to break Spectre.
Avalanche
Felix
toss.
finding another one.
MS in trouble, but killed by Ego with the Shadow Step. That I still think Shadow Step, when utilized correctly, just feels like such a strong Ags. The cooldown of 40 seconds is just nothing.
In a winning game, it definitely feels like it's super powerful. When you're playing from behind, sometimes you want to get different items, but he did manage to catch up in this one. Again, keeping up with the Invoker, which is pretty impressive considering that he lost. He was forced out of the lane. Level 5, but did go for that Blade Mail. We talked about Dawn Gaming like getting caught. These mid-game fights tend to be a bit more chaotic for them, and also the pickoffs. Ooh, Siumang might find a solo.
Alacrity with the Laguna Blade. The right clicks in. Oh, he ghost walks away. He got out of that with like 50 health. Felt like he was dead to rights.
One extra proc. Like Lina was also 2 CS away from level 18. If it was
Avalanche.
level 3 Laguna, he dies there.
Toss into the telekinesis. Spectral Dagger now in arena. Locking up XCJ, who's able to steal Bulwark. Kind of working out for him. He'll survive. X and Sun Goku are going to start to run. Flyby, he's got Blink. He's got Black Hole. I don't know if you want to group up like that at the top of the steps, Don. He might just turn this around if you're not too careful and Blink Black Hole.
Siumang's still top. It's being pinged out.
Deafening Blast. Avalanche hits. They've got the toss. They'll have the Shadow Step. BKB and Haunts available, so they're just going to use that, make sure that Siumang doesn't get out.
And they're gonna
everybody
take a bottom
came over
fight.
here. And they're going to go back towards bottom with that Haunt. They'll end up stealing the Death Pulse. X doesn't have himself a lot of health. And they'll enchant Ego to slow him down. They'll use the God's Rebuke. They'll follow it up with an arrow.
Reaper Scythe.
And, ooh, Reaper Scythe doesn't get the kill. It actually ends up being the Starstorm. XCJ is still here, but nobody on the side of Knights is going to follow this up. Oh, baited into a Sunstrike. And X, he's low. Spear thrown. Telekinesis slams him on two. This is just a Rubik. It's taking everything.
He had some, yeah, he even gets the tip from MS. He's like, he did a lot of work in that fight, but losing Spectre, maybe a bit too aggressive from Knights, because they just picked off Lina. They decided to take this one fight on bottom.
X. He still
There's
dies.
fights, there's kills all over the place.
Yeah, Felix doing a good job of being everywhere for them. Light Shadow, Alacrity on the run. And we'll just TP away. Flyby going for the BKB. Picked up that shard, delayed it for an item. Actually delayed it for 2. And finally picks it up, and he's going to the BKB. He's already got the Ogre Axe. In a Roche, though, for the side of Dawn Gaming.
They have more than enough sustain. Win probability, however, saying Dota Plus heavily favoring Knights lineup. This is the Enigma effect, but let's see if they take this fight. There is Shadow Step available and the Black Hole.
Yeah, they need to be careful on the side of Dawn Gaming. LSA was stolen. XCJ's got a level 4 Light Strike Array ready to throw. This is going to be making the Roche fight a little bit tough. Blink, God's Rebuke, BKB. They've got the Spirit, lands on XCJ. Flyby, though, standing his ground, goes to the Guardian Greaves. Avalanche comes in with a BKB pop by Siumang. They get the kill to Flyby as well as XCJ. And now no Black Hole, no Rubik to bother, and Roche should just be theirs. I say that, though. Alacrity showing up with a Tornado EMP. There's no BKBs here. However, Knights aren't going to commit.
Beautiful arena from X to block the whole ramp. They do get the 2 kills. Now Enigma maybe is thinking that this shard was not the best option. Like even though he wouldn't have enough money for a full BKB, but it's getting there. Sometimes investing in a shard sounds like a really great idea, but then delaying your other timings could be a bit tricky. Siumang holding the Aegis for 4.5 minutes. Silver Edge is done, going into Satanic next. The Satanic's gonna be a good way to deal with the Blade Mail on Spectre, so you can actually keep hitting her.
We've seen points where Blade Mail just doesn't matter. Yesterday, or today, with the Western Europe tiebreakers.
Today, yeah, we lost track of time.
there was an axe, and I remember it having Blade Mail and Lina not caring. I couldn't tell you what exactly time that went down, but it happened. I promise. Moonlight Shadow. But they've got the Sentry. Telekinesis, Avalanche Toss. Now they'll go in with the Shadow Step. Spirit Vessel, Spectral Dagger. Tornado not going to hit because the BKB was used, and it's a TP out. Arrow actually lands on a Felix. Malphus reflected with the Lotus Orb. They've got the Midnight Pulse down. Here comes X running forward. Spear. It hits 2 of these heroes, but doesn't connect them into the tree. They go and pop the BKB on X. These BKBs are being used just to run away for the side of Dawn Gaming at the moment.
Knights will want to take a fight because they know there are no BKBs. Siumang put it in a spot where he either dies, loses that Aegis early on, or he pops a BKB and has it for another 3 minutes. Felix finds Dokris. Or does he?
Arrow's not going to land either. So they throw down a sentry, expecting some ward vision there. Not finding it, though. Felix on the low ground. They've got this ward up on the high ground and maybe make a jump. They see these heroes rotating over. Avalanche toss, Lotus Orb, and now Fade Bolt. They'll also steal Leap. So they're keeping up with this Mirana while on the other side of the fight, Alacrity's dying. Siumong's able to get the kill here onto this Invoker, which is not the play that Knights wanted, considering the fact that BKBs weren't available for the side of Dawn Gaming.
They wanted to get too much out of it. Felix, again,
This
finds
ward
an opening.
is just giving them a lot of kills at the moment. Death Pulse, Black Hole on the 2. Ego coming in, and they'll steal the Death Pulse. They'll look for the damage onto the Necrophos. X coming over, but again, he doesn't have his BKB for 15 seconds. Spear thrown hits XCJ, Avalanche lands, and they still, well, they're working with vision on the high ground. They see these heroes, and if they're going to retreat.
They don't see Lina, and they're also going to respect Reaper side damage. They have a lot of Observer wards. BKB available on X. Ooh, the
X
toss.
going in. Telekinesis. LSA is not going to hit. They'll go to the BKB. They hit the God's Rebuke on a 2. Flyby running away. Doesn't have the Black Hole anymore. The Reaper Scythe on and the Enigma. They get the kill to Flyby. And it's another Reaper Scythe kill. Yule's up into the air. LSA lands, stealing the Death Pulse, but it won't matter. Laguna Blade from Siumong to get another one. And all of a sudden, Knights just continue to hemorrhage away lives.
We got ourselves a game. After having off a really good start on Dawn Gaming, they threw a bit, which made the Knights come back into the game. But they are punching back. They're not messing around this time around. Tier 1 tower available bottom. Lina will right-click it down, getting very close to Satanic.
Ooh, they saw Felix in the trees. X, though, popping the arena. He doesn't have BKB this time around, so he's not going to be able to survive. Maybe biting off more than he can chew. Felix with the blink away and the TP, but the BKB's been popped by Alacrity. Throwing the triple meteor down, and he'll escape as well.
Necro has been causing a lot of issues. He's super tanky, holding an apple for some extra tankiness. Guardian Greaves, Pipe. I don't think he should get Force Staff as his fourth item. I would prefer if he gets like a bigger item, Shiva's Guard. Even a shard pickup sounds really nice.
Yeah, Force seems a little bit weird at this point in the game, right?
Yeah, you have Enchantress with the Force Staff. You have Mirana also going for one, so you can't really just go for these support items. You did tank. He's investing. He bought the whole thing.
Interesting. And Yules and Force Staff for Necro.
It's just way too defensive, I would say. Like, you need to start thinking about scaling as well.
Avalanche, and then just immediately Guardian Greaves, and there's that Force Staff, so see how much that works out for him. Meanwhile, well, you've got Ego, who's just about to finish off the Scotty, so this is a big item coming the way of the Spectre.
It's a huge one. It cripples both Necro and Lina.
Meanwhile, Alacrity, he's looking for a Hex, so like the combination of these two items can really turn this game around, in my opinion. Certainly put it towards Knights, right?
For sure. So that Aegis is gone. Lina, Satanic done.
Arena, but missing the spear. And now they get the kill on the MS. They'll end the arrow. They should be able to kill the Tiny with the Reaper Scythe, but it's not enough initially. Meanwhile, Laguna Blade to kill off Flyby. So the way Dawn has been fighting has been two-pronged, and it's working.
It's working out for them. I want to see a gem pickup on Knights, because this Lina has been landing some good LSAs and deleting the hero before the fight even starts. So XCJ might start thinking about it. He does have 300 gold. Let's check the hero damage so far. Necro, highest damage overall. Like, his damage in the laning stage was nuts, and if he survives in the fight long enough, Heartstopper Aura dismantles heroes. Like, the Spectre, like, this time around, he did go for Reaper Sight on Tiny. I think he needs to save it for a better target. Like, if Spectre sees that you use the Reaper sight, if Laguna is used, Spectre's gonna feel comfortable coming into a fight, and this is what I just mentioned.
BKB, Telekinesis, Sunstrike, but it's a little bit of disjointed combinations. They've got the Chaos Meteor rolling down onto 3 heroes. Laguna Blade, now the Spear. Seomon surviving and killing Alacrity with no help. Avalanche misses. He's under the Shroud of Moonlight Shadow. Look at the
way
TP.
he TP's out.
But he gets killed off eventually by Ego, who uses that haunt. Can they get anything more out of this one? Flyby still has Black Hole. He's also got a BKB available. He's going to pop the BKB, look over at X, and now just run through the arena. Oh, doesn't chase these heroes. Avalanche on a Son Goku. Ego starting to back away. Let's have that Scott E, but the blink. God's Rebuke killing off XCJ. These heroes on Knights need to be careful. They'll go into the trees, but a lot of these trees have been cut down as the fight raged on with an arena as well as the Midnight Pulse cutting them mostly that way.
We've seen it so many times where they stopped Mars. This was very ambitious attempt to TP out.
And he's going to die now to Craze and Son Goku going into this one. Black hole on both of them, but it gets stopped. Thanks to, I believe, MS. Flyby's going to die. Son Goku's got 2. Ego now on the run. Does Ego even survive? He doesn't have a Shadow Step. He doesn't have Haunt. He doesn't have anything to work with. And he'll fall as Craze gets the kill on Ego. Who baited who?
It's a full team wipe. He decides to go in. Rest of the team is there to back him up. Look at the damage on Necro. Like the amount of healing as well. It's this pick has been working out. This is why Necrophos has been Spectre countered throughout the Dota history. Like, they need to be much more... I don't know if they could just go in and kill him immediately, because he's way too tanky, those 4 staffs. And this is the bait you were talking about.
So, Black Hole comes in...
He stopped it himself. Like, there's nothing to stop him with.
I thought maybe MS had something to do with it.
Like, even if the Black Hole goes off, if he doesn't stop it himself, I don't think it would matter in the end. Because there's not enough damage. Without Invoker, Spectre... Like, I just don't think it's enough.
That's... I didn't think it just got stopped. I don't know. But we'll see.
Only 52% win rate. I think this is very likely that Dawn Gaming, if they don't mess up the execution, that they have this one in the bag.
That has been said before, and we'll see if they can maintain this this game. As second Roshan, 30 seconds, so that's going to be big. Because Black Hole's going to be down still for 50 at that point, and I don't know if this side of Knights is going to be ready to take this fight. Going off the Nullifier for Spectre and looking towards getting a BKB. They found themselves Son Goku. When they can get these pickoffs, Knights, they have the damage to get the kill when it's just 1, but anything more than that seems to be a little bit rough for them. Felix, 4 staff, Blink, Avalanche, catches X, but he'll BKB TP.
Ego thinking about different items. He was thinking, I need a Nullifier against this Necro, this Ghost Shroud, Death Seeker, 4 staff fuels. It's causing a lot of issues, but seems like he wants to get a BKB before that. Don't blame him. They don't have much that goes through magic immunity.
Alacrity sees MS. And now MS knows. Hex, Meteors down, and Ego going in with the
Roche
Shadow Step.
2 heroes gone for 30+ seconds. They should try to force a buyback.
Arrow comes in, hits Roche and Sima. He's top, so he'll be pushing in the Creep Wave double catapult. Nobody stopping him from putting the pressure onto the Tier 3 tower.
Needs to be careful about that Shadow Step, so we'll TP out. Arrow will hit Felix, but that's about it. Let's see if Mirana decides to leap in, maybe tries to steal something, but not gonna do it.
Big Roche for Knights. Aegis now in the hands of Ego. And he's almost got the gold here for the BKB.
He also picked up the Shard. Not the best Shard overall. It's just another dagger that is thrown every 7 seconds when you absorb more than 300 damage.
That seems like it could be really good. I'm trying to do the math in my head.
Share it with us.
Well, I guess with the max of once every 7 seconds, it's maybe not as strong as I'm seeing it. But I'm just thinking. I'm thinking out loud. Thinking that maybe soaking up a bunch of damage, kind of being that front line. Spectral Dagger, the shard's going to go off every 7 seconds in these fights. And these fights have been pretty long, right?
Yeah. So he's decided to go for Nullifier instead, because as soon as he picked up that Aegis, he's like, I have a second life. I don't need to get a BKB. So does have that Nullifier. This is a big pickup.
Flyby. Picks up a haste. You got to be careful if you're Dawn now, because you've got a fast-moving Enigma. But they almost caught him. God's Rebuke on the other side. LSA from Siumang, but it's on with these illusions. Spectral Dagger, Reaper Scythe on a Flyby, still survives BKB. Now running around still with that haste. They've got the Hexes on and the Necro, so that's an easy kill on a Son Goku. And Ego going the other way. Looking over is the Avalanche lands on X as well as MS. They've got the BKB going to be popped here by the Mars. They'll go to the Reaper Scythe, stolen and hitting onto MS and getting the kill onto the Enchantress. Heals up into the air, no more BKB for X. They've got a Lotus Orb on him, so that'll reflect the Malefice, but X is still going to end up dead here, and they don't have buyback on 3 of these heroes.
Lina just showed bottom. They do have bots available on Invoker if he wants to TP and maybe punish this, but Siumang running away immediately. This Hex on Invoker, it's been a really great pickup, and we see the damage output from Spectre in the previous fight. Almost 7,000. He's level 24, about to crack that level 25 soon, so extra dispersion. I mean, I've seen Spectres go for different talent on level 25, like even the Haunt Illusion damage. But most likely gonna be Dispersion. It just seems like a safer choice. And now off to a high ground.
Dawn have to find a way to stop this. They're still working with an Aegis for 2 minutes, so it's gonna be tough. A little bit of a deviation for the Lina going into the full Mjolnir. Sometimes we see that Gleipnir. Actually, a majority of the time we see Gleipnir.
Or we see Maelstrom, and then they sell Maelstrom, get a higher tier item like Daedalus.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday.
Even
during Western
Rapier.
Europe. So Maelstrom Moonshard seems to be the choice. Avalanche toss. That's a toss onto the low ground, and now they're going to look. But the damage onto Felix, he needs to be careful. Reaper Scythe reflected, but they still get the kill on the Son Goku. This stolen Reaper Scythe has done a good amount for them.
This is the second usage of it.
X Spear landing now. Ooh, Blink Black Hole on the 3. Here comes the rest of Knights. They should be able to clean up. Siumang surviving with the Satanic for a second, but eventually he falls dead for 100 seconds. No buyback.
Yeah, this is the execution we talked about. Dawn Gaming, like they are lacking it. This is the best performance they had so far in the DPC, but they're even gonna go down in this one. Spectre still holding that Aegis. And we talked about a gem pickup. XCJ did buy it. He gave it to Tiny, so he can actually see this Lina approaching. She's been causing some troubles. Finding the hero before the fight even starts. Ego, 50 seconds. Wants to die here, pretty much.
Dyer get the full regen out of this. If he can get one or the other, he'll be happy. Has a little bit of heal coming in for the Guardian Greaves. Arrow on an illusion. Look at this, in the base. Not even safe. Dark Race falls, everybody's dead on the side of Dawn Gaming, and this is going to be GG called by Dawn. Knights will take game number 1 over Dawn Gaming.
This has to feel bad, because they had a really good start. They had Siumang free farming completely. I think it comes down to also like their itemization, especially the one on Necro, where he bought way too many support items. But I think the biggest issue with them is getting picked off. Like they're off to a really good start. Then you see Lina getting picked off on one side. Then you see Mars getting picked off on the other side. Then just like the fights tend to get a lot more chaotic once Spectre gets this Aghanims. She gets this Manta style. A lot of confusion in the front line, and then like these two pickoffs into Roche kind of seal the deal for them.
Yeah, I think one of the things that still kind of plagues Dawn Gaming heavily is these fights are never clean.
No.
They're always trades, and they're never seeming like positive ones at times.
Yeah, also in terms of
Mars, at least.
Spell usage, you can see that it's not like up there, but I'm happy for them, because if they can put in this type of work again in game 2, we should have a really good game, because this one was really fun. So far, we haven't really seen Dawn Gaming be able to match even the aggression from other teams, but this one has been really on point. They had steady 4K gold lead for a while.
Yeah, so if Knights can, stop Dawn again, and they'd win 2-0, but hoping to see Dawn show a little bit more coming into game number 2. But to break down game number 1, we've got the panel. So take it away.
It was looking good for Dawn Gaming. They started out strong. They had a really great laning phase, something we haven't been able to say yet for Dawn Gaming in the China DPC. Drafting as well. The last pick Necro for them, being able to make that pivot, really worked in their favor for them to be able to hold on, have that good laning phase, and an okay early to mid game, I want to say. Okay, because like Bcop said, the fights weren't overly clean sheet.
All right. I was pretty mad watching this one. I feel like the amount of arrows that landed in the top lane was maybe a little bit out of proportion on this Rubik. But yes, the picks did go very well for them. They had on lane dominators in the Necro and the Lina, and they were able to capitalize on it for sure. I do think Knights played pretty bad for what we've seen.
Yeah, this is not up to the standards of Knights pre-Chinese New Year break.
In the bot lane, you had Tiny pulling the hard camp for Flyby's Enigma, and he's for some reason very far up in the lane, dying at the same time. This type of thing should not be happening. At least they were able to then find their groove at the 10-minute mark when they started playing together, covering each other a bit more.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to die a couple of times until you get your groove back together.
It's just warm up death. That's all it is.
Everyone knows the first 20, 10 kills, they're the warm up, and then you get into the groove, you start owning. To be honest, this Necro, if you guys remember if you girls remember when Spectre was really popular, when there was Badman, he was rank 1 just spamming Spectre. Back then, Necro was also popular, and for that exact reason. This lane isn't easy, and Necro is always a problem to the Spectre. You're kind of tanky, but not necessarily, because he just ulties you. So in the lane and post the lane, the hero is really strong. That's what happened. On the top lane, you couldn't really play against it. On the bottom lane, Enigma also got countered by the Enchantress, plus Lina lane, which isn't really that easy. Mid lane also didn't go that great for the Invoker. He's class wax, so he needed to rotate. The rotations didn't really connect, but overall they are a stronger team. They demonstrated that. They had some massive ultis that Enigma Black Hole, whenever it was on, they would win a fight. So
it was really weird to see Alacrity not absolutely dominate in his lane. Someone that we highlighted coming into this series as one to watch, really stand out for us on Knights, but they did end up finding it back. Was there a realm in your eyes, Sheep, that Dawn could have taken this game, or throughout the cast, we heard Lucas say a number of times that they just didn't really have that scaling, and also not really in their items either?
I think they could have won for sure. I think there was a point where they started to just feed kills and not take their fights very well, where they were losing the edge that they had. Because, again, I want to highlight Siumang as a carry for Dawn Gaming. He was exceptional. He was always top of the net worth. He was, even when his teammates would die, he would manage to sneak an extra kill here and there. He finds the most on the map and sets himself up to try and find kills. He's always just been this big, good part of Dawn. And they could have rallied around that. I think they decided to drop in net worth. They would overextend. MS on his Enchantress, for example, there's just a fight where he randomly just runs under a tier 1 tower and then dies to a tiny combo. And it's you gotta relax, bro. The aggression can only go so far when you have to think, okay, maybe I don't need to be here.
Yeah.
That's usually the problem with teams that are punching upward. When you're the underdog, you're playing versus a team that's not a little bit better, but quite a bit better, or considered quite a bit better. You can outdraft them, you can play really strong in the early game. The problem is keeping that lead. It always was. You can dominate the lanes, you can have a perfect draft, but keeping the lead, from my own experience, it was always the most difficult part.
Yeah, it's also just taking your fights well. I think there was, when they were ahead, somewhere just after 10 minutes bot lane, 3 heroes somehow end up within melee range of Enigma and just get black holed.
Yeah.
It just shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't happen. It makes me mad watching that when they are in a winning position and it feels good. Dawn are actually improving. They're doing it. So you take out those mistakes and you clean that part of your gameplay up, and maybe this game does turn into a win.
Yeah, because we saw them, I guess, be able to punish a lot of off positioning from Knights themselves, and unfortunately Dawn end up falling to that themselves when it comes to team fights. Knights coming out on top though for game number 1. We'll have game number 2 just after this break. Welcome back. Game number 2 between Dawn Gaming and Knights. It's actually just going to be me. I kicked Sheep and Lizard off the panel because they were bullying me in the break.
Stay away.
Stay away from us.
Stay away.
I don't understand what's going on. I didn't even say anything.
Yes, you did.
Oh yeah, what did I say?
You said we're bad and we should be sent to low priority.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did.
This is slander.
It's the worst thing that can happen to a Dota player.
I'd never wish that upon you.
I am a more low priority, never escape.
Well,
That's how
your
all
fault
the
for
good players
being-
get broken.
For being toxic, having a less than 10k behavior score. Did it to yourselves. What can I say?
Yeah.
Let's talk about this game number 2, though. Thorn versus
If
Knights.
someone told me that my job will be talking about Dota, hugging sheep, and playing with plushies, like, I probably wouldn't believe them. Here you go.
Thank you. I need it after you guys just left me on my little island over here. Knights, we talked about some of their downfalls, some of the issues, what they really struggled with in the early game and transitioning into that mid. Yes, they won the game, but it just was not clean. There still were some silver linings for them, some shining moments, Sheep.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Wait, what
sir.
team?
Knights?
Knights, yes. Sorry, I asked for this question.
Do you see? I did nothing, and this is how they treat me.
I love you, babe.
What
I'm
did you
sorry.
ask?
So can you repeat everything? Yeah, Knights. So what did they do well to be able to win the game?
All right. Alacrity is the best player on that team.
Yep.
He kind of got a vessel pretty quickly and then rotated to like top and killed the Necrophos with his team. And then he like matched with Felix's 30-minute blink dagger timing and they started to kill like Xiongmang on his Lina when he was out of position. And on top of that, I think he covered his team really well in their fights after that. Like when they went to the bot lane, his use of Tornado, like he was constantly like making this Mars arena really hard for them to use, and making it hard for him to like navigate around fights. So just in general, like the early game was played pretty nicely by him post like laning phase. And on top of that, he went for this Hex, and when they had it, the game was pretty much secured for them. He was finding heroes with his Ghost Walk. This toss back into Hex combo they had was really strong. Just in general, Alacrity really sets the pace for his team. So I think if he has a bad game, maybe that's how Dawn can win.
You just like him because he plays Meepo.
Of course I like him because he plays Meepo.
Just
What a
admit it.
stupid
You do
thing to
too.
say.
You do
What a
too,
stupid
listen.
thing.
Well, I know deep down that you're the exact same.
No, I hate all the Meepo players deep
Me?
inside. Not you.
Oh.
All but one. Was there any hero, right? We're not talking about execution or anything, but was there any hero in the Knights lineup that you didn't feel the impact of? Or were you really impressed with how well this draft was and in tandem?
They all kind of stepped it up later on, right?
Yeah.
But I would still rather see Felix playing the Rubik and perhaps something else being played on that position 5. But eventually, it all came together for them. They had a really nice draft when it comes to reaching the late game. The only question is, do you reach the late game versus Lina and Necro, which they managed to. I'm afraid that if they played versus a team that's maybe a caliber above Dawn, and if the lanes went this poorly, they would definitely not be able to recover.
Aww. That's so wholesome. Can you...
Oh, damn.
I literally am just standing here with a
Sheep,
plushie.
don't be so rude. Like,
Damn.
this is-
the early
this is-
morning is getting to her.
yeah, this is the Western European tiebreaker survivor. you can't be like that to them. They're gonna break.
Kick them while they're already
That's the thing.
down, you know?
You're
Rub
right.
dirt into the wound.
You want to stretch it and see how far they can go before they just break.
She's waiting until the one tear starts rolling down my face on stream, man. She's this close. The mental is about one finger away from being snapped.
For everyone that's just joining us, the two of us, we had the benefit of leaving after only the first round of the tiebreakers. The rest of our colleagues had to, well, watch and enjoy the
Endure.
games until...
They were some good games.
Until
though.
what, 4 a.m.?
We left here at 3:30, I want to say.
I remember. I remember 3:30. That's when I was.
Yeah, I was dreaming, about.
I woke
all
up
those
around
good things in
3:15,
life.
took a glass of water, like I
Yeah.
was kind of thirsty, went back to
Refreshed.
sleep.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a roughie. Luckily, I had a great panel to join me, and I have a great panel to keep me going in the morning.
She's still complimenting us even after the abuse. It's
I
like
will
some
never know it. It's
some Stockholm syndrome.
Please, I love you. Take me back.
As
think about it.
as she's complimenting us, she's just squeezing this
I
plushie real
I
hard.
love you guys so much.
I miss my dog looking at that, by the way. Like,
You miss your dog as
Yeah.
you watch her start to rip the
nah,
thing's
he also
neck in
has like
half.
a white
Oh.
underbelly that I love to pet, so yeah.
Yeah.
Dawn Gaming, what would you like to see them? By the way, there's lobby issues. That's why we are just chit-chatting around.
Yep.
Dawn Gaming, best game?
She's now hitting it against
Would you
the table.
brand it best game?
I wish I didn't bring my dog.
Yes, I would, maybe, but I also forgot they're all games because we had a massive break.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It would look pretty good. There was moments where I thought they might win. So, yes, 100%. This was very good.
Best Dawn gaming draft.
Best Dawn gaming game or draft ever.
Dawn gamers.
Dawn drafters.
Dawn e-gamers.
No, the e-sporters.
Esport athletes, as Lacoste would call them.
Yeah, the draft was actually really sick. I liked the Necro response to the Spectre. They didn't pan out the Spectre, they picked the Lina, they found a way of dealing with it. If they cleaned it up in the mid game and played just a tiny little bit better, I'm still standing behind the fact they could have won it.
Yeah.
Perhaps the problem of not having a way to dealing with an Enigma eventually would bite them. But overall, I'm impressed. Like, they came back literally like looking like a different team.
What do you think they did over this break? Like, I know this is just purely speculation, but
They drank a lot.
I was gonna say
Probably celebrated, yeah.
no, I know there's that aspect, but I mean in the Dota realm, because this is just such a vast difference of a Dawn gaming. Even when you just look at draft, right? Not even taking execution into consideration.
Okay, well, I don't want to like praise this draft too much because whilst I do think it's one of their better ones, I think there were very obvious problems that they did have.
Okay.
Like the only person that could make
knock
any
it
move
down.
for them was the Mars. Yeah, I'm gonna shit on them. I hate these guys. I'm just kidding, guys. But no, seriously, you saw it, right? Like in the 10 to 15 minute mark, for example, when Mars would come in and Alacrity would rebuff it with like a really nicely placed tornado, suddenly there's no way for them to extend the fight other than hope for Knights to keep going.
I would change one thing in their draft.
Don't pick the Lina? No.
No. One thing literally would fix everything that you're complaining about.
Yeah.
And I feel all your complaints are sound. I wouldn't pick 4 Mirana. Like, I would get a brawler type 4 that goes in first. Something like an Earth Spirit. Like, Earth Spirit would fit that so damn well. You'd have something that goes in first, gives vision for the Mars, then you can follow up. Like, Mirana, meanwhile, you pop that ulti and hope that they don't have sentries.
True. Definitely not as foolproof. Knights having a similar opening, though. Instead of the Enigma Rubik, they're going to answer the Lina with a Marcy, Rubik, and Dawn Gaming going for Sven. +5 Sven straight up. Do we feel?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just meant to be good against like melee hero. Like the Marcy is probably going for potentially 3, and whatever one of those it is, Sven is meant to just nullify her damage and make it harder for her to lane. With this Lina on top of that, you have a stun in to set up for Light Strike Array. They're just going to bully you really hard. It's a very nice and simple lane.
Yep, I like it. Later on, the Aura versus, not the Aura, the Warcry. Is it Warcry? It's Warcry.
Yes.
Yep.
Versus Marcy comes in handy. Ruby can obviously steal it, which is nice for Knights. But overall, yeah, taking a page out of Aster's book, like we've seen them do this first, I believe. Why did they do it, though? They didn't do it for no reason. Oh, yeah, they were doing it with a Pudge. It wasn't with Alina, right? Like, they were doing it with a Pudge to give him armor, I feel like.
I want to say yes.
Yeah, I think that was the case. And then teams just started doing it with the Lina anyway. We've seen it yesterday in Western Europe. Tiebreakers, one of those that we were still around for.
Hey.
Not
sure, maybe it happened later on, but
No, I didn't.
okay.
I didn't. At least not what my 3 AM brain can remember. It didn't. And now the Bents. The Knights are seemingly just focusing on their off lane. They don't want to give them any sort of good matchup that could be coming.
Yeah, they're banning out the Zoo.
Yeah.
This is pretty fast bans actually on both sides. The Zoo makes sense, at least, especially if this is a core Marcy. Either way, having 2 supports that struggle to deal with Zoo is not ideal. And they have to sort of show here whether Marcy's going to be a core or not.
Do they want an Enigma again, or what do
It's
they
core
want?
Marcy.
Yeah. Core Marcy. Crystal Maiden, Rubik Sports.
Or it's a Rubik core. Anyone seen the
Rubik
mid Rubiks?
mid.
Anyone seen it? I've seen it.
Yeah, I saw it
Seen it
lose.
lose.
Yuck, get it out of here.
I think I also saw an offlane
You guys are
Rubik.
haters.
Yeah, I am a hater. It sucks. Stop picking
Everything.
I mean, until I'm
everything
proven wrong.
Yeah, exactly, and everything looks super bad until you get proven wrong. Like Kotl mid, it looked like,
Yeah,
oh my
so
god,
until
who
then-
is this
That's the
trash?
enjoyable thing about Dota players is they're all stubborn to a degree, and they
Yeah.
want to prove people wrong.
True.
It's like, I can't believe that Shippo is the one that's trolling Rubik mid, because you're a Meepo player.
Yes?
When did you start playing Meepo, though?
I don't know, 2015 maybe, 14.
Where
Potentially.
is
That's
it?
when I started playing Dota. So
Okay,
this going?
okay, so it's
It was
no,
pretty soon.
because Meepo back in the day, you pick him, you get reported 4 times in a row instantly by your
Oh.
teammates.
oh no, I was owning every game and everyone was commending
It doesn't.
me.
Yeah, of course at the end, but the beginning of the game, you just get reported. And Kotal mid was the same deal. Like there's a lot of these heroes that go mid, you just get reported instantly. Then you own, and then everyone is like, I guess you had luck.
I'll commend you
I-
guys if you can give me the reasons for Nature's Prophet Hoodwink here.
Okay.
Nature's Prophet went completely ignored last game, by
I
the
was
way.
mostly memeing, by the way. I actually do like Root Man. Anyway, Nature's
Nice.
Prophet.
Yeah,
Nature's Prophet
Yes.
probably.
probably should have Probably you should have betted the ban if you wanted Nature's Prophet here.
Yeah. Like offlane versus CM. I mean, CM's a pretty strong like support laner, so maybe they're just thinking that this Nature's is going to be able to fight well into her. Like between Nature's and Hoodwink, you have kill threat on her. Should be able to lane into whatever carry they can pick. Obviously, it does suck now playing into bat,
Yep.
like pretty massively.
Bat feels just amazing here. You pick the bat into the Hoodwink, into the Prophet. It's good versus the Lina. You have no ways of dealing with the lasso, no ways of dealing with the bat. They ban out the co-op, they need to ban out what, like an Invoker and Storm, right?
One
Maybe a
of them.
Puck as well.
That's a lot of pressure for Dawn Gaming's mid lane now.
Yeah, I mean,
Like their
that's,
last pick to have to deal with all of that.
that's what Bat usually brings to the table.
I would be pretty down for a Pudge on the side of Knights as well if they do play it. I just really enjoy the ability to reposition the Lina in fights, and you get a Vanguard, so you can stand up to this all this physical damage that
Yep.
Dawn are currently putting out.
Pudge CM versus a Prophet as well,
Yep.
right? Would be really solid. Would you be worried for late game potential maybe if they go Pudge?
No, I keep hyping this build up, but eventually on Pudge you just buy a refresher, and I think Lina, like even if she has she'll need to go with Lincolns, but even with the Lincolns, you're still able to kind of get through it. And the refresher, if she doesn't have a Lincolns or you have a way to pop it, which you do with a Rubik, you're just able to dismember her twice in a row. She cannot sustain that. Her BKB
Okay.
isn't long lasting enough. She will
And
just
you
die.
have lasso as well, right?
Exactly, yeah. And they don't have any save on Dawn Gaming right now.
Okay, I can see it.
Well, the best thing about how fast their bans were was I was gonna say they have a lot of reserve time to think about it.
There we go. One of the
Spirits.
One of the two, yeah, Storm or Puck. And-
Oh, so bad.
Okay, it's still solid, right? Like,
Yeah.
it can be kited a bit here, though. Like that might be a small issue.
For sure.
But overall, it's like a Pudge, it's like a Slark. It's one of these heroes, like a TA that you're playing into Alina. You're stepping up the tempo. You're contesting Rush early on. You're very active. You get that blink.
I was gonna say it just feels nice to see it different to the spec. Like game one, they had to drag it out. Now for Knights, like, all right, if they want to bring the fight to us, let's hit that tempo. Let's pick up an Ursa and let's all just kind of run towards them as much as they're running towards us.
Strong lane as well, right? Like,
I'm not sure how that lane's meant to play on a pro level, because I've seen it in pubs where like it goes both ways, where like the natures will just 100 like out CS you completely in the lane, but then at some point CM just casts like one Q on you and then Ursa is
And
just
you're
on
dead,
you and
yeah.
you're dead, yeah. So that will probably be a big lane to watch.
Okay, all right, I'll be keeping my eyes towards that one, but I'm also going to be turning my eyes towards our casters. It's B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Eyes on us, eyes on the game, eyes on the prize for both these teams. And, well, for Knights, if they win this one, the prize is a major spot. So
Yeah, they're gonna go
be
all in this one, but so is Dawn Gaming.
Yeah.
You know, it's Division 2. Looking most likely it's gonna happen, but I like their draft.
Probably.
I like their draft. Thing is, it's the execution. This is the issue that I have with this team. But this type of a draft, slightly greedy, I would
Right.
say, on their side, but can play very fast Dota. You have Nature's Prophet Storm, so they can be anywhere on the map. Lina plus Sven, we've seen how strong this lane is when you have someone that gets in, soaks up the damage. It's also a stun setup, and yeah, Hoodwink plus Nature's Prophet. Against Ursa, CM might need to be slightly careful how they approach this one, because if you miss a bushwhack and then Crystal Maiden plus Ursa gets on top of you, you are most likely dead.
So, what are the speeds of these lineups looking like? Is it
3.7 for
Okay.
Radiant.
nailed it? Sure. But like, if you had to put that in miles per hour, what do you got for me?
That's like 5.2. MS.
MS.
Already used the stun. Looks pretty dead here. Give it to
Yeah.
Ego.
He's gonna get low and eventually die to Ego. So run down here. A little bit opposite of what happened in game number 1.
We'll buy a full raid band because he is starting with the circlet and slippers. So some extra armor against the Treant Protector, not Treant Protector, against Treants, and Nature's Prophet. He's also the one buying the Blightstone. So Dockress is not going to be the one. Usually we see also Hoodwinks buying one, but no need to go for it. In terms of speed, the real answer is this Batrider can, like we've seen this hero pop off so many times, especially on Stormstormer. He had a couple of amazing games so far in the DPC, staying on top of the network, breaking the records. But playing into Storm Spirit, like I've seen this matchup, like I've seen Stormers getting killed underneath the tower if Batriders are way too aggressive, like one pull, one remnant underneath the tower.
We saw it with extra help too, though, right? Like with the tiny toss under the tower after you've already used like Firefly and everything.
You might need to rotate. You might need to have TP ready with Hoodwink. Even Nature's Prophet might want a TP. It's a lot of harassment on this Storm, who has sticky napalm charges. He had 8.
See what Alacrity does here. He immediately takes Firefly. No joking around, so he'll grab Firefly, and if X is too careful, he could see himself dropping. Doesn't have the Vortex. It's just Static Remnant Overload for right now. And he's got a stick, but the matchup right now is looking like Alacrity is going to put a lot of harassment onto this Storm.
As expected, Batrider puts a ton of pressure on you early on, but once you start to get levels, once you get to your bottle refills with the water runes, things do get easier. So for now, every single CS you miss like that does open up a kill potentially.
Stormhammer, but Telekinesis, Simon.
Now let's say it didn't even land.
Getting quite low here is Flyby. Off lane Marcy, we've seen some safe lane Marcy.
Not a big fan, I gotta say.
XCJ gonna drop to Son Goku as they had that bushwhack, had the right clicks, and, well, more than enough to get the kill there on the Crystal Maiden, which is not the tankiest of heroes.
To go back to my point about Marcy's safe lane, it's just way too slow compared to some other heroes, because this Battle Fury build, like, you're really good once you get to your 4th, 5th item.
Oh, they're
Rebound.
jumping forward with the rebound and get a kill on the MS. Flyby, I'm thinking about what you could do with this hero for Knights. Maybe sidekick with the Ursa.
It's a lot of damage, a lot of lifesteal.
LSA, but Flyby.
It's only level 2 Flyby. It does have some tangos from Felix.
Got a wand to work with, too. Ooh, Felix just going to fight here. Siamong's going to drop just a 1v1 as they went back and forth. Meanwhile, Son Goku's also dead. Duckrace, he's getting run down. Frostbite, this should be another kill if Ego's willing to jump into the tower. Fortunately for the Hoodwink, he's not.
Yeah, this is what we talked about, like this aggression from Ursa plus Crystal Maiden, giving First Blood to Ego, so he gets his items, and does allow them to play a bit more aggressive if they're not careful. Like, they did kill Crystal Maiden, but as you start to get more levels, once Ursa gets a point in overpower, Furious Vibes can get out of the Sprout as well. Things are starting to get, like, this Ursa is going to take care of the business in this top lane.
Fortunately, losing his courier that had his Ring of Health on it, so that'll be slowed down. Duckrace then killing himself off to the Tier 2 tower. That's to come back full health, full mana. So he'll come back around. And X,
Ooh, 20
burning
HP.
Ooh. I almost want to say that that might lose just the matchup completely, right?
If he dies there, yeah, that's definitely it. He gets level 6, then you need to jungle until you get level 6. He might even pick up both water runes, refill his bottle twice.
Yeah, this Storm is still looking for a bottle. He went boots first.
Whoever hit his bottle, give it back to him.
Yeah, have you seen this before? Boots before bottle like this for Storm?
I think that's okay, but you might need a full magic wand to have those extra charges. Because you want to be able to run away from Batrider, keep the distance.
I guess so, but now all of a sudden Alacrity has a very tight hold on this lane, and that's dangerous. Now let's say, Felix, but a rebound, hitting now on a Siamong. Oh, big Felix to run away. And X has completely gone over and off into the jungle. So Alacrity, his lane is wide open. He's got still the water rune inside this bottle. He's about to hit that level 6 and have the lasso.
And what I said, Storm needs the jungle until he gets level 6, because if he shows we'll get lasso, the Alacrity is looking for him.
We might catch him. Ooh, X.
Does have that high ground vision.
Almost wrong
Double
place, wrong
scan.
time. Top lane, Dacrace. Saved thanks to the Sprout for a second. Bottom lane, LSA comes in. Siamong just trying to fight back, but Felix, he's going to survive while Siamong drops again to this Rubik.
Extra damage and the lifesteal, keeping Rubik alive. Not the best target you want to put it on, but it worked
works.
out.
XCJ again getting low, probably going to fall, but what will it cost Dawn Gaming? Because Ego, he's still moving forward. He's got a kill there on the Sun Goku. This Quelling Blade doing a lot of work here for the Ursa.
I like how at one point Ego's like, who do I want to kill? Who's the core? Because it looked like he could maybe even kill both of them if the Sprout didn't come out. And another power rune. Another one, I mean the first one, but X is not level 6. Oh, just got it.
But Firefly, lasso, Flame Break. Oh, not timed right.
Gotta chase him down.
Yeah,
no mana.
Still got that haste. There's nowhere for him to go. Sun Goku comes over. Do they want to? They have two heroes here over mid and not catching Alacrity. LSA though lands on a flyby. They had the Storm Hammer rebound away. It's just that easy. The Lina is and the Storm are so far behind their counterparts.
I think Alacrity was thinking about using the glyph there because he knew exactly what Storm was doing because he went in, but unfortunately the glyph was on cooldown. Still manages to get a kill, finds the perfect rune with that haste. And this top lane is getting out of control. Ursa sitting at 40 CS, that means almost 4,000 net worth. X jumping in.
Telekinesis, well done by Felix. Panel talked about wanting to see Felix on this Rubik. They got just that. He was one of the first impressive performances this DPC when we saw him early on.
China started earlier, so we've seen like how the meta is going to shape up, at least in the terms of supports. Rubik was the one that definitely stood out. Son Goku, he's in trouble. Siamong.
Oh god, both of these scores might just drop. Alacrity's down here and has the Flame Break to get the kill. Son Goku's going to drop too. Both these heroes dying. And it's all lining up Millhouse right now for Knights. As XCJ, he does die to Son Goku while he's dead, but ends up, well, just not being the Crystal Maiden. They've also lost this Rubik.
Action-packed game.
Ooh. They can't steal this stack, can they? No. Ball Lightning. Alacrity. Well, now also going to have Son Goku trying to chase him. Doesn't have Firefly, but uses that illusion rune to dodge the Storm Hammer. Now, Ball Lightning, it's onto the low ground. He never made it onto the high ground. Flame Break pushing him back. X is in trouble. Frostbite gone. And there are 4 heroes here for Dawn, and not one of them can help out their Storm. Son Goku now hit with the lasso. He's not even level 6. There's no Wrath of Nature in their future. And a dominating spree here for Alacrity.
This is very under-leveled Nature's Prophet, level 5.5 compared to Marcy, who's 6.5, got the tower, will get level 7 on bottom. I'm a big fan of this, like, offlane Marcy as a core. As a support, the hero just doesn't work out too well, considering with, like, the old changes, especially the ones on the rebound. So you need to play it as core. Ooh. But I don't think... Oh, these are some huge stacks. What is that?
Got them both. That's so much gold in the bank. Frostbite, Storm Hammer. They don't care about the Storm Hammer. Eventually, they'll just kill off MS. Alacrity's got another one, and he's got Firefly back available, so Well, is it time to show Alacrity the money, or are they going to hold it there for Battle Fury Ursa? Well, it looks like the answer is Alacrity's going to get some of it, at least for right now.
It's a huge stack. Like, this is gigantic. It's one of the
Oh my gosh.
biggest stacks I've seen. They've been working real hard here.
Just throwing
Felix in
neutrals all
trouble.
over the place. Bushwhack, Ball Lightning, XCJ, he's here. Sharpshooter lands. Not a lot of mana on X, but he'll Ball Lightning forward and deplete himself of more mana.
So now Batrider, almost level 10, 10 minutes into the game.
Oh.
We'll stack it one more time. This is the stack that probably Ursa's going to take. He's very close to Battle Fury that you mentioned, just 800 gold away.
So that's what, 1, 2, carry the 1, 6, 5 stacks ancient.
Carry the one.
There's so many creeps
It's early in the morning. Okay, I get it.
4K lead here for Knights. I mean, this is just not. It's a freight train that's not being stopped. Oh, Alacrity? Is he gonna take it? Looks like he might. Fly by bottom, dispose, and gonna need to find a rebound, but won't be able to do that. As Alacrity now, he's taking the ancient stacks.
They
Show
smoked.
me the money.
They smoked just to be able to farm this stack, so they get no damage done and might be able to get something else out of the smoke because it's still up and running for another 10 seconds. Lasso is available.
Those stacks brought him straight to a Blink Dagger. Ooh, stolen Sharpshooter. Can he turn quick enough? No. But eventually Duck Race, Flame Break, Burning, getting low, and surviving. Ooh, Wrath of Nature, and, well, Ball Lightning looking for Felix, but Felix, he'll get onto the high ground thanks to the Tumbler's
that's
toy
not
into the
the trade.
lasso. And then they've got the rebound. They'll get the kill onto X. They steal the Stormhammer. They'll throw it right back onto MS. Alacrity now has himself a Flame Break. Sharpshooter's not going to stop Alacrity from moving forward, and they'll get themselves two.
Dawn Gaming crumbling at this one. You see Storm X kind of struggling. Like, even if he gets a trade there, if he kills Felix, but the Tumbler's toy keeping him alive. 11-minute Battle Fury Raid Band phase boots on Ursa.
Quick timing on the Battle Fury, but not quick enough to get those ancient stacks, unfortunately. Those all went to Alacrity. But it brought him into a Blink Dagger. He actually didn't even purchase the Blink Dagger. He might just go straight BKB.
It's a standard. He was thinking about getting the Blink Dagger to be able to have some form of initiation other than running in.
Vortex and a Stormhammer. Bullying the Crystal Maiden, and now Ego, not a lot of mana to work with, but does have 2 mangoes if need be.
3 bounty runes as well about to be picked up. Ursa gets that honey.
No. Royal Jelly's out of the game. No honey. So,
You really love that royal
I
jelly.
know, I do. I talk about it all the time. I think about it in my sleep, actually. It probably tastes so good. We have honeycomb at the early breakfasts. It just feels like I'm getting that extra regen in my life in the mornings. So I understand why the item was so beloved. 6K lead here for Knight. Siamong, he's been pretty quiet this game. 0-3-1.
Yeah.
No Maelstrom yet, even. Feels like that timing's a little bit slow.
Big difference. You're also playing into matchup that you don't want to play into most of the time because Ursa is the straight-up counter. He's the one that builds a BKB. Basher locks on top of you and pretty much eats you alive. Let's see. BKB on menu for Flyby. Getting a lot of farm on this bottom lane. There's a big discrepancy between the first and second hero on the net worth list compared to the others. Like, they're already so far ahead.
What was it? What was the timing? It was 10K on Stormer pre 18 minutes? Or 14 minutes. What was the timing that was just broken by him? Feels like Ursa and Batrider this game are on pace. Rebound. And uses that ult, so is going to unleash here and get the kill on MS. Now they have the dispose
Another
into the lasso.
Frostbite is available. Oh, X-Men playing so carelessly, jumping in like he has some kind of a backup. There is no save whatsoever for him. So if he gets frostbitten, if he gets lassoed, that means he's definitely dead. Like even one lift from Rubik and the stolen sharpshooter. If you click on Rubik, this sharpshooter, his like it matches the colors of the hero.
Yeah, it all works out. It's keeping that ability bar clean. Or green. Same thing. Alacrity going into the Octarine core, so not even going to go for the Blink Dagger. They want Ursa. Now he's got a Blink coming out. Farm is getting up there for both these heroes. I'm surprised. 77% seems a little low with the lead and style of lead they have, but I understand it. Lina things. Lina can always make a comeback, especially now as that Maelstrom. Sharpshooter charge, but not good sights on that Sharpshooter for Felix, unfortunately. Vortex pulling in Alacrity. Son Goku's also here, but the Flame Break lands. They've got the Frostbite. They'll have the Earth, so they get the kill on X. Now they'll look over at Son Goku, and they're going to lose both. So again, we talked about this game one. Trades are just not equal when Dawn start them.
Knights this time around, they are the ones making all the moves around the map. Alacrity, they did pop a BKB with Arcane Rune, so next one will be available in 40 seconds. Will sync up with his lasso, and now inside the Roche Pit they go. 4 points in sidekick on Ursa. It's just way too much sustain and damage. We still haven't seen Ursa in real action yet. He wants to get his BKB, did pick up a Blink Dagger, which is also a farming tool, being able to jump between the camps. Oh, another Stormhammer stolen.
And he has it from this range, too. That is a rebound, a frostbite, a dispose. X, he's got the vortex, but the telekinesis locking up the storm for a second. Freezing field, and XCJ, he'll eventually get stunned and killed, but doing some damage on X. They've also got Alacrity going around the back. Flame break, Siumung spotted. They have lasso, but they won't even need it. They'll just take out the Lina with ease.
Yeah, if Crystal Maiden uses Frostbite there and stops her ulti, Storm can't attack. So, would stop him from zipping away as well, and now Ego will start to join these fights with the Blink Dagger pickup that we mentioned. A bit, they don't have as much tower damage on their side, so this game might last longer, but they do have a lot of kill threat. They can go for these kills all the time.
Felix now is a Blink, and this is where he really starts to shine. When he's got the mobility and able to do whatever he wants. This is Ag's Wrath of Nature for Son Goku first item.
I don't mind it. It's like if you wanna, it makes you tanky, and it also gives you the disarm, lowers the cooldown to 60 seconds, which is pretty nice.
We'll see if they can use that to chop into this 10K net worth lead. It is already there for Knights. There's the Axe. Shard for Sven next, but see how much that's worth. His bottom lane flyby unleashes himself on a Siumung and gets an easy kill. Stormhammer this time landing from Felix on the MS. Ball Lightning looking for XCJ. They've got the sharpshooter. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a second, but they end up, well, they're going to lose X, and they're going to lose Son Goku too if he's not too careful. Right clicks in from Ego, and that'll be another one as it's, again, trades not being equal. Knights continuing to get the benefits on this one.
Trading 2 supports for 4 kills. Siumung died bottom, and did he die again? Was this another death for him?
Yeah, just the bottom.
Yeah, just the bottom death?
Just on the
Then we're fine, and it's all good. 12k gold lead, 18 minutes into the game. Batrider will have a full Octarine core in the next 2-3 minutes. Has a haste rune available.
BKB will be there at similar timings for Ego. So Octarine, BKB timing, Marcy, Basher next. So Flyby looking to just have some extra bit of control.
Flyby will also be a huge issue for this Lina. Like, even if she gets to a BKB, Ursa with the Basher, eventually Marcy, these 2 heroes can easily play together, jump, close the gap on Lina. And then with the ulti on Marcy, like, the hero just disappears once she gets to her item timings. That's why I'm a bigger fan of offlane Marcy, because she doesn't tend to farm as much as the core, like core position 1 Marcy, where you like build that Battle Fury, then you need a BKB. But these offlane Marcies, they tend to join fights much more earlier with the rush BKB.
By the way, Felix has now surpassed the mid-storm in farm.
X had a rough one. He jumps in. There's so many stuns on their side. This Frostbite that is maxed out as well. And Felix has been all over the place. He's been there ready most of the time. Stolen LSA or a Stormhammer. Anything you steal from Sun is going to be good. You know that he doesn't have a bad ability other than God Strength, which he doesn't even want to pop pretty much.
They found the Sven. Another easy kill there for Ego. Just bolstering up those stats. And now TPing towards top, so can they find anybody else here? Siamong, he's in their jungle and just trying to farm with X over to the side. Alacrity coming in, and they've got the lasso. It's on X. He's dead again. Siamong, he's starting to leave. They saw him for a moment as he goes invis with this Shadow Blade. So he won't die, but they still lose this Storm again.
7 death on Storm. About to finish his Kaya Sanj. Needs another 400 gold. But this game looking really rough for Dawn Gaming. These are the type of games we've seen them before the break happened in Chinese DPC.
Son Goku, and he'll sprout, but those trees burning very quickly. Trying to TP out, and has done so. Just burning a lot. X TPs towards the tier 2 mid. And Octarine Core is finished here for Alacrity. So, yeah, these items are starting to come out. They'll have the BKB soon here for Ego. And you got to wonder what can Dawn do to hold on. It is not looking good. And MS is going to die here.
This is power
BKB
of Marcy.
TP.
Gets position 5, uses BKB, forces a rotation, TP's back. Rest of the team ready to go. If someone shows up on a mid lane, they look pretty dead. Alacrity, man, what a performance. Like, these bad players, they've been really showing off.
Ball lightning to the back line, but Felix, he's got a Remnant down. He'll get hit by that sharpshooter. He'll die. They've got the root on Alacrity, but now the Flame Break, Frostbite, and the Freezing Field. It's all on the Storm. They'll get the kill on the X. That is not worth it. Duckrace on the run, scurrying away.
I think you could have said that for every single trade that Dawn Gaming did so far in the game. Not worth it. But they're trying to make something happen. They are like using this X as a bait, like they get something done. Can they stun lock him? Where's the damage? No sharpshooter whatsoever. Lina.
That was used earlier.
Siamong this time around, not going for a BKB. Knows that playing into Marcy, playing into Ursa, both of these heroes have bashers, so trying to go for a bit of a different build.
Oh gosh. Both having bashers. How is he ever going to survive?
This is a nightmare for a core to play into. Giving 2 of their cores such a good start. Like, this is the item you want to buy, because, like, 1 Frostbite, 1 Rubik lift, you're dead in a fight. So, his positioning needs to be, like, I don't know how to sugarcoat it, but needs to be somewhere when he's not touched at all, which I don't see it happening. That's the problem. Next Roche might be up in a minute, so Knights will be looking to get that one, get shard from it as well on Ego, and try to close this one out.
Yeah, it's tough. Like you said, hard to sugarcoat it. You can use as much powdered sugar as you want, but it's just not going to make this game feel any sweet for Dawn at all. Knights are just rolling, and there is no stopping them. And they have 15 kills, but you've got none on the Ursa and none on the Batrider.
Did force a BKB from Alacrity.
Son Goku, that is ambitious. What did he end up stealing there? He stole Wrath of Nature, so be careful.
Could surprise you. Like, Felix having a really good time. Blink, Lens, going into Glimmer Cape next. Wants to be able to protect himself. Has a bit more magic resistance against this jump from Storm.
Also, another stolen ability that keeps the abilities for Rubik green.
You're right. So he's only stealing what looks like his abilities. Is there anything else? I mean, anything from Hoodwink is green, so matches the color nicely.
Man, this a high tier analysis right there. Just, just the green spells. Smoked up. And both teams will smoke, but the high ground advantage is there for Knights. Dakar is scurrying forward. He's going to have his smoke broken to go and get the Stormhammer, but they've already popped the Enrage. Ball hitting out of the back lines. They're looking over as the Freezing Field's going to be dropped. They get the kill on X. No, it won't. He'll survive with just a sliver of health. Looked like he was dead.
Zip,
Ball
he's gonna
lightning.
get him.
Oh, he's still going to die. Felix just too good.
In range to be able to steal it, and then jumps on top, gets the Fate Bolt. Roshan, 2 minutes until the respawn.
Rubik doing the most damage that fight. Look at that.
Well, that Wrath of Nature that you mentioned.
Yeah, works out for him. Also gets that ball lightning. Goes after X, gets another kill. Continues to have more net worth. And it's not close anymore. He's got 1,100 gold more on the net worth over the Storm. Siumong spotted and killed off. Felix getting yet another. This ball lightning's working out for him. He just needs a way to supply the mana.
So he changes his item build. He's like, I need more mana, buys a Void Stone, has 2 points in Arcane Rune from Crystal Maiden, going into Yule Scepter next. Wants to have that sustain. It's also a good way of dispelling the Nature's Prophet route, which can be a setup for either Sven, jump from Sven, LSA.
So, 35 to 15, 50 kills in 25 minutes. It's been a bloodbath. Ego. Hey, they're gonna go for ego. This seems ambitious. I've used that word quite a bit, as they will get the kill on MS. So jumping into the hands or claws of a bear is never advised. And Dakrace hit with the dispose. That means no TP out and, well, no hoodwink. Ego is beyond godlike. Him and Alacrity.
We'll see that again. The zip.
Hey, look at that. Look at
And the big smiles.
That's,
They've been styling on them this game.
yeah. That's always a great feeling, though, as a Rubik, right? Just stealing the perfect spells to get these kills.
It's such a cool hero. There was a good comment about the name of his ulti the other day that I read, Spell Steal. He actually doesn't steal a spell. You still have the spell. Like, it's more of a mimic.
Okay, so you're saying that it's misleading.
Yeah. Imagine if he steals LSA from Lina and she like, oh, man, I don't have LSA for for a long time.
You know, you're giving me an Ags idea, and it fits into the guidelines of stupid B-Cop ideas.
It's a big list, but we don't want to add anything more to it. But also, we don't want to buff Rubik more. He's the hero that's picked the most time in the DPC all region so far. So, for a good reason.
Ags steals spell, actually. Enrage, LSA, and Ball Lightning. They want to control this Ursa, but look at Felix. He goes in with the Ball Lightning, gets the telekinesis out of Siumong. They'll look over at MS. They've got the damage to get this Sven. They just need to get it off. And Flyby, he's going to drop on the high ground. So they actually get the kill on the Marcy, end up losing MS. LSA lands on Alacrity, and the Laguna Blade to blow him up. They have an Aegis. It's in the hands of this Ursa, but, well, they're cleaning up the other heroes. They finally take out Son Goku. And this ends up actually being a bad trade for Knights.
Yeah, they are punching back. Buyback from MS, but this Hex is giving them the pick-off, like the instant initiation. So Batrider doesn't get
Felix.
the BKB off.
He's Ball Lightning in. Telekinesis, a Fade Bolt here and there. He is really doing a lot. They're going to go after this Crystal Maiden with a Vortex. XCJ trying to get away from the hands of the Storm. They'll take out MS, and now 2 heroes die on the side of Dawn again.
Man, Ego. Swift Blink, Mindbreaker, of course. So you can initiate on a Storm Spirit, silence him. And most of the time you will have enough attack speed to get the bash going. So solo kill potential, and now going into Abyssal Blade. He's way too far. Level 22, 28 minutes into the game, and also having that shard, so whenever he uses Earth Shock, this shard is way too powerful.
It seems like one of the stronger ones, definitely. Oh, coming in to try and kill Felix. LSA, this Rubik's just baiting his life. Come get me. X and Siumong both go for the Rubik. Both fail at it. We're reaching that point where it's almost 1,000 gold per minute.
Uncomebackable at that
Yes.
point.
It's getting close.
We've seen Nature's Prophet to do this thing where they tend to go for Ancients. They know the map is getting smaller, so they try to get any kind of farm they can. Ursa cutting down the tree immediately.
Swift blink in. Lasso. Easy kill on MS. And GG. Oh, they just call it. Okay, so they do hit the 1,000 per minute mark, and that's where they call
Yeah,
GG.
the game instantly ends. They were forced to call it GG.
That is a new mechanic. Knights take the 2-0 series over Dawn Gaming in what was easy fashion in game number 2. And, well, it looked good for Dawn in game 1 and then kind of back to what they were doing pre-break in game number 2.
Yeah, the second game, they lost all 3 lanes pretty much. This Batrider dominated top lane, giving first blood to Ego.
Yeah.
He has his Ring of Health early on. Even like the trades that they get, they kill Crystal Maiden, he gets something out of it, gets the solo XP. Bottom lane was a disaster as well, using stun on the stun at the same time, missing LSA, then allowing this Marcy to pop off completely. Same goes for Felix. We did praise his Rubik before the break in the Chinese DPC, and even after 2 weeks, he can still do it. You know, he didn't forget how to use his abilities.
That's maybe what he was spending his New Year's break on, was just spamming Rubik. And maybe
Not a bad
I'll
idea.
look at his profile. I'll take a look. I'll see what I can find in helping me maybe be a better Rubik player. But that won't happen. But what will happen is a breakdown of game number 2 in the series itself. So we'll send it back over to the panel. Take it away.
What a game and what a series here from Knights. What? Oh, what a game, what a game, what a game. I was like, what are you whispering in my ear over that? A lot of people probably did doubt the Marcy. All right? Marcy core, Marcy going off lane, a little bit of a question mark, but she did great. The Lina absolutely struggled.
That's the thing. It was their answer, their response to the Lina first pick. You gotta doubt any melee hero into Lina, but it worked out. It went really well. They were very aggressive. I think just going for that kills, it's hard. You can't just sit there and out CS her. That's just not an option. So they went full aggro, killed her like at least twice in lane, I want to say. Yeah.
Yep. The Rubik did die once, one-on-one versus Sven.
Oh my gosh, how dare he?
How dare you,
That's a
Felix?
report.
Ciao, ba. That wasn't great, but look at Storm. Whee! I'm gonna die. Yay! I'm gonna jump onto the high ground without any mana. It happens. Overall, yeah, Knights just dominating from the get-go. Like around 11-minute mark, this game was, in my eyes, over. Like you had 2 cores on the side of Knights with 7k net worth 11-minute mark. It's kind of ridiculous. Ursa had Battle Fury phases and a wand. Your mid laner had travels and like half a BKB. It's rough. Like you if you're in a position in which 2 of your cores are like that 11 minutes in, it's really hard to lose the game. It's hard to drop that ball.
True testament to Knights and how they can execute their giraffes. The Storm Spirit, want to touch on it a little bit because it was just a really tough game all round for him. He was getting some jumps and initiations and getting kills and supports, but he was either losing his life in the process or sort of almost baiting his team into engaging in something that just wasn't favorable for them.
Yeah, so when they're that behind in this situation, the only kill that they can make is one where Storm jumps in and grabs, and then they follow up with a Hoodwink ult. So they were trying to do that, got a couple kills off the back of it, but Storm would die for it so much just due to the amount of stuns that Knights had. And his game was just very difficult. Batrider got a haste rune and killed him mid solo.
I honestly felt that that's where you were going. Like, I thought you were going to say, once you're this far behind, Storm can jump in, kill a support, and then die.
Yeah, I mean,
Basically,
that's
right?
true.
Yeah.
But we gotta build up the story of how he reached that. We're going back in time, baby. We're going back to the lane where he got owned. His rotations were like, took quite a while to execute, and I don't think the return was that good on them. It just felt like he struggled really hard. And like you said earlier, right, jumping in with no mana into a triangle, like he just sort of wasted a lot of time and died a lot.
It's hard. When you're far behind as a Storm Spirit, like Storm wants to. There were patches in which as Storm you could chill, you could farm, eventually you're like the ultimate win condition. I don't believe this is one of those patches. You're strong, but not that strong, and you need to play make. That's what they picked you for. You have, actually, you had 3 heroes by your side that could allow you to play make and could go in with you. The Prophet, the Sven, the Hoodwink, they're definitely up there when it comes to not having a lot of items, but still being able to make plays. However, it just didn't work out for them. To make plays, you also need to have at least a decent laning stage. And they didn't have that. They had to be on total defense, and they didn't play the total defense. So they just bled one kill after another, and it is what it is.
I don't agree with this MVP. Production, we didn't do our vote. Change it. I want Rubik. I want Rubik.
Who do you want listen? Who do you want listen?
I
Just not making demands. Who do you want to see?
I just want to see Ispas happy. Like, I hear him in my ear. He's like, okay, we'll change. Bring the Rubik.
That made me feel bad for being so demanding.
Yeah, there we go, Rubik.
All right, and this is my MVP because I'm assuming it was him that stacked the wazoo out of that triangle.
Oh, yeah.
My God, there were so many stacks. I wanted to climb into the monitor and farm them myself. Holy shit.
You wanted to eat those stacks, right?
Yes,
Like,
sir.
Snack on them.
The
yeah, me
only
too.
thing better than those stacks was Beakup's maths, trying to figure out how many stacks there
Carry
were.
the one.
He carried the one and
Yeah.
he figured it out. He figured it out.
Only 51% kill participation, but
Okay,
doesn't
he
matter.
doesn't know. He doesn't deserve MVP. It should actually go to Flyby Production.
Production was
Yeah,
definitely
it should actually go to
right.
Flyby.
No!
Yeah.
Super bad MVP, but at the same time, the amount, like he stole that ball lightning a couple of times,
Yeah,
caught
that
Storm
looked really
Spirit,
cool.
yeah, here and there. So he had some cute little sick plays. I feel like if we're not giving Lena's MVP, nah, it's not the same caliber. Lena shouldn't get
Yeah, I
MVP
was
ever.
gonna
But
True, so true.
say
yeah,
keep going.
you were gonna say
that
something.
Rubik's not in the same way that Lena feels like a free game. Like you still have to
Play well.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a little bit more to it.
He may not have had 100% kill participation, but he had 100% stack participation, and for that, he's the MVP. Let's go,
He's
baby.
my MVP.
Has anyone gotten a 100% kill participation in DPC?
I
Like
bel-
this tour?
I think there
Probably.
was one person.
Probably on the losing team if you have 1 kill.
Oh,
Okay,
no, that's
yeah,
cheating.
you know,
no,
yeah,
I
didn't think about that. Let me stipulate. Has there been anyone with 100% kill participation on a winning team this winter tour?
I feel like
am
I saw
sure,
that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I didn't see. I can't say that I saw it. I didn't.
I've
see
seen
it.
a lot of games. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why I feel like
You-
I've seen it. I feel like I was like, wow, that was crazy.
Was it maybe last night at like 4 a.m.? Is this
Nope.
a trick question?
No,
because
it
we
did not.
weren't there.
No, not off the top of my brain. Can I think of that? Dawn Gaming get another series loss, unfortunately for them. I'm going to ask the same question I asked in the pre-show. Do you think they're going to get a game win?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. This doesn't influence your decision at
Do
all.
they have anyone like who's second last on this region? Do we know?
It is.
Aster Aries, right?
That's there,
Yeah,
just
which is
down
so
there.
mind-blowing considering Aster Aries
Yeah.
have looked really great.
Did they play against them? I'm not sure.
They haven't.
They
I
haven't.
still think Aster Aries are
They
better
haven't.
than
Yeah, I
Dawn.
still
That's a standing.
They'll
still
clap
think
them.
Aries claps them. You're right. Like they're a there's always like there's this thing in the Chinese region that I've been seeing for like a team that repeats itself. There are teams that are too strong for Division 2 but too weak for Division 1. And Aster Aries is probably
That-
one of those.
Awkward middle
Yeah,
ground.
you're just in limbo. You go to Division 2, you just destroy them.
By the way, did some quick maths while I was looking at that leaderboard right there. I was
Ma'am.
carrying the 1, carrying the 4, and the 18, and the Knights are qualified to the major.
Oh, for real?
For real, for real.
Let's go!
Let's go Knights, yeah,
Goddamn.
with 5 wins and 1 series loss. That's it.
So there's
Book
2
that
teams
ticket.
with 5-0
Nice.
right now, right?
With
Fi-
5
5-0 and
wins.
5-1.
Yeah, 5-0 and 5-1 is Aster and Knights. 2 of our teams going to the Lima Major. That's going to be exciting for them. You get a nice little secured major ticket off the back of a Chinese New Year celebration. What more could you ask for?
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's
That's
it.
the
Yeah.
correct
A TI
answer.
qualification. Let's go.
Okay, yeah.
bit
you know what,
early
maybe that
for
was
that,
It's never too early.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that's super hype for them. I'm really excited. I think if they can bring like the game 2 level of play, I'm sure that game 1 was a little rusty warm up, post Chinese New Year. Now they're ready. Now they're strong.
The other thing that's ready is a winner's interview. It's going to be Flyby joining us. We get to ask him some questions. Flyby, congratulations on the win, and congratulations to going to the Lima Major. How are you feeling about that?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后再恭喜你们现在已经锁定了立马 Major 的这个名额啊，你的现在的感觉怎么样？
现在感觉没啥感觉，很平淡。 就还好吧，没啥感觉。
I didn't feel too much emotion. I'm pretty calm right now. It's kind of expected.
Yeah, gotta wait for it to set in. Flyby, I have a very serious question for you. So we have Fly, we have Fly. Why are you Flyby? What's the story behind the nickname? I'm very interested.
想问一下，就是我们职业选手有 Fly，然后有飞飞，然后但你的话是 Fly by，就是想问一下，你觉得你这个 ID 是跟他们比怎么样？
这是首歌呀，我以前小时候听的歌，感觉挺好听的，这是歌名，
So
就是这么回事。
So the origin of my ID is a song I used to listen all the time when I was young. I really loved the song. That's why I take this ID.
Okay, that's a good reason to take a nickname. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, congrats on the win. You guys going to the major. Is there an area of your gameplay that you think needs to be improved before you go to international play and take on the major? Or do you guys feel like you're just straight up ready now?
想问一下，就是现在已经就是能够去 Major 了嘛？那你觉得在去 Major 之前，队伍里有哪些你觉得还需要去提升的地方，能够让你们更加充分的去面对到后面的国际的竞争？
这个地方不知道啊，可能版本都会要变了，大家都要重新开始学习新的东西吧。我感觉现在大家都比较放松吧，也没有那个训练很积极很认真吧，现在比较放松状态，看之后版本更新怎么操作吧。
I actually have no idea because right now the atmosphere in the team is pretty casual. We didn't scream too hard either. And the reason is because I feel like there might be a patch changes. So we'll see if there's a new patch, we're going to adapt to the new patch.
You have eHome left as your final opponent. I want to know, in your point of view, what's your strength or what do you feel that you guys do on nights better than eHome?
我想问一下，后面还要打最后一场eHome，然后我想问一下，作为你们来说的话，你觉得那次这个队伍跟eHome比起来，你们获胜的优势是什么？
获胜优势，优势有什么优势吗？感觉打起来就看状态，比谁打得好，也没啥优势吧。看那个临场发挥吧。
I don't think we have any advantage over eHome. I think it depends on the condition of the day. So who plays better, who will get on top.
All right. My last question. Who would you say has been the MVP of your team this season to get you guys to the major? It can be yourself, of course, and then hype them up for me. Give them some compliments.
我想问一下，莱拜觉得谁是队里的 MVP，帮助大家拿到了这个赛季的成绩以及 Major 的门票，也可以选自己，然后想让你就是好好狠狠的夸他两句。
给勇哥吧，勇哥发大力。
勇哥，
我们的中单给中单。
I salute to our mid carry brother Yong, which is our character. I think he carried us a lot.
All right, my man.
Yeah, Alexity, definitely the one that we expected for you to say, perhaps. Yeah, one last question. Marcy on the offlane. How would you rate it from 1 to 10, going through all the offlane heroes that you're playing right now?
想问一下，就是马西这个点，作为3号位，1分到10分，你自己打分的话，你觉得这个英雄几分？然后现在的定位是什么样的？
我觉得他打那个远程盒还可以，打那什么先知小黑火女就能拿出来用一下。平常不建议选，不是很厉害。然后这英雄被削太多了，不是很厉害吧？
几分？
几分？感觉就6、7分吧，这英雄。
I would give her a 6 or 7. I think she is good against all the range carries like Lina, Prophet, Draw Ranger, and she has been nerfed for so many times. I don't really recommend Marcy on other matchups. I think she's only decent against range heroes.
Okay, well, Flyby, thank you so much for answering our questions and for joining us. And congratulations again on this win and for also getting to the major.
感谢你们接受我们采访，然后恭喜你们获得胜利。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Marcy into ranged carries. Apparently, that is the only good matchup that you should be picking her.
Yeah,
as
that's
late.
what he
sense.
wants you to think. That's what he wants to share.
It's the bait. It's the bait.
It's
It's
the bait,
the
don't-
misinformation.
Like
It's not actually
you-
true.
They're always like all these players are very sly. They're not gonna give
Yeah.
you the right answers.
You reckon?
I reckon.
They,
They're mischievous enough to do that.
Mhm.
I mean, at least when
6
you watch
out of
like
10.
I mean, He's
Six,
potentially
7 out of 10 is
7.
pretty good. Yeah.
potentially 7.
Hmm.
I think that's fair for a hero that he thinks, or so allegedly
Yeah, it's-
thinks,
it's-
can't
it's-
play against other matchups.
It's fair. It's fair. Like I actually feel the same way. Like
Yeah.
it's not great, not terrible. It's just one of those heroes in the right circumstances. You're gonna pick it.
Mhm.
I do think the most surprising thing for me in that interview was that they're taking it casual, like saying, "Oh yeah, we're just chilling, barely any scrims, whatever." I'm like, Jesus, okay.
I mean, if you did the maths early, I guess there is this point of view where you know you're coming up against Dawn Gaming, you're pretty confident in yourselves and in that matchup. You only need one more win to secure going to the major.
I think he meant overall, though.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah,
Not
that's
just
what it
like in this
sounded
later
like.
half?
Yeah, no, it sounded like
Okay.
that for the whole.
The
It's a
whole
good attitude
DPC.
to have, I guess.
Maybe
Like,
that's
it?
why. Maybe that's why they're winning so
Yeah.
much. But this is our schedule for today. It's 2 BO3s. Knights versus Dawn went 2-0, and then LGD up against Extreme is going to be our next series. You guys won't be joining me on panel for it, so would you like to impart some thoughts?
When I was walking over,
Okay.
there was a bus passing me by, and the
Where's-
license
I'll
plates
pretend to
were
be it.
license plates were 35 LGD.
What?
Wait, actually?
No way.
Yeah, 35th minute mark. Something's gonna happen in this game,
Or a 35 kill score.
or a 35 kill score. I'm not sure, but it was a message, and I believe in my license plates. It's gonna
You know, if
happen.
you add 5 and 3,
You get
it's 8, and that's a lucky number in China.
There you go. So it's gonna be
Really, really stretched for that one, but
Uh-huh.
that is going to be our second series. Lizard Chief, thank you so much for joining me. For now,
No
though, we're going to be
worries.
jumping to a bit of a longer break. I believe it's to be about 50 odd minutes, and when I come back, it'll be new teams, new game, and new panelists. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got yourselves some snacks, got yourselves some drinks, because this final series of the day, LGD versus Extreme, is going to be such a hype series. And joining me for it, it's going to be T-Gov and Kezu. Bit of a shake-up. Still only 2 people joining me. How you guys feeling, though? You guys were here late night shift with me for Western Europe. You got a little bit of a sleep in, and now you get blessed with a hype China series.
I don't need no sleep to watch PSG. I could do this on 1 hour, on 21 hours.
0 hours.
0 hours.
All right, that's the next challenge.
Oh, God.
No, it is going to be LGD Extreme. We didn't know coming into this tour how LGD were going to look. They had a really big roster shuffle for themselves, but they hit hard in the first half. They've had this break now. Are you expecting the exact same standard or better coming into the second half of the DPC?
I would say maybe slightly better. I think LGD as a team, they have a very good support staff. I believe in Jawed. I am a big fanboy, I'm sorry.
It's true. I think
But,
most people are,
Yeah, like they're amazing. He's very like intelligent. You can tell by, even though they've changed a lot of their players, but a lot of their drafts and structure has pretty much maintained the same. And I think that just goes to show like how smart they are and how they understand how to also build around their players. So I expect great things from LGD no matter what time.
Yeah, I think at least in the DPC run so far, they've had games where they look incredible, that they could top the division, but they've still not found that consistency of previous PSG rosters. Like, sure, they've 2-0'd Asta Aries and Dawn Gaming, but they're the bottom 2. And then they lost to Knights, and then they kind of struggled to beat IG, and what was the other team? It was eHome, where they won 2-1. And like these are the teams, all of them aren't going to the major, most likely, but they're still kind of struggling to beat them a bit. So I think today, for the PSG at least, their break needs to be the level up, where they start 2-0 in teams, start actually proving that if they are to get to the major, it's not going to be a struggle for them. It's going to be, we are contenders.
This is sort of their proving ground, is this later half, because these are the tougher teams for them. The other team that we had to look at then is very quickly Extreme Gaming. We can see their lineup and have a chat about them, Kezu, where you find their strengths have been so far in the DPC.
So I think Extreme Gaming, they're pretty good. I mean, you can see from their players, they have a lot of superstars in their team. I do think that a lot of their strength is like within some team fighting around the mid game, with them hitting some item timings. But with that said, there's also been at least 1 or 2 games where I think their items were very shaky, and the way that they play together as a team was their main issue.
It's also, I think, they put a lot of pressure on JT. I remember a couple games where they draft like a Magnus or an Enigma, and that's the only form of initiation.
Oh, yeah.
And the poor guy's like, brother, come on.
Help me out.
How does he hit these spells, you know? But like, still, their score is still respectable. They're in a really good spot to get to the major. I think, again, it's like PSG win this, they go. If Extreme win this, then they still need...
tying it up.
Exactly, yeah. But Extreme, all in their hands to get to the major still. And they are going to go for the Magnus. But please, pick some cheap stones, pick some stuff, some layers to this drafting cake to help.
Not just the Magnus that needs to always be blindly jumping in, trying to get this like 5-man RP off no vision.
I mean, yeah, it's the way to get a couple of Reddit threads, but luckily JT is able to do pretty well.
That's about it. That's the only thing it's good for, though. And LGD, Alina. This is now the third time we're seeing Alina go through. I mean, okay, I'm going to say it. I am a little bit shocked, right? Because we saw it be really contested at the start, and no one really wanted to come up against it. We found some answers, but it still feels quite hit and miss at times of when teams are really shutting down Alina. And now China has gone from always banning it out to being like, just have it.
Okay. All right. So first of all, Extreme, they go for the Magnus, which I like. I like the BKB piercing, I like the movement. We've just mentioned this a lot of times. It's not. It can be aggressive in lane if you have the right 4. It's like some Willow plus like Rubik or Dark Willow, a lot of spam. You can actually be quite an aggressive offlaner. But throughout the game, it's always pressure. The Phoenix pick is my kind of question mark here, because 2 things. 1, Lina naturally is the old school counter to Phoenix, because you have high range, you kill egg. But this could be a scenario where you're picking Phoenix to force the Lina to have to think about the egg. She hits it 2 or 3 times, because you know it's always going to happen. Mag then hits the RP. So it could just be like a mind game thing for, like, I think we've seen it in previous games where you pick Undying, you put Tombstone, Lina hits the Tombstone, but she's now like stunning herself for 2-3 seconds.
No, she's distracted. She can't hit heroes. She can't take them out of the fight.
I'm really reaching here, but maybe that's like a way of picking it, because I don't think you'd ever pick Phoenix into Lina and go, wow.
Yeah, you shouldn't be like...
We're going to count it.
Yeah, I think like it's not something you should be super happy about. I think if you are Extreme, something that you want to do in this draft, I think, is to have like even more things. Like you can't just have your Phoenix like dive in and egg and expect it to go off every time. I want it to like be more, so that the Lina has to like worry about the RP, worry about the egg, maybe worry about some second phase Tiny jumping around.
Yep,
And for LGD, they just pick Undying. I thought their answers could have been either A, Undying, you very much double down on the lane, drop the Tombstone, or we saw some Silencer answer yesterday. I think it can always break down these Mag Phoenix lineups too, but yeah, I think LGD's first phase is very solid.
Why?
These bans are rapid, by the way.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they
they're
are.
just firing them out. Before we get into the next phase, though, why the Undying even with Tree still in the pool? Because we know the Lina Tree works really, really well. Is there just something about the Phoenix that really dissuades you?
It's about the lane, like Kazu was mentioning, because Mag Strength Hero, Phoenix Strength Hero, if this is your laning combo, Mag, where you can sometimes be aggressive with your shockwave spam, you throw an Undying in there, boom, fully mitigated, and now Lina gets to enjoy her free farm.
I think also like having a body against these two heroes is more nice than this Treant who's gonna hide around. And also Phoenix is generally just pretty good against Treant, so I think the adaptation of taking the zombie man over the tree is good.
The zombie man over the tree?
Yeah.
The walking tree.
You know what's so refreshing is moving from like Europe and doing some NA and then jumping back to China. It's such a reality check with like what they like to pick. Like Shaman, you don't see that in Europe or NA, anywhere in the world, but boom, in China you do. Instant Hex, again, I think these heroes that can, like the Lions, the Shamans, this stuff, it's high volatile picks because if it goes poorly, the game's atrocious. But if you actually get to play on your own tempo, you blink Hexalina, there's literally nothing she can do here unless there's some like Legion or something behind to really quickly purge it off. Still not too excited about Extreme's lineup. It's a lot of things that have to go right, and team fights need to be perfect. I think PSG, the draft will play itself. You throw a Tombstone, play around it. Have
Yeah,
the vision.
it's like a lot of weight on the last two picks for Extreme Gaming,
Yeah.
whereas you already see this direction for LGD's draft.
So I was gonna say, I just want to see like a Beastmaster or something for PSG, something just to continue playing around, and all the quirkiness of Extreme Gaming. It's hard to execute because they just won't ever have vision advantage, and getting the spells off, like you have to get through a layer of just stuff first.
I can see the Beast. I think Beast is very annoying for Extreme's lineup. They don't deal too well with summons. Attack speed is nice. You get the Hawk Vision as well to like see the support, see the Magnus. I wonder if they want to like just go for their mid plus support, or if they're just taking one of the just solid offlaners. Oh,
I guess trying to have, I was going to say, I guess trying to have a Flex in the Tusk, but a Weaver?
Okay, Weaver 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna say bring
Tusk
back the
mid.
Weaver 4 with some Ags.
Yeah.
All this like lockdown, some RP, some Hex. It's just okay. First, we haven't seen a lot of support Weaver, right? But
Well,
imagine.
no,
we
I
have
was
to
going
see
to say,
none, I think, right?
firstly, I think you just need to say we haven't seen a lot of Weaver in
True.
general
We
for
saw one
DPC.
yesterday, it was
We saw
not
one
good.
yesterday,
But it was carry.
and it was carry, yeah.
I'm just trying to
So
combine.
completely different sort of idea for a pose for Weaver.
Potentially. I'm just combining my like PTSD of heroes, right? So back in the day, Weaver Ags, you have like
Yeah.
flashbacks of like, we didn't kill him, he got the time lapse off, And nowadays it's Lina attack speed. Now combine the two, that could be something. I don't know if I like it or not, but if it is
Maybe
support,
the combo is you
Yeah.
put so much shit on them that they have to attack anything that's not a
true.
hero.
Yeah.
You have to attack the Tombstone, the Swarm. I mean,
The
I can see,
zombies.
yeah, like that Phoenix, the supports aren't that good against Weaver. But, I mean, for me, it's a pick that I feel like I can't analyze too much because I don't really understand why they went for it in this
Yeah.
specific case.
I mean, we'll see once they pick up the players, pick up the heroes, then I think it'll make more sense.
Yeah.
There could also just be the argument that it's a Weaver carry. You put
And
the
Lina
Lina
mid.
mid, and then they're going to play out a draft from there.
Could be true.
But maybe that's the beauty of it, because you could have Weaver 4 Tusk mid Lina carry, or Lina mid Weaver carry Tusk 4.
Yeah, you pick up those heroes, shuffle.
All the
shuffle, shuffle.
possibilities.
Talking about mind games, You're just like, oh, where's it going? You'll
And-
never know.
Yeah, on the flip side, Extreme's like, all right, well, I don't care what you're doing here. We're just
We're
going
going
to
to
pick
stick in our
heroes.
lane.
But they are. We mentioned JT. He has to be the initiator. It's kind of situation here as well. Like Morphling
Yeah.
with items can
Yeah.
body and like open up the engagement, but there isn't that like Tiny or Spirit Hero right now that just gives a little bit of help to give the RP, and that makes it even harder. So if Mag can't initiate, Phoenix can't egg. If Phoenix can't egg, Shaman can't instant
Yeah.
hex. So the layers of Extreme's draft right now aren't really syncing up. They need that hero to tie it together right now, and that's where the chaos of PSG is going to look pretty nice.
I thought that Lina was the quote-unquote counter to Morphling. That's how I first saw the hero like pop up into the meta in pubs and also in some comp games where people were like, oh yeah, Lina is really good against Morph. You have Burst, you buy a Maelstrom, so you mainly rely on magical damage against this high armor, low HP hero. So I'm a bit surprised that they did pick Morph, at least from the understanding of what I have in terms of heroes. But it is very good against all the other heroes that they see.
LGD taking their time here, thinking about what they want for their last pick. They always have to reveal their lanes a lot earlier than Extreme, and it's a Dragon Knight.
Dragon Man.
Ambiguity is PSG's name with this draft. I think at least 4 of their heroes could actually go in 3 different lanes. The only hero that knows where he's going is the Undying, so that's cool. But again, for Extreme, PSG, they ban out the Ember, they ban out the Bat. Trying to think about what other mid laners
Does
that they picked up.
Paparazzi play Timbersaw?
I'm not in DPC. I'm pretty sure he's maybe played it a couple times, but it's not one of his top 10, 15. And they just go for the Ethereum, sure.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was wondering if the Dragon Knight was also a dissuading pick for any other sort of pokey heroes for them, but Paparazzi is going to be on the Nature's Prophet there. We have our final lineups. Do you like the Layers of Extreme Gaming's lineup now, T, or are you still very worried about who's going to be initiating in these team fights?
Their initiation comes through creeps hitting towers to give vision where they have to defend. It's not a stereotypical way of initiating, so I think their type of draft is the one that the game goes 30, 40 minutes, it gets chaotic, they're splitting the map, then they're hitting.
That's what they thrive off of.
Yeah, like they thrive on the big stuff, but PSG, it's just nice. It's like strong lanes, aggressive, leaner. Should go well.
Strong lanes, aggressive, leaner.
Yeah.
Leaner's the point in itself.
Okay, I kind of believe in Extreme's lineup. I don't know what it is, but I think there's something about this early tempo against the Lina. Hopefully they can help JT to make it a bit easier, but I believe in the Morph plus tempo for them to take this game.
All right, I like that you guys are split here already on game number 1 between Extreme and LGD. Let's see where our casters are sitting with these two lineups. It's going to be Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're ready for it. A big game coming up. LGD facing off Extreme, Fogged. Both of these teams trying to play in contention to get into that last major spot. And I think a little bit more pressure on Extreme here, considering they have that one extra loss under their belt. And eHome could maybe come up from behind and take them. But what do you think about the drafts? You saw the Lina come out again, obviously.
Yeah, Kezu doesn't believe in it. What the heck?
I don't know.
I love
crazy.
this pick. I mean, I love the pick. I like their draft. I think they actually tried to get in the heads of Extreme a little bit with this Weaver pick, just being like, yeah, we're going to kind of make this core, but we're picking it into Shaman, so it's not really the best game for it. So they swap it up, they make it a support, and their draft looks clean. I think it counters the Morphling. The Egg is probably never going to go off. They have these frontliners that are really annoying, be it the DK, the Tusk, and the Undying, to soak pressure. That being said, though, Extreme, also a very strong, fast-paced draft. I'm worried about the Magnus because he's their form of initiation to start these fights, and the buffer between them just feels a little strange. Like, usually for Magnus, they were saying, and we always say, you want somebody that goes in first, someone that kind of starts this Havoc so that he can set up a position for it. Who's going to go in first?
Yeah, I'm not really seeing one. You can Nature's Prophet TP in. You can, maybe get a dive out there or something. That's not really the initiation you want.
Oh my god! I was like, he just said GG.
They're done. They've had enough. Okay,
1-0.
Unpause. Let's go.
JT immediately. Okay, 1-0.
These clowns. That's great. I love that.
Funny guys. Yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see how it's gonna do. And I'm curious to see if this Morphling is going to be able to get to state of scaling, especially, just because he is playing versus this Lina. Also, other things to point out is there's a DK. So besides just instant lockdown versus Morphling, Breathe Fire versus these high agi, high stat cores. You Breathe Fire them, the damage reduction is absurd. So I think that's going to definitely cause some issues for the Morph, even in later stages if they get some kind of scaling going. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
A really good last pick, that DK. It feels like it rounds out the draft incredibly nicely. And then, of course, nothing to say playing on this Tusk that's been a menace across multiple different regions. JT facing off against Why You Smile. Needs to be careful about that skewer back onto high ground. Seen that a couple of times there, and takes the stun level 1. LGD, they pick up 3. So the movement down bottom, and I mean, we were in the green room getting ready for the cast, and we saw the first couple of picks, and you immediately said, oh my god, they gave him Lina.
Yeah, I don't know. That's come on. Are people learning? Listen to Quinn. They gave him the Fire Lady.
Right?
It's not a tree Fire Lady, but it's an Undying Fire Lady, and this is a very strong lane. So let's see how they end up dealing with it bottom. They have ways, of course, to skewer under tower and whatnot with the Magnus, but yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Shiro's just going to free farm. They're just going to stack the decays onto JT, and this Lina is going to be able to do Lina things.
And it's, you know, when we first started this entire tour of DPC, it was Shiro playing on this hero that just made everything work and look good and started LGD off in a hot way. As you can see all the lanes working out right now up on the top side. It's Jiangyu playing on that DK, trying to get something against the DY Ghost lane with the more Phoenix.
Looks like their lanes should be pretty damn strong. Paparazzi already taking quite a beating. Mid lane, I think Paparazzi should be able to come out a little bit ahead, just because, you know, he's Nature's Prophet, the ranged versus Tusk. But I think the Tusk will still be able to farm pretty decent. I think Nothing to Say won't be too pressured by it. But I think the key for Extreme is making sure Paparazzi does have a good time so that he can make early rotations and try to pressure this Lina.
Yeah, and I wonder if that might even mean bringing in a couple of heroes to shut down that bottle from the Tusk. You have this Weaver playing position 4. I wouldn't hate if LGD rotated Planet in to try and contest a little bit. You know, make sure that Nothing to Say can get those runes and maybe have a bit of a better time.
Yeah, I mean, they have kill threat. That's the one scary thing. NP, overall, the 1v1 matchup should win the lane. But if Paparazzi's not cautious, they bring an extra hero in, snowball shards, he's trapped, and he actually can just go down. Well,
Planet?
Paparazzi shouldn't really have kill threat onto Nothing to Say at all. Planet, he'll be right.
Drops very low. Did stick around the full duration to make sure that he was able to get that D ward. So placing that sentry back in there in that little sneaky spot in the trees so they can't right-click him while he's going in for those Sakuchis.
Yeah, I like it. Very nicely done. DY trying to get this pull off. Don't think they're going to let him, though. That one creep, maybe? 1 or 2? Planet's going to be there to catch it. Huge wave coming into the DK. He is slowed down a little, 5 and 2, but yeah, has all these creeps coming in, so he'll catch up.
That is really nice for him.
Yeah.
Maybe can get a couple of denies in there from Ghost on the Morph lane, but also can play around the stun if they need to. And it's just the XP, right? Like,
It's
obviously
so much.
want the last hits, but this is big for him.
Yeah, he'll be fine. I mean, they can't really push a DK out of this lane. Planet, if he's not careful, could die just to some random sentry or something like that, but I think as the levels come out for the Weaver, this lane does get better and better as Planet trading with DY. He might die here.
Yeah, the nerf onto Sakuchi a couple patches ago really coming into play there and gets brought down to nothing. Has to bring out a salve for himself. I mean, that was one of the main reasons we saw less of this is Paparazzi down low mid. We'll just TP back home.
He can't actually even pressure the Tusk. I thought he would maybe be ahead a little bit. It's not happening. Tusk just too strong of this mid laner. So he's actually going to be ahead in this matchup. And that means, yeah, rotations are going to be even easier for them to go and try to gank Paparazzi.
That's really scary.
If they'd like to. Only with the Weaver, probably, because Undying doesn't want to leave the side of the Lina's. Yeah, you know, Lina's everything. You always just want to baby her. And Shiro, so we see a lot of, not like a ton of variety at the overall of the game, but Shiro in this part, he started with Windlace, immediately gets the boots, so he doesn't have to worry about getting like caught and skewered under. And speaking of skewer,
some trouble. Why you smile? Gonna actually go out to the north. Did not want to get caught by PYW, and that might keep him alive for a second longer.
Oh, is he gonna
get
suicide?
Gonna try and go for it. Moves on in, but the shockwave is there. So JT gonna draw first blood at the 4-minute mark.
Nicely done. And I think that's why we're seeing those boots and Windlace on Shiro early. I think most Linas we see, it's the Blades of Attack, straight Falcon Blade, and then you maybe just like even delay your boots for a bit. No, he gets it early on so he can have that movement speed to keep distance. Rune?
Oh, Paparazzi.
Ooh.
He actually canceled the right click to deny.
Yeah. Oopsie there. NTS will be a very happy boy.
Yeah, level 5 already on this Tusk, and needs to send a Treant up top to deny out that other water. Oh, it already did. It's just a little bug there on the map showing, but it's fine.
I love that graphical bug. You're just like, Rune top! Wait, it's not there.
What happened? God, 6 denies, though, on the Tusk. Still a good amount of last hits for the NP.
Yeah. But the levels are the scary thing, right? It's almost, like, he's like 5.5, so soon to be 6 on the Tusk. And yeah, these rotations, eventually, it's going to come out. I think Power Rune, depending on what Nothing to Say gets, very high kill threat onto this Nature's Prophet.
Tombstone dropped down right on top of the tower in the bottom lane, and Lina just hitting away. Throws out some extra spam onto PYW with another creep wave coming in. Looks like they're going to try and do some chip damage, if possible, onto this tower.
Yeah, decent couple hits there. 7 stacks of the Fiery Soul. We'll back it up, and now Falcon Blade is going to be coming out after Boots Windlace, so has that move speed. We'll have that damage. But a quick early Arcane Boots for JT and PYW. Always needed. Shaman, mana cost of all the spells are insane, and getting these early Arcanes will help them out in the lane decently. Oh, you can get the D ward. Nicely done.
Yeah, everything going out that way.
Skewer.
Go back again. They find him. Still hard to kill this Undying. Why You Smile, very tanky, has stick charges as well as that Soul Rip, so very difficult to bring down that hero.
And are they going to have time now to check the rune? Iracy Planet, he's set up in the mid lane. If they get like a DD or a haste, could likely just dive onto Paparazzi, who's just hit 6. So yeah, double sending the supports.
Going down
UIW.
bottom. Right on top of him. Walrus Punch there. It's going to spawn top. It's a haste. And now they bring in the Phoenix,
Ooh,
trying
nice.
to do what damage they can. Paparazzi turned upon. Does still have those shards. Connects. DY is the one that goes down. Paparazzi trying to
Nice
push him
route.
and actually forces him to walk into tower range. That's enough to get the kill. Paparazzi. Not often that Sprout's a highlight, but that's one of them.
That was beautiful. Haste rune will spawn top. They get a bit lucky on the side of Extreme that it doesn't spawn bottom because he punched, controlled the Nature's Prophet to try to be able to secure it, but a little bit of a trade there. Heavy rotations coming out from Extreme.
I mean, Paparazzi does need to send his trance up there to deal with that rune.
They're leaving it. Like Planet went and kind of faked it. He checked, maybe baiting them to think that he took it, and he's just leaving the room. So nothing to say. I might just like run up there and get it.
Oh man, that one is frustrating. I got to imagine for Paparazzi.
He's just keeping the scout of it there. Nothing to say. They're just like pretending that he picked it up.
Oh man,
I like it. He's gonna shove the wave in on nothing to say, and yeah, now he's gonna be able to have a haste rune to make rotations.
God, all that work to bring so many heroes there to try and deny that rune, and then they just don't go check it.
Uh-oh, DY.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to, they can chase it. Instead, they're going to find Paparazzi. So after the kill on Nothing to Say, they aren't going to go all the way in on him, it looks like. Just trying to mess with him a bit.
He was trying to port bottom. I think they were trying to get aggressive onto the Lina with the TP from the NP, but Nothing to Say quickly just punches him up and resets. Reading the map nicely on the side of PSG LGD. Top 3, pretty much top 3 cores farming up right now. Looking good for them at this early start.
Wow. The big one that I'm a little bit surprised has had such a good game has been this DK. 13 denies on the Morph lane up top, but you can see that gets to level 6 about the same time as that Morph, has the 2 points in the Dragon's Blood, feeling perfectly fine, and now pops ulti and just starts punching.
Yeah, there's nothing these two heroes can do versus DK. Phoenix, one of the weaker laners. It's gotten better over time, but definitely still one of those weaker laners that, yeah, there's no way you can pressure DK once he gets this. And then he just breathe fires Morphling, who'd be down to like 50 damage, so. DY?
Trouble now as the haste comes out and Nothing to Say there with the punch. PYW turns, tries to get the leash onto Planet, but Planet is just fine.
And now Tower is going to take some hits. Paparazzi makes the way bottom, maybe trying to pressure Shiro. They get the RP.
That's not bad at all. Do they have enough to bring him down? Shiro in trouble. Shiro pops the stick, tries to walk away, but will go down. So they're going to take a lot of damage onto that mid tower, but that is perfectly acceptable for Extreme as they get the kill on the Lina.
Need someone to TP mid soon, though. I don't think they want to get this tower hit too much more, and yeah, they will. So Phoenix goes toward the mid lane, but they're going to reflect and push down the bottom lane. Good moves, good response.
Well played.
But at the same time, we see how much damage top was done. So Extreme, they're making their own moves, but LGD, I don't think they're too fussed about it. Sure, they lose their Lina, which of course feels bad, but the DK is still able to beat on top tower and get 1,500 damage as well.
Yeah, trying to keep this pressure on while simultaneously down bottom. We'll try and go for the deny here, most likely on Shiro. Gets it easily. And the other build that I want to kind of talk about and get your feeling on is this Weaver playing position 4, already 2 Wraith Bands. How much do you think he's going to be able to get done in this game?
I actually thought that he was going to go for the Vessel. I think maybe he still will, since they're playing versus the Morphling and versus the Phoenix. I'm fine with statting up a little bit. I still would really like to see him go for like the Earn Vessel build, though, but we'll see if he does go for that. But he's going to be like he's the backup to make sure that the Phoenix egg will never happen, right?
Okay.
So there's the Lina that's going to be killing the egg, and there's also this Geminate attack that usually you're able to just solo it. So I think that's why he's building the Wraith Bands and a little bit of attack speed on this Weaver.
Single-minded in that approach, at least for now.
Yeah. Top.
Stun comes out, trying to bait a reaction from Ghost.
Oh,
and
he
now
went in.
they move on forward. Nothing to say. This is an easy setup. Tries to TP out. That was never going to work. Ghost in trouble, and the Wrath of Nature thrown out, still keeping their eyes on him. Tombstone, the zombies, they're chasing. The rest of Extreme moves on in, tries to turn this one. They bring in numbers. Paparazzi there too, but Ghost finally going to go down, and now the snowball forward, looking for more. The heal coming out, but Paparazzi nowhere left to go for the Nature's Prophet, and Extreme, they get punished.
What
Ghost just not really on the same page what was happening there.
No. What a bait, really. I mean, it's a DK, so it's very unlikely you're going to be able to get a solo kill on the Morphling, but he did not expect the rotation. And now they have Catapult mid, shoving in the mid lane. JT's still in the bottom lane, but PSG LGD making the better moves in this early game. And they're going to take top tower, so 2 towers going to be dropped down from that move.
LGD looking very impressive, as we've seen this entire season. And
Yeah.
for Extreme, a couple moments of brilliance in there, but overall lacking a little bit.
They might be able to get the DK, actually. He stepped up too far himself.
Yeah, this would be really nice. They get the shockwave for the slow. JT gonna skewer him, RP even. And they will bring down Jianyu. They did get a deny on the tower. Also will get his courier.
Yeah, they're leaving it low. 40 HP left on that one.
Yeah, nice play by Shadow Shaman to get on in there and deny out that mid tower.
Yeah, good play from PYW. High base damage. Nicely done versus, what, 3 heroes. And yeah, might even be able to just deny top. So nice rotation from JT. I'm fine with using RP there for them. A nice turn RP as well, too. Turn them around.
I never figured out how to do that.
It's during the animation of the
Okay.
RP. You can even like shift right click behind yourself as you RP, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Paparazzi getting a little bit aggro here by Planet, but they're just trying to push again. Will even Glyph to keep their catapult alive now.
Okay.
And, I mean, eventually they're going to have to give this one up. They just can't tank it underneath the tower with Shiro nearby.
Where's JT? Okay, JT's courier did die earlier. I was like, where's his mech? So he's still got a minute left for that one, so they have to be a little careful how they go for this fight now. DK form is back up. And Shiro does punch. Crazy amount of damage. And he gets the deny. DY is low level, though. No tome available. Still level 5 on the Phoenix. Egg is very unlikely to really do too much in this game anyway, besides just be something that like makes him maybe run away, but I think it just dies 90% of the times in this game.
Kind of a weird Phoenix game, definitely. I mean, obviously, you do have some things like the Magnus. The Sunray's pretty good to heal him back up. Morphling if he's switching over to Strength form, but I'm not exactly sure what the goal is going to be in this one. I guess just Fire Spirits onto Lina, potentially?
If you can
feels
reach,
tough.
yeah, it's definitely feels like a little bit of a hard one. If they can bait, right? If they can bait them onto the egg and then get the RP in the follow-up, that's kind of their play around it, but not going to be easy for poor DY.
Speaking of, DY forced to go for the Icarus dive away as Nothing to Say was coming to threaten.
Mid lane, they've got Serpent Wards. Might not even fully commit it. They will. Okay. That tower.
PYW moves in, gets that one completed. He's trying to work towards shards and a Blink Dagger, but Blink already done on the DK. It just feels like the tempo that LGD is playing at is going to come online a little bit more quickly than what Extreme is working with.
Yeah, I think that's their kind of the intention for their draft. Well, for Extreme, it's more about like scaling. You know, they've got this in power. Sure, they don't have a melee hero, but they've got these 2 massive stat gaining ranged heroes that are gonna eventually utilize it really nicely. You know, once you get level 20, the waveform attack targets with that as well too. Sure, you don't get cleat, but you have so much overwhelming damage. So I think for Extreme, not too bad based off of this early game, but definitely want to keep it close and keep getting their farm on their 3 cores.
You know what he can do, though? Turns into Tusk, and then he can get the cleave. Let's go.
True that.
All right.
Lockdown.
Nicely done there. Able to catch him right as he was coming out of the time lapse, but Planet will not take enough damage to really be under threat, and he is level 8 on this Weaver.
Yeah. He's bluffing a little bit there, right?
Yeah.
So he's like kind of pretending like he had a little bit more backup. JT doesn't want to throw an RP onto this Weaver who's gone all stats. He's actually not going to be going for Vessel, so looks like he's getting a little bit more control to be able to get this Morphling. He's going for an Atos himself, and PYW
Chased
back
after, but they have him. JT, RP only connects onto 1. They do get the Weaver, Nothing to Say. Now going to be chased down a bit, trying to get in range for the Sprout there. But PYW actually dies to Why You Smile.
He just comes from above and gets a big decay with the Tombstone. Doesn't mean they'll lose their Tombstone, but that's an RP used for just the Weaver. Nothing to Say gets out scot-free.
And as we've seen in a lot of games out of this region, you know, not super high kill score, not big dives for towers or taking objectives. It feels very even right now, and it's going to come down to some of these later fights, it looks like. And of course, positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I actually really like the Lincolns. This is the old school build on the Morphling. What he's playing up against, right? He's not really playing versus any of these silences. It's a DK as their stun and the very few actual targeted spells until way later on. So This could actually protect him for most of this mid game to be able to get that farm into later stages, which is exactly what Extreme wants to do. Sure, they can throw like the soul rips and stuff like that, but the positioning is difficult for someone like an Undying to do that.
Yeah, he might just get brought down. I mean, to be fair, YuSmile's probably going to die in a lot of these fights,
Yeah.
but it's how it goes to be the Undying.
Yeah, you usually don't want to get too close to the Morph either, because then he just turns into you and drops Tombstone in a lot of the fights. So.
And he gets the cleave, which is really dangerous. Just imagine the horror. 7-6.
Close game so far. Only 2K for PSG LGD. I think Extreme is pretty okay with this so far. Paparazzi, I believe he has Gleipnir, so they actually can take these fights a little bit more frequently, and that's maybe going to be annoying for Nothing to Say. However, he does have BKB. I like that he's safe just going for this rather than going for the death cell this game.
Planet? Going in this area. They find Paparazzi.
Uh-oh.
He thought about TPing back, but decided not to, and that is going to be a heavy punish.
That ward.
Finding that pickoff is pretty clutch.
He placed that ward about a minute before that, too, on the side of YuSmile. He literally just like walked in there and put it down, so good coverage to watch the Ancients.
Yeah, they have a couple of them on this side of the map that are just given so much vision.
That's a big kill. Shiro, that might be able to give him the blanket to finish his BKB on the Lina now.
Yeah, because you said, I mean, I think that what happened there, too, was Paparazzi didn't have a TP in his inventory, and so he was thinking about TPing back home and then using the scroll to come back out, but decided to just walk and farm instead. And, well, now they're going to go for a smoke-up play. I think this is what they wanted to do just previously.
Yeah, LGD, it's time to split up a little bit. They might lose Zhang Yu for this, though. He's playing pretty far up as this DK. Blink out. Oh, to dodge the Gleipnir. But they still are going to be able to commit for him. The rest of PSG LGD, though, instantly bail out.
DY catches sight. Icarus dive, tries to keep on him, and there it is. The RP connection, and they will bring down that DK. So they get the counter kill. Is a little bit better, but look at this. LGD wanting to make a pretty crisp move right here.
They've got Tombstone and Flesh Golem with the bugs. This will die pretty fast.
Tag team there. Yeah, this is gone.
It's gone.
And with RP down, I mean, Extreme now realize what's happening, but they're not going to be able to get here in time. Really good play coming out from LGD.
And now BKB for Lina, so this fight could be disastrous for Extreme if they're not careful.
And they might feel a little bit more confident because they don't have their DK there. They do find the Tusk right at the start. This is pretty big for him. Snowball in on top. There's the BKB used, and well, Supernova down. That will be the egg that gets off. Shiro turns, tries to get a stun. Just going to bring down JT on the mag, but will lose the Lina. Ghost still survivable in this one, trying to turn onto YuSmile, see if he can get that kill.
Oh,
Snowball through, and he's just gone. Paparazzi has to run away. PYW in shambles. And it looks like they barely get out right there with the NP.
And they're going to clean up these Serpent Wards if they'd like as well, too. Extra money. They overcommitted pretty hard there on Extreme. Their egg and everything was down, no RP. They killed Alina the once, but has the second life, and they get the beautiful chain stun onto Morphling right through the Lincolns.
Yeah, getting a little bit greedy with the decision to try and go in for the next round. If they maybe back out after that Lina kill. I mean, to be fair, though, it is a little bit scary trying to back out when the DK is respawning then, too.
Just a bit of an overcommitment there, really.
So we'll see the replay of this one. A nice catch at the start, and would have been huge if they could have brought him down, but just not quite there. And up top, they're going to find the Lina, though. This is real big. Oh my god, Shiro's just in no man's land.
All right, good catch.
And we're back.
Big money. So the other important thing that always is going to be happening in the game, and I was mentioning, you know, this Lincolns to be able to protect versus the DK stun.
Yeah.
Very important to point out, does not block Snowball. So that's always one of the big things. They will be able to just go right through that Lincolns. So it does have to be very careful of how he's positioning to Nothing to Say. Is he doing that on yours? Oh, he's not doing that on the other screen. He's gliding on my screen.
He's doing some cool moves.
He's there doing the little dance while he's walking. I guess a little bit of the lag maybe got on my PC, but
what's the animation again? It's like the scary when he's like tumbling or something.
I mean, I wish that it showed it on the PGM. Mine looks hilarious. Oh man. So either way, they lose the Lina, so a good kill for Extreme, but PSG LGD still looking pretty good.
Yeah, Lena's top net worth, that's what you want to see. There is also this sort of differential with the Weaver starting to get into a couple of items now. Just has the Atos completed and queuing up a BKB next on Planet.
He's going for full scaling. They're probably like, the DK is going to start falling off as they jump forward by DY.
Yeah, dead. The mech not going to be enough to keep him alive.
They want more.
There's a battle going on in the jungle a little bit between PYW and Ghost. Switches into the Weaver. PYW TP's out, but the Atos is there. That's the reveal that they needed. And they will find a kill here on to PYW. So both supports going down for Extreme.
Yeah, you know, I'm a huge fan of the way the Planet's playing this. Rather than going for Atos or anything. He's 5-1-5, and yeah, their DK, you know, Shanyu keeps getting RP'd and stuff like that. His scaling is going to slow down. He's just going to be initiator, so they want this third core, and it's going to be the Weaver. So I actually really like that. And now kicking up pace. I think they have Dragon Scale, right? Yeah, Dragon Scale Tower is going to get burnt down quick.
And Tier 2 already gone. And the counterplay that was trying to be made by Paparazzi on the other side of the map is just not going to be quick enough. Sending some treants at it will do like a little bit of chip damage, but nothing to write home about.
No.
But BKB is still online. There is obviously still going to be the Walrus Punch, which is hard to deal with, but at least some extra survivability against these other stuns.
Yeah, he needs it. Even if they still can just go right through it if they collapse onto him. So the DK stun might be a little hard for him to avoid if he's not quick. As XG, can they take advantage of any of this downtime from PSG LGD? It's looking difficult. The map control, the rotations constantly from PSG LGD. They're, I mean, playing this really clean. They're sending Planet to the tough lane. They're like, okay, bottom lane, the tier 2 is getting pushed. We don't want Shiro caught in side lanes anymore because, you know, we saw him get caught in top. So let that Weaver do the side lane business and just let Shiro take the safe farm.
It seems pretty nice for him. And the other thing there, too, is if you do send in just like 1 or 2 supports to a side lane on Extreme, the Weaver with his Atos can now probably kill them.
Yeah, he's quite strong versus the supports, especially JT.
Needs to be careful.
He reveals the smoke, at least with the shockwave. And LGD, they're just pushing right forward for someone.
They get the blink back, though. So JT, realizing the danger that was coming his way, Why You Smile breaks that smoke. On the other side, they jump immediately, find their Morphling. Is it enough, though? The RP comes out in time, and the Sprout, the Gleipnir, the turn is there. A ton of damage as both of those cores go down. Phoenix, ulti on the way, only having lost the Shadow Shaman. And Shiro just going to head back to farm up because they can't take that fight anymore.
JT, what a boss. Super ready for that move. Like, instantly gets that RP onto the Tusk. No BKB able to be used from nothing to say. Great control. Good read of the map.
Yeah, it was hiding just behind that tree, and they made a point of showing PYW.
I love that there. They used the... Why You Smile walks in, uses Soul Rip to break the Lincoln so they can get the follow-up stun, but JT's just way too quick. He was almost instant with this RP the way he was able to get the setup. Great 4-staff play.
Yeah, very well played. And DY there with the heals after, so Ghost was going to be fine no matter what it felt like. And as soon as that comes down, everybody else just has to run away. Oh my god, JT.
He is the most expressive player. Up top, why?
Find him. There's the BKB, and Paparazzi TP's out.
Nice kill.
Yeah, they kind of a lot of BKB to get the Undying kill.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's pretty okay because they don't want to take a full team fight. Their egg is down, their RP's down, so getting this pick off with it is pretty nice. Got to be careful for the next, 70 seconds or so, but good aggressive move gets them to a pretty okay spot. He's building the AC as well too, so trying to protect versus all this physical. Pretty good for Paparazzi. I mean, these solo kills matter so much. You get so much gold out of them. 450 even for an Undying.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So much gold. Well, Shiro and the rest of LGD going to head up to the top rating or Dire Jungle and try and take over this area while Planet's pushing out the lane.
I mean, RP is going to be back up, so is the egg, but they're trying to get this surround. They know the BKB is down on Paparazzi, so if they find him, he's just very likely dead.
They are going to take over this outpost. The big
in.
jump is there. They find one, already gone. DY stunned, and now the rest of the cores are going to try and TP out. JT, the bugs get on him.
Atos.
Oh my god. Planet was right there.
So close.
Radiant's middle tower is
but they do manage to escape.
Yeah, big plays. PSG LGD just swing in, just full aggression. Poor DY, or poor PYW just gets one-shotted from the Tusk. we'll be seeing that a lot, of course, from this. If they get any vision of the supports, they're likely just dead. And still BKB, is it back up for NP? Okay, it is back up. They have great vision, though. This ward, it's a sneaky one. It sees the 2 cores. GD, they're already going for this surround. They have a ward themselves, though, so they see Shiro. 25 seconds left on their lane ward. And yeah, they'll back it up.
They recognize that danger.
Nice.
Also, Extreme, after taking that tier 2 tower bottom, have access to the outpost, but both of them held by LGD.
Yeah, they had it for, what, I think they had the possession of it for like 10 seconds or 20 seconds, and then got killed and taken away.
Getting closer to both of the main cores, going for the Scotty, it looks like, for Lina and Morph. Morph, a good way towards it on Ghost.
Lina's is going to be really impactful versus the double range cores. Just getting that extra slow, and of course that, you know, health reduction kind of thing versus the Morphling.
Yeah, haven't seen the Spirit Vessel you're talking about, no Shiva's Guard yet. That's going to be the first thing that they use to really try and shut down that Agi shift.
Yeah, it's really good game for it. And just builds like a small casual crit in between too. So tons of damage going to be coming up from Shiro.
Look at this move from Extreme. This is a really aggressive play that we haven't seen from them yet.
They have everything up. They're pretty damn strong still in these team fights. Even though they're 4K behind, their team fight, if they're able to land these RPs from JT, is very powerful.
And LGD may be aware of this, playing back in their base completely. So recognizing what could be coming their direction, Paparazzi is shoving out that top lane with Weaver nearby. And LGD, they're going to go for a counter smoke now.
Okay.
This positioning could favor Extreme a lot.
Let's see JT. Oh, man.
He's looking for it there. Oh, dude, smoke break. Pull back onto both of them. The RP to follow up. They get the BKB off and the snowball save. Do they have enough, though? The Phoenix Egg up on the high ground. The stun's going to be big, but it's going to explode first. They kill it off. Paparazzi trying to stand his ground, but Shiro off to the side, gets turned in the way, and he's almost going down, but barely going to survive. PYW gets the control on and nothing to say. So this fight, it kind of goes horrifically for Extreme after what looked like a great initiation, but they will find Planet. Everybody took so much damage that they can't really come back in and defend. Zhanyu tries to, but that might just get him in trouble also. Ghost there with the shards block off, but they don't want to chase under the tier 2 with Shiro coming back.
I mean, it was a bit fortunate the way it starts, too. JT, he actually goes for the skewer play only on the DK, because that's all he saw with the smoke. And then it's like, oh, I got a Lina, too. But Lina gets BKB off. Nothing to say is there to bail her out as well, too, with the snowball, and they're able to full commit on Egg. If Egg explodes, disaster for PSG LGD, but really good recognition from them to be able to take it out and focus it.
Well played by JT to get both of them there, yeah. And I mean, yeah, if they had that vision, or rather if it was just a little bit higher, I think it was on the stairs.
I think so.
If it was up on the high ground, that probably goes off.
And look at, like, even if there's a Maelstrom proc or something on Shiro at the end, he dies. But he's able to get away with like 100 HP.
So crazy.
So, I mean, so well played really by the Tusk. But you can see Extreme, like, very powerful. And now they're actually the ones committing into the Roche Pit themselves.
This is a big win for them here if they can get this Scotty done. So this is a timing where, and actually, you see Lina going back for Daedalus instead.
Yep. Gonna go Daedalus first and then go back for Scotty likely, but Extreme.
They have vision now. They see the bug. They try and get it, but Ghost already Aegis in hand. Finds it, turns now onto Zhanyu. The block off is there from the Sprout. He has nowhere left to go. Nothing to say. Tries to jump in, finds and kills PYW.
Ghost down too.
Is he going to pay for this though? Shiro turns, starts punching. JT in trouble.
Ghost
respawns, but immediately starts getting dropped and gets obliterated. Paparazzi gonna fall. The Lina is just too strong. Fire Lady not balanced.
Nope, Fire Lady just got Daedalus right before the fight. Just plows right through the Morphling, even through the Aegis. They do use 2 buybacks for it, but well worth it on the side of PSG LGD. I mean, nothing to say is just deleting the Shaman every fight. Like, PYW's not getting to play Dota. He's 0-8.
That is grim.
He's literally just getting one shot every fight. With the Quiver in combination with the Deso. See you later, Shaman.
And dude, they bought out. They bought out on both of those cores, so no buyback for Nature's Prophet or the Morphling. I mean, LGD is going to be able to get so much here, it feels like.
I mean, it really is great targeting coming out from PSG LGD. Just Shaman is the control that they have to deal with, and he's just always He's just literally not getting to play because of nothing to say. RP is up now, but was on cooldown during the midst of all that.
The second glyph is really important here. If they can just keep this to one set of racks, or maybe even find a way to stop them from taking it or punish on the way out, that would be huge. 10 seconds left against NP. JT needs to be careful about his positioning. Would love to find one of these heroes on the retreat, but they drop the tombstone, and that secures the escape.
Huge fight for PSG LGD. That was XG's moment to perhaps just kind of take over the game with that Roche advantage, but I mean, amazing team fights. PSG LGD, their targeting is just incredible.
How did Ghost die here?
I mean, just sheer right clicks. I think he gets caught twice by LSA.
Yeah, that's rough.
Like, look at this. The first one hits, he's going to die pretty much full to 0 from it, and then he's going to respawn, and Shiro, I think, just focus fires him. Like, JT, look, his RP is not up yet. It's still 1 second, so gets caught from the next LSA, and then they just full focus him. 1 second, right? If they had the RP when they get the initial skewer on Shiro, they probably win the fight.
All those timings coming together and just a little bit too fast trying to go for that Roche. How many times have we seen these Roche plays be the thing that turns it around? And, you know, Extreme going for it at that moment, how one hurts.
Yeah. Just split-second things, you know? Like, these type of games, sometimes it is decided from 1 or 2 seconds on these, like, big cooldowns. LGD. You can still see, though, Extreme, they lost the Rex, but they're still very able to take these team fights because of how farmed their 2 cores are. They're both empowered up, so they do crazy damage. And now they've hit 20 on the Morphling, too. So waveform attack targets, tons of damage. If they do get a multi-hero RP, they're just going to get deleted.
I would love to see them play aggro because there's still this window. I mean, it's not going to be there for much longer, actually. About to be Satanic done on Lina.
Yeah, it goes for more survivability rather than actually like doing the damage and reducing Morphling. They're like, we actually have enough. We don't need the health reduction. We don't need the slow. We just need this Lina to live.
But that does also mean no buyback.
Yeah.
2,000 gold away from it for her.
Still queuing up the Scotty afterwards. Gonna have some inventory issues, perhaps. But eventually we'll be able to swap stuff around.
EKB done for Planet. Trying to go into the Gleipnir next.
I like it. He is scaling. He's almost got same net worth as JT.
The way that this game is going, I mean, you can see the way that if the RP gets off, they will just absolutely decimate LGD, but there's a lot of ways to cover it. You've got the snowball save after.
And they don't have, like we mentioned earlier, right? Like what Panel was talking about, they don't have someone to cause like full havoc right away for him to get position. JT's having to just like do it on his own clutch. So it's not the easiest real task for him by any means.
No. And
yeah, their Shadow Shaman just, 1,200 HP. Literal one-shot potential every time versus this Tusk, who also has now hit 20. So plus 75% wall response. He's dead. This Shaman is dead in 1 hit.
Buy some bracers. Like,
Wraith Bands, let's go.
Wraith Bands.
Wraith Bands, PYW.
I feel he's got 1,000 gold right now. He needs it.
They're not going to save him. Even I think 2 Wraith Bands.
It's not enough.
I don't think they even save him anyway. Like, there's the Quiver as well, too, so it's just overwhelming damage from Tusk.
Game is hard.
Game is definitely hard. The 2 supports. We knew it was going to be difficult for DY, but PYW seems to be having a harder time. They have 14 deaths between the 2 of them.
It has been a rough game to be a support on the side of Extreme Gaming, but the damage is there if they can find it.
If they can find it. It's all, I mean, all the pressure in the world really on JT.
That is the position he's been in a couple of different games that he's been played.
I mean, it's so many games where I think we've cast and he's been this Magnus where it's all of it on him. They're just like, good luck, JT, all on you, baby. And JT, you know, we see those big smiles sometimes, but sometimes not.
Sometimes he looks just a little dead inside.
Yeah, you know. I mean, it's when you get all these poor offlaners, all the pressure on them.
It's rough, man.
Still keeping it between 4K. So yeah, still, if they can land those, if they can connect with these spells, there's still potential for XG to take these team fights.
He's going in for an Aeon Disc even.
Yep.
So the smoke up.
All right, see what they can find.
Dire Scan, it just clips.
It's a fresh BKB on Ghost, so can protect himself if he's not initially stunned versus the LSAs in particular.
So they know they're up there on that high ground Extreme.
Definitely not a place you want to fight on Extreme, though. Versus Tombstone, it just gets dropped on high ground and you're going to have issues. So they're going for a long wraparound to try to find the Lina in the back.
Ooh, they just saw it. The Dragon Slave came out. Do they have another ward to place as they head forward? Shiro right on top. RP pulls him back in, immediately drops the egg, trying to kill him off in time. But the snowball save was there yet again. They turn onto the egg, and it comes out in time. They kept him in the snowball for too long. Why you smile now in trouble. DY starting to drop the planet, but for once, he's going to live through a fight. As they find another, that's the DK. This is the fight that they were waiting for.
Where's the smiles? Let's see JT. He's probably laughing up a storm. He's like, gotcha. Yeah, look at him. He knows he got him. Found the Lina, found Shiro. The snowball, yeah, he kept him inside it a bit long, right? The egg is down, pops immediately when BKB Satanic comes off, and Shiro can't actually keep himself alive. Now we go the other way. XG have a huge window to get Arax themselves.
And I wonder if they had BKB out from Lina at that point, they might have been able to kill that egg. But again, moments, seconds, that's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
And no buyback right now on the Undying, on the DK. Paparazzi pushing in bottom. This could be a set of racks here very easily. I don't know if you even want to buy back.
I don't think so. They don't have enough buybacks. They can only buy back the 2. They might just lose 2 sets.
This is really rough for LGD.
Huge team fight. As they walk confidently onto high ground, they take the right approach. If they go up the other way, boom, they get dropped on Tombstone and might just have a lot of difficulty. But they find the literal perfect jump onto the Shiro. JT, what a boss.
He's been making it happen for him all tour. And as we said, all the pressure in the world. The big part, of course, as we can see this replay here, is being able to get that egg down far away from everybody else. And yeah, kept him in this snowball for a while, and DY just gets the last minute stun. I think he was waiting for the stun to wear out or something, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, or they, I don't know, something just went completely wrong for them. They didn't have Planet being able to focus it or anything either. As XG, I don't think you could ask for a better fight there.
Exactly what they wanted. XG finding their moment. And 6K gold the other direction. 22-19.
And the supports get to live a fight. PYW gets like 2,000 gold. He gets his Glimmer Cape now finished up. He's also got 1,500. DY has 4K gold. A huge swing.
Back to 80% now the other direction. And of course, as we've said many times throughout this tour, no lead feels safe in this patch.
No. Definitely not. Still can go completely the other way if he can't find the RP, of course, because PSG LGD has explosive damage themselves, too, if they get the initial grab. But a definite blanket of comfort for XG, especially with this ward. You know, this ward is kind of the one that decided that jump to be able to find Shiro, and they still are playing around it.
Yeah, it was one last Dragon Slave coming out from Shiro to try and, like, keep up those stacks. And now they find another, but the Yule Scepter there to catch, and JT, well, and this, but he goes in. They find the RP and goes right on top of him. Shiro trying to escape, pops that Satanic, but a little bit too strong. What's 28 HP? Holy moly, he lived.
He's able to get out, but some buybacks.
And Planet, he is going to die.
Okay.
I can't believe Shiro lived there.
I mean, kind of lucky. If he gets hit with a crit or something like that, will just die, but ends up surviving on low ground. The Scotty is very effective. Ghosts, you see the Satanic popped, but Shiro can't actually stand and fight versus this Morphling because of the health reduction.
And what a play by JT. I mean, 4-step in, RP back.
What a boss, really.
He has had a hell of a play this entire game.
I cannot believe it. It was like, what, 10 HP actually, and then it ticks up a little bit. Holy moly. Little other fun things to point out. I love Paparazzi's adaptation to the build. He's not going for full carry because he's got Morphling. He built a Halberd and stuff too. So now definitely harder for them to focus fire egg and all those kind of things. So XG, definitely doing it right now.
Getting everything that they want out of this. And showing some of the ways to deal with the Lina. I mean, we're sort of harping a lot on how strong this hero is, how could you let it through, but it feels like Extreme have come up with what they think is an answer. And we saw a similar thing in Europe where people were running the Enigma into it, just these BKB-controlled giant spells and just throw them solo onto the Lina.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's now multiple times that they've been able to just... It's all committing onto Shiro, so the pressure now for nothing to say feels a little bit hard. He's going to be going for a Hex of his own, and let's see, does anyone have... I mean, they can't really go for anything like Nullifier now to be able to take out the Aeon Disc of JT. That's going to take time, and I don't see a Witchbane on them. So they don't have a way to just insta-kill JT. 10 seconds for RP.
Still this ward up here. And if they break this smoke onto it, it's a scary time. They see everybody. JT sees them all. Do they want to go? DY immediately blows up one. Ghost turn. Need to be careful. JT, he's waiting for his moment. Off to the side, RP ready. The egg is down.
They're on Shiro.
It is going to die, and, well, they'll find one. But that is a huge one, and now another drops too. Planet in trouble. He's going to get shard. He's going to get snowballed. Ultra kill for Ghost. This Morphling is a problem.
The empowered Morphling, look at the base damage. 500 damage with those crits. Undying dies instantly, so now we're seeing Why You Smile have the same issues PYW has had, as he may just go down here himself too again.
The Yule's a nice adaptation, but it is not going to be enough to keep him alive, although LSA... All right, Chio doesn't want to test it.
Huge window brought open now, XG, though. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard. Now they've got the double RPs to be able to control this Lina and get on top of her. XG are doing it.
The other thing that they've been trying to do, I think, is find the Lina with, like, the Sprout leashes, and then you obviously can't snowball it, but, nothing to say. He's been doing a pretty good job of making sure that he's off to the side with those snowball saves.
Mm-hmm. He's one-shotting the Shadow Shaman, and then he's going for these snowball saves over and over again.
DD for Ghost.
Oh my god.
Can they close this one out now?
Watch where you see his damage.
It's going to be a lot. Yeah. Ghost's going to be very happy with the way this is going. Oh, he bought a bottle.
Yeah, I like it so he can hang on to it. And we actually don't even see, we didn't see the real damage of him. It says plus 137. On mine, it's plus 225. So he's actually doing more damage than we see on the actual screen right now for the moment when he is buffed up.
So strong. Lincoln Sphere done for the Lina. It's not going to save you from the RP. Yeah, obviously, a little bit of a buffer there against the Shaman.
Mm-hmm.
But game still feeling incredibly hard for LGD.
Yeah, XG. I mean, it's all about JT, right? And he's been delivering time and time again as RP's up in 15, and as we said, Refresher Shard. And now he's got Ninja Gear, too, for positioning.
Dude, he's going for an Arcane Blink after.
All right. I like it.
That is cool.
It's an insane amount of duration of control, but also it's the instant cast on that RP, too.
Looks like a Rubik.
Yeah. Waits placed down. There's already a sentry from PSG LGD, but JT
pulls back one. Why You Smile finds that Yule Scepter. Control is there. Aeon Disc, Force Staff. There's the pullback. Shiro, how you doing? Finds him again. JT gets second one, and yeah, that's going to just about do it. Forces out the buyback. JT keeps finding him. Keeps finding hero after hero. He is having a ball as Shiro will manage to get a little bit of separation, but GG is called. XG come in clutch, and JT, it's all smiles.
I mean, JT, by far the MVP this game. Ghost comes out with a pretty explosive kill score, I believe. 18, 3, and 5 on the Morphling, but it's all JT. He gets the perfect RPs when it's needed. When they're a little bit behind, they find the Lina, they find the Lina again, they find the Lina again. JT, what a boss, and plays it really nicely too. We did mention for DY, he's going to have some trouble landing these eggs in particular, but the way that they played the fights, he was able to actually get the eggs off because of these RPs. All JT.
You know, I found a new way to initiate on Magnus here. You blink in, you get Aeon Disc stunned.
And you force staff
and then you go in and you RP, okay? It's a new way to play Dota. Don't worry about it. I actually like that a lot because it looked like the Yule Scepter was going to be a great answer, but all it meant was that afterwards, he just was immediately able to go again, and they couldn't do anything to him.
I mean, there's like so much you could say about how amazing JT really did play. All the rest, like we saw the supports really struggling, but JT, he did his job, and he did way more than just that. He kept his 2 cores empowered most of the fights, perfect itemization, and literally almost all the important fights. The one fight they didn't have RP is the fight that they lose. It was 2 seconds on cooldown, but every other fight, he's not RPing like on the sides. He's not catching this Weaver. He's not catching the supports. He is getting the Lina every single time. JT, what a boss.
What a boss indeed. And we're going to head on back to the panel now, let them talk some more about how awesome he was. Maybe a couple of other heroes too. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely not. We're just going to keep talking about JT. He was your highlight T coming into this. You were a little bit worried about him being the main initiator on the side of Extreme, but man, he lived up and surpassed expectations.
I'm just in love right now, you know? Like, JT, just majestic. I think there was a lot of pressure on him to execute, but I think he proved why Mag can just be an insane counter to Lina. So many Mag players have failed. And this is the first time I've seen a Mag which is just 1v9ing. Of course, the rest of his team is killing.
He has heroes with him, yeah.
Yeah, but like,
does he?
just the fact that every fight he sees Shiro, bam, he's there. Like they layering it with the egg. It's 50-50. But I don't know, JT, if he isn't hitting these RPs, game's over. Like he had his team on his back. He set up every fight. Even at the end when he had Refresher, just how clean he was. Blink, RP, refresh, RP back, then blink back in, skewer it in. Like everything was just clean. Like this was just JT.
I really like how aggressive he played, because it was not that it's his 4 teammates are going in and he has a free RP every time. No, not really. He has Blink force Aeon Disc, and he uses the Aeon Disc to like go in. If his initial initiation doesn't work out, the Aeon Disc sets him free from the stun, he 4 steps forward and then still catches the RP. It happened once in another fight here. I think this is kind of where they pull the whole game around. They go for the smoke around because they're like, the team fights aren't so easy. There's some tombstones and stuff, but when there's an open area, it's daytime. It just turned into night now. They see the Lina, RP skewer, bring him back, bam, and they just get the kill. And I think this is where the whole game really turned.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that we're hyping up JT, but also just the discipline and understanding of the entire team. When he's hitting these RPs, there needs to be that more for that +1 ready in position to capitalize on the catch. And it felt like every time Ghost was ready to waveform in with the big crits and just kind of put Lina in that position where she has to retreat post RP rather than turn around with Satanic and take the fight. So again, just an incredible kind of comeback from Extreme, confidence in like this type of draft. So many teams would fall flat with it. I honestly didn't expect Extreme to be able to execute on it, but they just stepped up after their break. This is the level of execution you need to try and get that major spot.
For LGD having Lina, I would say they just didn't feel as if they were streaks ahead when it came to net worth different or even kills. They were being so aggressive. There were a lot of rotations mid early on, but Extreme Gaming were able to hold a close sort of level with them, and I think that was also something that really helped them when it got later into that game. It doesn't matter how great a team fight is, if you're down, you know, thousands of gold with net worth, it's really not going to translate to too much.
I mean, I think LGD gave up a couple of very crucial kills. There was this one time Jiro got picked off top. I think Jiang Yu on the DK had a couple of bad devs. I think Nothing to Say played very well for LGD. He had some insane snowball save that turned a fight around. He always killed the roster early on, but wasn't enough. I think they didn't play clean enough. And for Extreme, I mean, wanna play? Do we need to play the MVP game?
No, absolutely not.
No, okay, no, let's do it. Come on. After 3.
All 3 of us, you ready?
Okay.
We're all going to say, ready?
Okay. You going to count us in?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1,
JT!
Woo!
Wow, we're
Everyone
really
on
good.
the panel.
Well played, guys.
Yeah. I think, I said in the green room, I don't even care if Extreme were to lose, JT's still getting the MVP.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
for
that's
sure.
how good of a game
No cap.
he had. No cap. Like, this guy.
On God.
Insane. Like, I want to see more JT Magnus, but also, they've played Magnus before the break, and it wasn't to this level. So I don't know what JT's done in like the week and a half break, but like his mag has just leveled up.
I don't know how to say this. LGD definitely could have closed this game out early, right? A lot earlier than how late it did go. I know that there was a lot of aggression still coming on from the side of Extreme Gaming, but what exactly needed to be cleaned up for LGD to close this out? They had Alina, they were hitting a lot of timings, they were taking those team fights. We talked about those snowball tusk saves as well.
I think it could just be a matter of like an item or two difference. Like for example, this Lina going for Atos and BKB, maybe if there was, let's say, a Yules instead of the Atos, that mag initiation, those blink clutch RPs, he'd never had a BKB, right? So just to be able to disconnect that JT initiation, PSG have plenty of damage. So I think maybe one positional change or one slight item to punish this Magnus could have been, you know, a completely different story.
The Weaver?
Yeah, Weaver, yeah.
I would agree with that. I think the Atos BKB is probably not ideal. And I think on top of that, these like... I think at the very crucial times where LGD had to kind of pull it together and keep going forward, they messed up by splitting too much or giving up a very crucial kill. I think that really set them back.
Did you like the impact of a Weaver Post 4? Because it's been so long since we've seen one. Did it, yeah, I was
What do you
like,
think?
there's still better ones out there.
I mean, overall, Planet did pop off a lot. You know, he's finishing the game 8-4-11. He was throwing out the bugs, throwing Atos. Like, he was annoying. I just don't know if they capitalized on taking that Roshan. They gave it away. Actually, I think it was the second time around.
Yeah.
And again, maybe yours could have been a bit better to punish this Magnus. So slight changes, but overall, I wasn't, you know, I'd like to see it again, but again, not the game. JT just popped off. What can you do?
I think he did fine, but it's more like, I feel like Weaver's a bit of a fake hero. When you win, it looks good. If it loses, it's like a whatever, you had a Weaver.
It's just there, you know?
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they are going to be drafting in game number 2. LGD pulling out some meta, some not so meta, but at the end of the day, Extreme Gaming just had the team fight. They had the ability to be able to take game number 1 and game 2 happening after this break. LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Game number 2 coming up. The draft is already underway. So unfortunately, I can't ask you guys if you think the lean is going to get through or not because we already know.
We know.
We know. You don't. Not yet.
But we know.
But we know.
But we do know. I'll spoil it. I'll tell you guys, it didn't get through. It did not get picked up. There it is. It's going to be Ricky. Extreme Gaming had first pick. They opened up with Ricky, and then LGD had the Rubik Centaur reaction to that one, with Extreme closing out the phase with Shadowfiend.
I mean, they play SF quite frequently. I think they did it before this break too.
Yep.
I don't know if Ghost played it too. I know that Paparazzi played it quite a bit.
It's only been Paparazzi.
Only him? Yep. Okay, so they could potentially, like, they have a flex option. I think Centaur in the game is pretty fine. Against SF, you can always jump him, but the minus armor aspect, and if you potentially do lane against him, it can be a little bit annoying.
Yeah, I think PSG, they've entered this second pick scenario just with a robust opening from offlane. We don't see teams do this too often nowadays. It's always like that flex plus support. But this is very much, we'll pick our position 5 in the second phase, and we'll counter pick a mid and counter pick a carry in the final phase. It was kind of how second pick used to be done, maybe like a year ago, and it kind of morphed a little bit more into that hyper flex situation. But yeah, Extreme Gaming respecting the new meta of at least European counters to Ricky. There's the ABBA. I don't know if they're going to respect with the Omni as well, but
maybe. I think
to go down the route already, you could argue it, but
they might. I think, like, to go back to the second pick point, I think it was easier back in the day to just be like, this is my 3, this is my 4, and no matter what you take, we'll be okay.
Yeah.
I guess Centaur could fit in this role. He has high base HP reach. You can probably pull some waves and be fine. So they're just like, sure, we'll take our opening and we're going to be fine. Give the counter picks to the other boys.
Okay, Banner Alchemist.
LGD are going to be picking first out of this phase. Just going to be a nice pos 4. Reveal that one. Or is the Rubik going to be 4 and you want to pick up a 5 here?
I'd probably say 5. I don't think we've seen Y play Rubik in DPC so far. What is available? I mean, they could go for a tree still available. They could go for...
Oh yeah, tree is
just again like some random CM. I think realistically, you want a support that can actually find farm on the map to be able to buy a 4-stuff. You don't want a more sacrificial support that can't get the items, unless you're playing like an Abaddon who doesn't need any items, right? But I think someone who can at least do a little bit of something. Oh wow, okay, they don't even pick up the support here. They just go straight for the Pangoliron. Nothing to say.
I feel like they're one of the only teams that will draft like this, where you 6-7 a core, and then you open your next phase with a core as well. Remember, we've said this even before the break, where LGD had a couple of these games where they will 18 their support.
That's true, yeah.
4th pick support, 5th pick support. The last 2 times they did this, it didn't work out so well. But this just goes to show, once again, they're like, we're happy with the Pango. We banned for it, at least with 2 bans, the Ember and the Bat. And then hopefully we get this booyah support, where we're just like, huh.
This is our lane.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, it's always nice when you're a 5 player and you get to, the Undying game or the Ench game. Like, they're the type of drafts where it's just amazing, and it also will unlock Shiro, but that's a high-risk situation because that 5 pick often doesn't always have the same weight as the perfect core pick, right? Because you're picking a hero for the first 15, not for the, the 30, 45-minute mark.
Okay. Extreme Gaming, they're going to... I didn't realize how funny it looks with me just waving this soft toy around. Extreme Gaming, it's going to be a support plus which core?
Probably JT here. Just so that you can at least keep Shadowfiend a little bit more open, I guess.
There's one carry pick that I could see, which I feel like is the only carry that would be okay for you to pick, is Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
The only problem with that is... I mean, I feel like
too scripted.
Yeah, and playing SF is also... I feel like it doesn't really help the SF too much, because right now there's going to be some roll coming his way, a Stampede at Centaur, so I do think you're probably better off here picking, I guess, just a 5. Some generic 5 that helps you in the lane with your offlaner.
Okay, they go for Tiny, keeping it relatively open.
Does this mean more than likely the Ricky on 5?
Not yet, as
it
could be Tiny mid with a SFK. I do think Ricky 5 does not look particularly good unless you give it a kill partner in the lane. Because Ricky in a slow lane against Centaur Rubik won't do shit.
Yeah, you're conceding. You're playing on the fringe.
So you think like a SF Ricky lane just would never?
I think it will not do well in this lane.
Into Centaur Rubik. I think in
Yeah.
other
Of
scenarios...
course.
Yeah.
We're
could
talking
do
about
well.
this one specifically.
Yeah, this is rough.
Yeah.
Because Ricky, either if he's a 5, I think the only benefit he gives you is that he can usually trade okay, because he has like HP regen. But against Centaur, that doesn't work. And if you play against Rubik, then sometimes you can maybe look to get kills, but they protect each other too well.
What year is it, lads?
I love Grimstroke, just saying.
I've been this like guy who I love Grimstroke. I think the Ags is still very strong. There's been some hidden buffs to it that no one really cares about, but it needs to be like a 4 to get into the game. You need to utilize your stroke to actually push out waves to get farm. If you're a 5, again, too rough. So I'm happy to see it return against Pango with the Soul Bind, of course, always disruptive. Centaur Stampeding, again, bind 2 heroes, it makes it a bit more awkward. I like the hero, unpicked in most regions, but it needs to be 4 in my opinion.
There it is.
There we go, yeah. Oh, this
Just
is
how
great.
popular he is.
I'm actually kind of proper giddy for this. It also prevents PSG from picking up some of these bigger cores, because normally when Grim gets like an Ags, it needs to be the carry, has to be the one that kills off that Ags illusion. No one on PSG can actually kill it other than this carry now, so it's going to be a good game for that no matter what. And yep, there we go, the 18-pick Ench that we were saying. It's the Undying or the Ench or something.
Yeah, there aren't that many options, so sure, I guess you get the Ench.
What value does she add to their lineup over something like the Undying?
It's all about the lane. Like I mentioned, Grimstroke being good on lane, pushing it out. If there's an Ench creep plus the Ench, Grim can't ever really get to the lane to apply that pressure, and it's just going to be a little bit harder for them. And now bans for PSG, you can just start banning out some of these big boy offlaners that would just secure your lane a bit.
Yeah. I think like Ench is usually just mainly, as T was saying, about the lane and some early game tempo, which is probably what LGD are playing for. You did pick this Pango out of phase, you pick the center early, you have a lot of heroes that like want to run in and run at the enemies. Ench kind of fits the script if you do well in the lane, which you should when you pick it this late in a draft. So it kind of checks out.
They're even banning out the JT Enigma. I was thinking like maybe they don't even need to ban Enigma because you have the Ench, you take the Eidolon, you just crush the lane. But they don't even want to deal with some JT big teamfight hero. Like with how powerful he was in the previous game, just ban it out. What else would they actually need to ban out for JT?
What has he played so far?
His Tidehunter is pretty boss.
Tide, yeah.
Ban Spectre.
Teamfight potentially. LGD's carry, do you want it to be just as active, or are you okay with these 4 heroes sort of being that kill potential, having the tempo in the earlier phase, and having a carry that's more than willing to stall the game out and be able to have that win condition when it comes to the 30-minute mark?
I'd like to see a little bit of laning pressure as well, because right now when you have Centaur Rubik and Ench, if you get like some Monkey King style hero and all your side lanes are just dominant, it will make Nothing to Say's Pangolier feel infinitely better. And Extreme, they don't really have too much damage early on. Like they have a Stroke of Fate, an Avatos, and then SF needs farm. So I think there's going to be a big disparity in the entry to the game, and PSG will be the leaders in that.
Yeah, I think like when you also consider the fact that they did pick the Ench late, all I want them to do is have a last pick that semi-scales in the game. Doesn't have to do anything super crazy, but more importantly, I think you want to double down on the counter pick in the lane. It will also help the Ench. It will free up the Ench later to then move around the map, and it just kind of makes your whole draft work.
Okay. Anything else that the team is missing on the side of Extreme Gaming? Or are you pretty happy with that team fight, objective taking, and how they're going to scale?
I think they need like like an anchor. They need this guy who will either give auras to help Tiny go in, or this like fat guy in the front.
So you're really lacking Tide there.
Yeah,
Oh, it's going to be Doom.
Grim Doom. Oh, wow.
You seem so skeptical there, Kazu.
The thing is, like when I see Doom, my auto response is just like sus.
Win rate, bad.
Yes, and like looks hard to make work, but I need to see the last pick to truly make up my mind.
Yeah, we've heard a lot in interviews that the players and teams in the China region still have so much faith in Doom, and that it is still a very valuable hero.
Yeah, for sure it is. I think right now for PSG, I kind of would like a Luna or something. Actually, no, but into Grim. But that's the issue. Like against the Doom, you want some like laning dominator, but then the Grim with the potential Ags could always threaten them. But I like Monkey King. I like Luna.
I think Luna works. I think Monkey works too.
Yeah.
I think anything that is aggressive in the lane with the Ench, good against the Doom. Maybe you get like some mid-game BKB, like some 18-minute timing would be very good against Extreme. So I think both these picks work. Where's the Ursa hero. Is it still in the pool?
Is that still,
Yeah.
it's still available?
is.
Yep.
That can
Sure.
work. Just, yeah, they all kind of fit the bill. They play aggressive with Eng.
Yeah.
They can follow up with their team later. They slow down the Doom. Because I think it's very important that this Doom is slowed down in this game.
I'll focus on it.
God, just Extreme's lineup is just so weird. But like in a cool, it's like
I was
they're-
like weird, bad, weird, cool,
no, like
weird,
weird
interesting.
cool. 'Cause like their previous game, they're doing like Phoenix into Lina. They're winning the game. Oh, Lone Druid.
You may now select
Okay.
Okay, so now when I'm talking about weird for Extreme, the reason why when I say weird, it's more like they have holes in their draft that they haven't really covered, and it's more items of that covering. And now for PSG, like they pick a Lone Druid because their ability to win in lanes and play the map should be able to threaten Extreme's eventual timing. Like you can't really entertain the idea of Soulbind and Doom because it's like it takes a lot of time to come online. It doesn't do the damage. So I'm a bit worried for Extreme that this isn't going to be the same WoW draft to have those big comeback fights that they relied on in the previous game.
Game 3 is
You-
coming this game.
yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think the lone pick is very good. It's a hero I definitely forgot. You don't really care about Doom. You do well against him in the game. It fits with all the others. You have Centaur against the Doom as well defensively. Pango
Is there more leniency in LGD's draft as well?
I mean,
Or if they have those misplays that we saw in game 1?
100%. Like Extreme, they won't be able to find the same initiations because Tiny, who's he really going to be killing in this game? He can't kill Centaur. He can't kill Lone Druid. It's going to be a lot harder for Extreme to execute. So
You guys have hyped me up for this game. Let's go. We're all in for LGD on this panel, but let's see which team Lyrical and Fogged favor as we jump into game 2.
Let's find out which one you favoring, buddy.
LGD. I like the Lone Druid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I thought you were just giving a thumbs up. Like they're both good.
No, I like
They're awesome.
I like the Lone Druid pick. However, I will go back and say if this is Extreme Gaming, and this is their old Vici draft. Like when
Oh,
they were all
yeah.
Vici Gaming, they literally loved Grimstroke. Even when the hero was like losing a bunch, it was more popular back then. The Grim Doom. PYW loves Grim, so picks it for himself. They've got this kind of combo coming out, and they've got the way to control that Pango, right? If they can get the Soulbind and stuff on him. That being said, though, they do have great matchups versus this Doom. So a lot of pressure being put onto the side of Extreme Gaming, it feels like, and tough for Paparazzi. He's not a Nature's Prophet who's going to be able to get this insane scaling, and ganking some of these lanes is, yeah, as they said, it's going to be hard. Bursting a Lone Druid, bursting Centaur, pretty difficult. But, hey, they played so damn well last game, even at a deficit, so definitely some faith in them.
And I wanted to sort of, as I think that they see them right on that ward there. That was the Dire ward placed down. And now everybody walks in to the Radiant ward. Why You Smile immediately runs away. Looks like they're going to secure both of these runes most likely. Or maybe they head up top and try and get those ones. But what I was going to mention is that we were kind of talking during the draft, and you had said they might just Magnus again. What do you think it was that made them decide to go for this Doom? Was it just the double Doom potential with the Grim?
They still like the hero a lot, too, but I think that's more than anything it. Yeah, just that double Doom. They can just remove like the Pango from the game even more. And maybe just thinking they were going to be able to just take out most of the carry heroes, but Lone Druid is one of the better ones, of course, versus the Doom, because, yeah, you just stand there and hit them with your bear, and you're going to be healing from your Spirit Link constantly. So, yeah, we'll see how it all kicks off and see how these lanes end up going. The Ench pick, I think this is just, you know, Why You Smile, he tends to play these heroes that are just securing lane. He plays these Undying, these Enchantresses, and now he's playing versus Grimstroke, so he's going to be able to always remove these Inkswells versus with the Enchant constantly inside the laning phase and perhaps in the game, and try to secure the lane for Shiro.
Yeah, that one is going to be super annoying. And later on, there is still going to be like the Avatos into Inkswell combo, which,
yeah,
I mean, even if that one, you're probably not going to be able to enchant it off in the amount of time it takes to blow somebody up.
No. But like which targets, right? They have to get really ideal targets that they get for those type of setups. Like they have to 100 to 0 the Lone Druid in most situations if they want to go for Shiro. But yeah, let's sweep, because XG, they played so damn well. Ghost was a total boss on his Morphling as well, and he's playing his Shadow Fiend, and they have a pretty good win rate on the Shadow Fiend. Usually Paparazzi playing it, but they're good at playing it all around.
Absolutely. UAW tried to go for a courier. There's a little snag there, but couldn't quite connect onto it.
And let's see, at least in particular for me, as Bear takes a bit of a beating, okay. What Planet's going to be able to do on Rubik? You know, I was kind of excited with the way that he built on the Weaver last game, and then it just fell super flat. He actually didn't have like any impact. His BKB, his Atos, didn't really do much of anything. He wasn't able to focus Fire Egg at all. So on Rubik this game, he's got a lot of good spells to steal. The Ricky darts and stuff like that eventually. Cloud, he's got the SF spells too. Grimstroke spells just become better. So yeah, we'll see what Planet's going to be able to do this time around.
And Avalanche, one of the ones that we've seen be the most effective for trying to set up these kills. So crazy good with that extra little bit of range and, of course, the extra duration on those stuns from the Arcane Supremacy. But you can see in the laning stage, at least, Ghost pump faking a lot of these raises, and he's gone in too far. Ghost going to get punished hard. Well, that is going to be a first blood. Planet trying to be brought down by PYW. He's going to be able to get out of there for the moment, but the chase down, one more punch, the Fade Bolt, it's not enough to keep him alive. And now trying to get out with that missed chance. PYW will be missed once, and that keeps him alive. That double edge, if he had hit one more time, would have been a death for him. And Ghost doesn't actually end up missing that many creeps.
Nope. Has to be careful of positioning on the Shadow Fiend. There's tons of burst if you're stepping up, and there's the repositioning of the Rubik, so he does get caught. Did they get the kill on the bear?
Yeah, might have been.
Can't tell, actually. I didn't see if they got the gold for it, but... I mean, it doesn't look like it based off levels, but maybe. Right. He did take the bear. Okay, cool. So, yeah, big injection of gold for JT. They able to get it once. Big money.
XG, after a good game number 1, coming out of the laning stage is already looking pretty hot. I mean, obviously, losing Ghost is bad, but the fact that he basically gets all those other creeps uncontested now, souls all filled up, he's happy as a clam.
Yep, he's level 3 now too, so level 2 raises, they can even post kill threat constantly onto the Centaur if he's not careful.
Yeah, has to step back immediately there, but the raise will push the lane a little bit as Planet comes on into body block the camp and trying to trade with that Ricky mid lane. Haven't looked at it too much, but 16-4 versus 15-5, nothing to say, having a good time.
Yep. Sometimes the Tiny's able to just pull ahead from that base damage, but nothing to say, is holding his own. PYW and Planet just going at it on the side here.
Every time that Centaur steps over, it's a potential dangerous spot for PYW.
It's like both of them, right? It's like as soon as the SF starts to step over, Planet has to be cautious too. As Ghost goes for even Bracer. So really trying to protect himself versus the burst damage that's coming up here. Cool. Really like it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And is getting denied out a couple of times here by Jianyu on that Centaur there. As you can see all the damage coming in from those skeletons spawned, and that Stroke of Fate doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Shiro might actually end up losing another bear at some point soon. The Scorched Earth plus the spam that's coming out from DY is definitely starting to add up. And it didn't get to point that out too. It is DY playing the Grimstroke, not PYW, so not the norm that we used to see is the race to top rune. Nothing to say, we'll be able to get it.
Paparazzi at least did get the other one, so he won't be denied out completely. But yeah, 4 minutes in, and all of the lanes looking pretty good. The only one that's struggling a little bit is that Centaur, but of course...
He got first blood, so he's still okay.
He's still doing quite well.
Yeah, he's same net worth as the Doom, who got a bear kill. That bear kill is definitely significant. The Arcane Boots and the Wraith Band already finished up on JT, so he's tanky, and they have constant spam onto this bear. And now, rotation onto mid lane, they want to try to... Immediately, they try to go aggro onto the Lone Druid because of this pressure that's coming out from the Ench, and he just fears them away. This is a lot of damage on tower for just a Wild Wing.
Yeah, that was really nicely played. He tried to get the Hurricane back, but I think he caught onto a creep instead. But now,
Paparazzi
moving in Planet, trying to make a move, but DY makes the rotation in, and well, we'll even pass over a Tango. Throws out another, but the net's there. Planet, no mana, but still gets the kill.
Oh my, so much emphasis onto mid, even forcing a second TP. I mean, why you smile? Innocence. These little moves, the Wild Wing and then just that little net coming from the Hill Troll, it's enough.
Yeah, showing why they picked this hero at the place that they did. They can put so much pressure on to this mid lane, playing together with that Pango. And, well, I mean, you're not really getting a counter pressure onto the other side lanes that you would want from all these rotations mid.
No, Lone Druid is self-sufficient, especially versus something like Doom. He just holds his ground. If they ever try to go aggro with the Grimstroke Inkswell, he just fears them away. So can't actually connect onto him. So good move. That being said, though, the farm, still good for JT. He's not really getting pressured at all either down here.
True.
And he's actually going for an adaptation.
Whoa.
He's not going Midas. He's just going straight Arcane Boot Met at the moment. So trying to join his team and just fight a little bit earlier. Neat.
I wonder if they're going to try and play for a faster timing even.
Feels like it.
That is super interesting.
Uh-oh.
Nothing to say. Onto him. The Phantom's Embrace. The damage. Couple more hits. The toss is there. Nothing to say. Jumps onto PYW. Will get that kill.
Oh, and he's going to get the rune as well, too. The bounty up here. He's able to snag it because they have that ward to be able to watch if anyone else is there. Nicely done.
So how much does this change the way this game looks if JT's going for these early Greaves?
I'm not sure if I kind of like it, to be honest with you. But I mean, we're seeing JT was such a boss last time, and it will let them fight earlier before like the BKBs and stuff like that for the SF. So yeah, I'm not sure. It's a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah.
He's like 1, 3, and 1, so it's literally just full fighting. It's not a farm build at all yet.
It feels like JT wants to just get involved early. And maybe this is an adaptation because of how quickly LGD are going to come online too. That, you know, they're just concerned about their ability to deal with the pressure. Because it's an Ench, it's a lone druid. Like, these towers will drop. And
yeah.
You can see already moving in. DY in trouble gets ran down by Nothing to Say, Why You Smile, and Shiro's Bear. I mean, they are going to come online super quickly for LGD.
Yeah, especially with them babysitting and giving Nothing to Say this amazing start in the mid lane. Sure, you see Paparazzi's decent on netwood, but he wants to be ahead of this Pango off of this start, so... Yeah, I mean, it must be something along the lines of just, I want to fight around these towers that LGD is going to look to pressure really early with the Ancient Lone Druid. So, yeah, cool. We'll see if it does work.
To be fair, you know, Midas has been losing a lot, so
yep.
let's see if he can make it work.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Hood done for the Centaur.
He's so tanky now versus the SF, versus the Tiny. As we said, you know, Paparazzi, he's going to have some struggles to be able to rotate and make any moves on the map because of these tanky side laners.
Look at this move by him. Okay. He comes up top and wants to find Jianyu, but he's already away.
Oh,
and
man.
They see him on the ward. Yeah, that one hurts.
Free lane for Shiro. He's like, okay, time to hit the tower.
Jeez. Oh, that's painful.
So now pressuring bottom, pressuring mid.
Dude, this is looking rough for Extreme Gaming. LGD, this Lone Druid pick has worked out perfectly for them.
I think it was I can't even think of a better pick. Like, it was the absolute perfect pick versus this Doom. And yeah, the Paparazzi, he has to stay mid because the push is happening and because he can't gank the side lanes. It's like if he goes for the Centaur has Hood. He can just, if he just pops Stampede and runs away, unless they perfectly kill him with like a triple raise combo, he's gonna get away. So difficult for Paparazzi to make these rotations, but might have to soon. But if he does, he'll lose his tower.
And they're already losing the tower bottom too. So, I mean, to be honest, even if he stays mid, I don't know if they can keep the tower alive.
Yeah, this is getting accelerated quickly here from PSG LGD with their setup.
A little bit out of hand. And they're going to smoke up with 2 now, try and make the move up top. So Pango, Rubik playing together.
Oh,
do they recognize this is coming?
Ghost is very fragile. SF, if you can get on top of him, that's how we see the Centaur pick. This hero just dies as Ghost. They see, oh, he's getting slowed too.
Oh, TP out, but the lift is there, and Ghost didn't stand a chance.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
A clean rotation, not even having to use Rolling Thunder. So Nothing to Say has it for the next play. Yeah, they're just going to play their lane. Look, they still have all 3 lanes they're farming in them, so.
Did you ever see Austin Powers?
Absolutely.
You remember that scene where it's the guy standing in front of a steamroller just screaming, watching it roll at him? That's what I feel like we're seeing with this LGD team. It's just like, they're coming, they're going to get us, and just no way to stop it.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. I mean, if a couple of these rotations don't work for Paparazzi, it could just snowball out of control, as maybe this one will work.
All right, trying to step to the side away from the steamroller, and they get 1 kill onto the Pango.
Big kill, and he gets the rune secures too as well. They will lose top tower, and that's pretty much the blink dagger for the Centaur. So now initiation's going to be there for PSG LGD a lot earlier than Extreme. But a good kill, at least for Paparazzi. It will boost up his farm toward that blink a little bit earlier.
Well, JT has that mech now too, so
let's see what it's going to do.
Won't have that same type of initiation that we're seeing from, you know, obviously the Blink Dagger on Centaur you're talking about.
Yeah.
But we'll at least try and allow them to stand toe-to-toe against the pressure that's going to be coming from LGD.
Yeah, perhaps. He also only has like 2 points in Devour, right? So no Midas, low points Devour. He's going to farm a lot slower than your usual Dooms. And look at this, the push. They've got the Dark Troll and a Catapult here. Paparazzi Invis, though.
And they find him again. This is a big pick-off. They get the Requiem, too. All right. Extreme not willing to give up these towers for nothing, but to be honest, they can't stop it, actually.
Nope.
It's too difficult. There's way too much pressure coming in.
And the Blink is about to arrive. Centaur's got it.
Finds him there. JT turns. Doom is available. Drops it now with the fear. No one comes out in time. The toss gets him away. Oh my god, they actually make it work to get him out of there.
Ghost, there's another blink in a second here from Centaur.
Yeah, and
Gets
well,
both.
the jump, the stun, they have a silence, but it comes too late. JT, he can't stop this pressure. The steamroller is coming. They move in,
Another
they
one.
find another kill, and they didn't get the double doom in time. The fear came out.
The Doom, or the Fear comes out, and also Planet Stall Avalanche. So he just throws it right on top of him and kind of stops it with these little mini stuns. This game for Extreme already looking at extremely difficult. The Grimstroke, 900 net. Oh my good, 900 net worth.
It is
DY's in Struggle City.
It's got a win lace and a dream.
I mean, because they've been forced to rotate so much because of the way the Ench has been playing, right? Like, they didn't get to play bottom to pressure the Lone Druid at all. They kept having to react to mid because of the way YU Smile just kept sending creeps there. Yeah, this is looking very difficult for them to try to salvage things.
I mean, the thing that's the most scary to me about this LG lineup right now is that we haven't even really seen a role, right?
No.
Like, obviously they have answers for it, but in this game with Stampede, with the rundown from the Lone Druid Bear, there's just so many things that interrupt Extreme's ability to try and play Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they want to be able to get, like, Soulbind and stuff like that to control the role and be able to, but he just hasn't even needed to use it. They've killed him a couple times, but it doesn't matter because of the timings that everyone else has. And just how early the blink really from Centaur. Like, look, they're smoked bottom. They're expecting this rotation onto Shiro.
Does this work, though?
Oh, DY.
He gets found, does have that Soulbind, wants to get it off, but nope, is just going to get dropped. So immediately preempting that move. And LGD, they take another fight win. And now YU Smile running in.
Look how confident.
He is not at all afraid.
He's just doesn't even have like a casual cloak or anything. He's just running into the high ground versus this Tiny, who does have Blink, but as we mentioned, it's tough for them to set up on side lanes. Lone Druid's so damn tanky. Centaur as well.
I mean, this feels like it has to be the play here. They need to get something. And defending a tier 2 tower, Avalanche toss back, finds the Enchantress. The jump comes in.
She's tanky.
But they can't bring her down, and now Doom, JT in trouble. The roll comes out. DY there wants to try and stop it with the Soulbind, but they already lose the Doom. And now the fight, I don't know if you can take this one. Avalanche tries to get the kill. It's not there. They didn't buy back on the Doom. They don't have the damage. This fight has gone horrifically.
They're all dead.
For Extreme, the whole game has gone horrifically. And LGD, they're just going to take this tier 2 tower.
And this game, very likely. How do they fight? Like, SF needs so much time. Even when he gets Dragonlance, he can't show up to fights. He'll just die from all the burst damage that's coming out from LGD. He needs a BKB to be able to join anything. And the game is accelerating just way too fast. Blink reveal from Tiny. Actually throws the stun out, I believe, when the Rolling Thunder is still active, too, so it doesn't even get the connection onto Nothing to Say. They don't even get a trade kill.
Yeah, and that is, you can see here, rough way to make it go. Paparazzi tries to make that move onto Ench, but it was just never going to be enough.
No. Just gets the heal off, and then they're just click away. And yeah, we'll see the Soulbind catch Nothing to Say, but yeah, I think the Avalanche came just a little too early. So they can't even get one kill out of it. I think if he does get the connection on the stun, maybe they at least get Nothing to Say, but yeah, not even the case.
That one hurts. Well, and, you know, as a testament to the current state of the game as we get back into the live feed, if you take a look at JT's queued up items, he's going back for it.
He's like, screw it, the mech didn't work. Greaves ain't gonna help us. Gotta go Greed, guys. The game is completely falling apart. So 15 minutes is hit. PYW, he does have the shard now for the Ricky, but damage has really already been done from the side of PSG LGD. They can now kind of go anywhere they want, and they see Paparazzi. Oh, wait, what the?
He fade bolted a creep, it looks like.
That was, whoopsie.
That happens.
Bit interesting. Maybe, I mean, they don't. I think that's true. They have a lot of information. They did see almost everyone else, so missing out on a free kill perhaps. But either way, 9K gold lead. They're fine with anything that's going on right now.
But the Midas.
Oh yeah. DY. I mean, this is the saddest Grimstroke I've ever seen.
You know, there's a reason that this hero might not have been picked. Was he even picked at TI? I'm trying to remember. I feel like it might have been one of the unpicked ones.
I think it might have been. I know it has like I saw it picked in SEA during DPC now, but I think it lost the games that I saw there too. As pace continuing to accelerate, PSG LGD into Roche. No way for Extreme to be able to fight there. They need it. So I think for them, they'll just have to buy time, which isn't really going to benefit them too much, but buy time to try to have Ghost finish BKB so he can try to have some type of hope to be able to fight. But yeah, the map control that LGD is going to be able to get out of this, it's tremendous.
Right, and you know, you can imagine a world in which Ghost you know, whether that's fighting because you can have the BKB Requiem play and maybe like Tiny can find a toss back onto him or something like that, or even just the ability to just stand and punch people, right? The right clicks from this hero can be strong, but they're just losing out so much. There's no supporting cast, even if they do get him to that BKB, because Paparazzi, he's going to die again. Stolen Avalanche for Rubik has had an immaculate game from Planet.
Yeah, one of the rougher ones for Paparazzi too, and yeah, I think they knew exactly how to play this entire game, it feels like, from PSG LGD. Just shut down the Tiny, take the towers early, let Lone Druid do his own thing down bottom. They lost the Bear once, the Bear that is, not the hero, and now they're already onto high ground 17 minutes.
Yeah, they can Ricky Shard to try and slow this down, but it feels like an inevitability as Ghost still very far away from finishing off that BKB. People need to, like, sort of, I don't know. I feel like this Lone Druid is incredibly strong. We've seen it across multiple regions just look really good.
It's like the perfect pick versus Doom, really. There's nothing you do versus hero as Doom. There's Tower quickly falling.
Thinking about trying to slow this down as JT. And, well, Hurricane in, some damage done. It was a decent try, and, well, Requiem, that didn't do enough. It was not nearly enough. Now, Stolen Hurricane by the Rubik.
And actually, where it pulls out Shiro a little bit.
Okay.
That was a big commitment, though. That was the Requiem, unable to even kill the Enchantress who's on the front line. So Why You Smile just confidently walks up, heals the Bear. The Requiem kind of pushed them into separate directions when they were linked up, so they couldn't run the same direction, but there's no damage. They can't actually commit forward on Extreme as LGD might just look to continue this siege up top. If someone shows, they're just going to jump them. They still have this sneaky ward, too. It's inside the base, so...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, seeing Paparazzi, that could be a pretty big problem.
Yeah, and the sentry's not going to catch it either.
Well, they see it all. Do they want to go in? It looks like...
They're going to go for mid.
Yeah. Shiro's saying, if we can take that top tower, we can move right into mid afterwards by going through this, but...
See you later.
Well, that's going to be a dead PYW.
Has the Brigand's Blade now also on the Bear, too, on top of the Deso and that Mask of Madness. Yeah, towers drop so fast to this.
Wonder if
back to top.
If he's switching or chasing down to here, if he switches into Lance of Pursuit.
I don't think so. The damage is too good. The Doom
comes down,
out.
But the Hurricane, and
the
now
heal.
the heals. Oh, Nature's Attendants. They're going to keep him alive. Oh, that feels bad.
Stolen Hurricane, baby.
It's too good.
And they have, of course, that lift. Well, they have the shard if he would needed to use it, but 4 stabs and whatnot. Keep nothing to say alive.
Dude, I got to imagine that there's more bugs for, like, stolen Rubik spells from Doom, from creeps, than, like, any other thing in the world. I feel like I mean, already Rubik has a ton of bugs, but then on top of that, it's like there's so many of these new spells that come out on the heroes.
Top, Ghost. Almost has BKB, but feels like it's going to be coming out just far too late. Let's see if it makes any difference.
Yeah, it is not looking like they're going to be able to close this one out in 2 games for Extreme, barring some type of a miracle here, because the pressure keeps on being mounted, and Aegis in hand for another minute and a half. Curious what LGD want to do with that. If they, I mean, they have the type of lineup that can go high ground, but we've seen that throughout this tour, there's been a lot of just sit back, try and play the map, you know, wait for the enemy team to leave the base, and then you go for the high ground push.
Yeah, especially versus something like Tiny, right? You maybe just want to be a little careful of these tossbacks, but overall, I mean, the map is their oyster. They can kind of go wherever they want as they please at the moment on PSG LGD. Hitting crazy item timings. I mean, yeah, everyone's scaling. Enchantress and Rubik continuing to scale on top of their 3 cores. As there's no towers to get, but they still have great vision. And is this a bait here from Planet? Look at this Rubik illusion.
Oh.
They won't even go for it.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not taking the bait.
But it does gain some good vision, at least, that Rubik illusion up in the jungle. As, well, they're going to try and force people back now. If you leave the base, the Bear will start to bring down some good damage there. The toss back onto it.
Maybe they kill it.
Okay, okay. Hurricane back in. A nice little chunk of change.
Okay. JT will take that.
All right, this is where you smoke out and kill him again. They got to do something.
Still Aegis 20 seconds.
Yeah.
All 3 lanes being shoved in soon, too. It's not easy for Extreme.
No. No, it feels very difficult, in fact. But do kind of need to, at some point, make a move, it feels like. The Spirit Vessel is online for Why You Smile.
Everyone's just so farmed. Just like yeah. I mean, they'll have to commit with the whole BKB to kill one of these targets, but they're not squishy, as we keep reiterating. You know, they might be able to kill one of the cores, maybe the Pango, but yeah, just so tough for them to get the grab. But let's see. They're going for the smoke out.
Yeah, this feels like kind of a desperation play, but also the only play that they can make. And with this mid tower still up, it is really difficult to make those big wraparound movements.
And they're still they're playing between the positioning where they can catch the Lone Druid. You see, Why You Smile was playing an enemy jungle, Rubik right behind him too. So if they do get an aggressive grab, and even onto Shiro, they're gonna like get the lift off and save. PSG LGD, they're covering themselves perfectly.
They realized what was happening too. They saw the Doom eat a creep mid, and that gives them the vision and understanding of where they're at. Ricky Dart goes out. Why You Smile wants to chase. Can't quite catch though on a PYW, even though the dust was there.
He's like, haha, made you wait to smash the dust. Now DY, uh-oh.
Gotta run. Hits onto both of them. They have a Ricky Dart to connect, but DY just gets gobbled up by the Bear Man. And oh, they spotted him. I think that was the dust wearing out.
Yeah, this is rough. Poor DY. Poor Grimstroke. 1,900 net worth, 22 minutes. I mean, unable to get anything.
Dude, can you imagine PYW in the draft is like, dude, I played this hero so often, it's great, trust me.
Uh-oh, bottom, JT.
Oh, no. Tries to Hurricane away. BKB, TP out.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, I promise you, DY, it's going to be wonderful. Just
I mean,
play it.
They've done this, they did this so much in 2000 and... Oh, God, my years are confusing myself. Whatever, anyway, when they were Vici Gaming, when they were playing tons in this matchup, yeah, they used it a lot. They had some success with it, but some of these games it did look like this, where things just crumbled very quickly because they couldn't actually put pressure. And yeah, this is one of those games.
Yeah, they haven't got the double Doom off once.
No, they haven't gotten... They literally haven't done like anything. They got some damage. They killed the bottom tower, but look at the other towers. They're like full HP, so all three lanes quite disastrous. And the whole entire game after that has been exactly the same.
Pango gets the BKB completed after the Aeon disc even? Wait, is that right?
No.
No.
I was like,
that
what?
was somebody else's BKB. Well, BKB was used for the Doom. They do have it on Shadow Fiend. And Echo Saber completed for Paparazzi.
Look at that scan right on top of Extreme. Yeah. PSG, LGD all ready.
And they find him right at the start. Big ulti though, and the Doom down onto 2. Okay. This is the best that they could possibly hope for. So they do find both of them, and the Bear gonna start to get dropped. Paparazzi finds the kill onto it. They do lose Doom after though. Nice hit coming out from Planet, and the resummon there. So that was about as good as it gets for XG.
Yeah, they got a great connection onto the 2 cores beautifully. Right through that Aeon disc, they have the damage, but Shiro able to get a good cleanup kill. But not bad when you're at this far of a deficit. They do buy back from PYW, doesn't get much of anything, but at least they get something on Extreme.
You can see the big burst that came out there with the double Doom, and of course the tosses, everything else. But JT ended up getting dropped after a quick little Fade Bolt there, ended his life.
That's a huge commitment though, right? That is...
Yeah.
I mean, Ghost actually didn't end up popping BKB, which is a little bit of a saving thing for there, but that is their big ults, the Doom as well as the Requiem. So now PSG LGD, Roshan's up. It's probably just free.
Yeah, there's no way you can come in and try and take another fight like that at this point.
They actually don't check it though. They're
Okay.
looking for kills instead. We'll find PYW.
Tricks of the trade, trying to slow down his inevitable death. Will get the fear onto him. And Ricky Dart stolen.
Oh, that's a nice one.
That is very good.
They're still not even going to check that Roche. So I guess rather than taking the Roche, they're going to look to push versus those cooldowns being down. Okay.
And, I mean, you saw right there the range on this dart from Planet.
It's absurd.
Everything.
Yeah. Full screen.
And it hits from very far away onto Ghost. Toss back. Bear. That's the other resummon, too. Shiro's Bear in some trouble. Hurricane, Paparazzi roll back the other direction. Aeon disc proc. They hit now onto Xiangyu. He pops the BKB. Is able to get some separation. Ghost not wanting to pop that BKB.
Leash to the Bear. 10 seconds for the resummon. They'll back it up.
Yeah, keeping them alive.
Yeah, Roche still on the menu if they want to go check it out. Now it's guaranteed. Now they know it's 100% up. They didn't scout it before.
I was hoping for the Shiro 5 Wraithband pickup,
They don't do that here.
No.
They're not Gunner.
It is a good one, though. I love that build.
Yeah, it's fun. I don't think he needs it versus the like that one. I think it's really good when you're playing versus like heavy physical damage that gets on you. They don't really have that on the side of Extreme.
Fair enough.
All magical until SF's super big, which doesn't feel like it's going to get to that point this game.
So 26 minutes in, it's a 16,000 gold lead, and the fact that Extreme have not just lost all of their racks is a pretty big feat in and of itself, but that one might be coming to an end pretty soon here.
Yeah.
Kind of has that type of feel to it.
Yeah, silver linings. That's what you like to look for, right?
Oh, yeah. They have not lost immediately.
They have not lost at the 20
You got to
minute
give
mark.
it to them.
Yeah, they didn't lose a racks yet. And they do still, they do always have tossbacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Radiant's bottom tower is under
tall ask to see if they're going to be able to scale in any way versus this.
5 kills.
Look at this win probability as well, too. I mean, it's 95% for the side of PSG LGD, and it's been 90-something% for a good 10 minutes or so.
I've seen worse.
Definitely seen worse. We did see that 84% from yesterday from Entity.
Oh, yeah.
End up going the other way, so. This one probably a lot less likely, obviously, because, you know, there's the hero matchups in general, but.
I mean, it's one of those things, though, where you can see some crazy stuff happen for sure. And they are out onto the map still. Like, Doom getting over there, getting some free farm, picking up a couple of these items along the way. That's kind of what they need, it feels like.
Yeah, but their other 4, especially Paparazzi, he is going to be overtaken by the 2 supports pretty soon.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah. It's just not an easy game for the Tiny.
No. No, it is going to need to be these tossbacks. Definitely what they're going to be looking for to try and make anything happen in this one.
Rax is going to die so fast, though. AC is finished on the bear.
Ghost doing some good damage onto it, forces him away.
They have the Wild Wing plus the always continuous lifts and stuff like that.
Sleep, toss,
the pullback.
Available. Paparazzi finds the back line. Ghost down low already, but there's the connection onto 2 of them. JT still has that Doom ready. They already throw it out.
He used it on the Centaur.
And nothing to say, rolling back and forth. They all survive and manage to escape, with the exception of 1. And now, actually, Paparazzi, Tiny,
they're going for the
jumps
bear.
on in. They try and get it. The Shiro Bear is going to fall pretty low, but the fear was there onto Ghost. Take it off with that shard, with the ink swell, but the jump in, Zhang Yu finds a big old stomp onto a couple of them. Ghost still low, and no more BKB left for him, but they get enough for the kill onto nothing to say.
Okay.
So they bait these ones out, make it work. It did cost the buyback of Paparazzi, but Planet also bought back. PYW tries to jump out of there. Will get sniped by Planet, and then Shiro starts to go to work. Paparazzi, Avatos gets the kill. That's a dieback on the Rubik. Ghost still going to town.
Oh, Paparazzi.
And there's the root. That's the one that they needed. The Shiro Bear starts to beat him down. The big stun is there, and it's not going to be enough to keep him alive.
Shiro does way too much damage. They end up having like ignore him because they have to put so much attention onto the Pango and everything, as he's able to just rip them to shreds with it. Hold the racks, though.
I mean,
for now.
That's what's crazy.
Decent holds coming out. It does require buybacks, especially from Paparazzi, who, look at his net worth, of course, has now completely stagnated.
Yeah, ended up dying back in that one, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he can still do what you want him to do in terms of, you know, getting those tossbacks, but...
Yeah.
Oh my god, Planet has the most damage in the game.
Yeah, he's got some really nice deals so far. He had the stroke, I believe, that hit a couple targets there. He bought back also and died.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's getting some really nice steals. Good connections. I think multiple times Avalanche and stuff too.
That's why. It's the building damage, of course, for Shiro.
Yeah, Lone Druid things.
And, well, 10 building damage for Ricky. That is an interesting one.
He hit it once. Shiro now, level 20 has been picked up, so true form cooldown. It's pretty much permanent.
You can try and delay this as much as possible, but this looks like it is finally going to be the racks going down after the glyph. Paparazzi coming back to life.
Doom in 10.
Try to slow this down if they can. A bash connects, and burning the mana of Ghost. Super annoying to play against. And oh, the
what a
fear.
Instant.
Perfectly timed from Shiro. JT jumps in, wants to find it, waiting for that Doom. Doesn't throw it out yet, but does finally get it there.
They pull back Shiro.
And the Hurricane separates the 2 of them, so they're not soulbound together anymore, and he can just run away on the Lone Druid.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they got to get out. They got to run,
Uh-oh,
but
Ghost.
there's nowhere to hide. Ghost is going to get jumped on. He's going to get stomped. Was expecting some voice lines, but regardless, it is going to be a route there on to the Doom. Try and turn, do what damage they can, and they are bringing that bear down low, but with Ghost already dead, the continued damage is not going to be enough. Paparazzi in the fountain, but the stomp comes out again. Shiro starts gobbling him up, and with that, they are going to turn onto the tier 4s and end this game.
Beautiful game plan from PSG LGD. What feels like the literal best last pick they could have gotten in the draft, this Lone Druid. 7-0 and 13 on Shiro. GG. Wow. PSG LGD, this time they came with a plan, little to no mistakes. Perfect execution, and XG's draft fell apart very quickly in this one. They couldn't make much happen. They couldn't pressure the Lone Druid at all. They lost all 3 tier 1s like 10 minutes in or something like that. Yeah, this one was total domination from PSG.
And you could see that they recognized how rough this was going to get, right? Like, they try and think about going for that Guardian Greaves build on the Doom. They're like, what can we do to try and slow this down, buy time for the BKB? And just nothing was working.
No.
And at that point, when you're playing at such a deficit, it's just hard to play.
Yeah, and if you have SF also, this hero takes some time to be able to ramp up, especially if there's heroes that just get in your face, and it was like an 11-minute blink tagger on Centaur with a hood. So they can just collapse onto Ghost. Quickly, he's like, I can't show up to fights, guys, and then, the game is just over pretty much at like 15-minute mark, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think that, it's worth noting that in spite of that, I think Extreme still played quite well. A couple of those holds, a couple of those defenses, the tossbacks, it was always going to be a loss. That's what it felt like. But if they can get out of the drafting phase going even, I feel like they have a really good chance of being able to take down LGD. But we'll have to wait and see, because there is going to be a game number 3. We're going to head on back to the panel now, let them talk about it.
We're going to have a chat about this Doom, okay? We talked about JT last game. He was our MVP. He absolutely swung the game around. This time, picked up the Doom. He had a bit of an eyebrow raised towards it because when it came out, and they went for a different build initially on it, and I was like, oh, maybe this is the reason why they pick it. This is the other value they see in it.
I can respect him wanting to change the build, because I think the only way you will ever get into this game and be able to play is if sometime between the 15 and 20 minute mark you find a way to fight back.
Yep.
But I still think Doom is not the correct pick. You're playing into super high tempo, low cooldown heroes that want to run at you and abuse. I think there's other problems in the draft already before. I think Shadow Fiend is not a good response to Centaur. Riki laning in the safe lane against Centaur is also not good. And I think LGD, they fully abuse this in the draft by picking heroes that have no cooldown and just keep running at you.
Yeah, when looking at Extreme's draft, I was saying it was kind of weird, and that weirdness was the fact that they didn't really have a way to play out the early game. When you pick Grim Doom, its greatest weakness is it needs time. So that's where you might argue the Tiny could be that time enabler. But when Tiny's looking into this game, he's going against a Pango mid. Sure, that's a little moment for him to maybe get a kill, but he's never going to kill off an Enchant side lane. He's never going to kill a Centaur or a Lone Druid. So it's not an explosive Tiny game that could maybe buy time for Extreme Giants to come online. So I think it was a really rough draft for them to execute. This Grimstroke as well. I personally, it was the first time we saw it in the region. I think it should be only a 4 if ever picked currently in the meta. It got shifted to a 5. He was struggling on net worth the entire time. It just wasn't really,
10 minutes and had less than 1k in net worth. It was
sad.
It was so rough. My heart went out to him. But let's have a chat about the side of LGD, how perfect their lineup looked, but also the execution. There were a few misplays in game number 1, but there were no remnants of that here in game number 2.
I feel like this is just like a nice adaptation. You can see it that when this team has the correct draft and they're playing their lanes well, which they did, they're all playing towards each other. They're taking all the early towers. They're pressuring multiple lanes at the same time. And I think really just playing their draft to near perfection and abusing the enemies at the same time.
The perfect Lone Druid last pick.
I feel like for PSG, if you ignore the Lone Druid for a second, those 4 heroes, it screams PSG LGD. I feel like you can pick any carry and they're going to know how to expertly run this strat, because Centaur, Rubik, Ench, even like Nothing Saying Pangolier, they're all specialties and they put them in combination so many times. So I think PSG in this slot, they'll always be able to pick the correct carry. This time it was Lone Druid. You don't care about the Doom, you don't care about this potential Ags from Grim down the line, you don't care about Shadow Fiend until way later, but again, that never really happened. So this was just PSG in their comfort zone, cleanly taking game 2.
Am I correct in assuming you would both like to give MVP to Lone Druid then?
No.
Okay. No. All right. Production, you're on. Quickly change it.
I think
John,
we may have.
we may have to say
I have two candidates.
You have
Oh.
two. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's.
Is one of them Planet?
Actually, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Because yours was Planet, wasn't it?
No, I've got a split decision right now, and I can't
Okay.
decide between Planet or Y, because I think this Ench build, going for the 040, sorry, 044. No, he didn't skip heal. Going for the this build, going for 4 staff, just being at the front of every fight. He can't get 100 to 0 because they don't have like a break or anything to really kill him off. He's also playing with the Wildering Ripper a lot, using that Hurricane, the Tornado, sorry, to move heroes. Then Doom took it, then Rubik took it. So I think we saw some neutral creep spell be like one of the biggest used spells at like 20 minutes, which was kind of weird, but I kind of think, you know what? Y should have been the MVP.
Yeah, he was one of my two candidates, so I think it's either Y or nothing to say.
Okay, well then
I
we pick
think-
the one that's the overlap, you know?
Yeah, you know, it happens. I think like they both just set up their early game so much, which then just made it very easy for the rest. Not to take any credit away, I think they all played near perfect. And I also think the itemization, both from the Enches he was mentioning, but also the Rubik, like they have so much dispositioning again, Rubik to save from the Doom, and because Extreme Gaming only have one way to fight. You jump with Tiny with Inkswell, you try to Doom. If that doesn't work, there's always a Stampede, a 4-staff, or a Rubik lift, and what do you know? It's too hard.
Too hard.
We also just haven't even really talked about the Ricky at all on this.
Because
I was
didn't
going to
do
say,
anything.
I'm not going to lie, I actually kind of forgot that it was in the lineup for a while.
Yeah.
It feels weird to say that this Ricky did nothing. Feels like it wasn't even really on the map.
Because we actually had a game where a team drafted a lineup that it's not a snowball lineup, but they can play with the essence of grouping, right? And
Yep.
Ricky hates that. Ricky also didn't have a lane. If Grim's sub 1k net worth, Ricky's not going to have any net worth, and then you don't have a shard. And whoop-de-woo, I shard a guy, he's asleep, but no one else can do damage, so yeah.
No one said a follow-up either.
Exactly.
Alrighty, well that was game number 2. LGD took it and in fantastic execution, which means that game number 3 will be coming up after this break. It's our final series, final game here, LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Game number 3. I mean, we saw some misplays from LGD in game number 1. Extreme Gaming capitalized that. They took the W. LGD came back. They were clean. They were crisp in game number 2. Who's going to show up in game number 3?
I want Extreme to shift their draft a little more to what they had in game 1. I think JT needs
Like as in tempo or pick priority for certain heroes?
tempo, but I think mainly JT needs to be on a hero that controls the game for them. I think either by setting the tempo because he does very well in lane with a Timber, or because he's a fat man on Tidehunter, or because he can control the fights on Magnus. I don't really want to see him on Doom, slow hero in lane, slow hero in the game. None of that.
Yeah. I guess as well, I think both teams who have been first pick have just lost. And I think just the teams here, at least, they're drafting a little bit better on second pick. They're setting up more robust openings, making sure that the 18 and 24 picks are the gotcha a little bit more. So potentially just pick order could play a big factor in. And if you aren't gonna, if you are gonna be first pick, just don't put yourself in that position where you're showing everything so early that you don't have this just strength to get out of the lanes.
Yep. Is there anything else that you want? Are you a little bit worried that Extreme Gaming put too much pressure on JT to be that win condition, that he has to control the tempo, that he is the one influencing these team fights and the initiations?
I think there is a lot of pressure on him, but he's shown before that I feel like it doesn't matter. This guy just performs. Maybe that's what he needs. You know, he thrives on the pressure.
Ooh, he needs more pressure.
Yeah, maybe
JT,
you're just
if you
the only
don't
one.
win this, then you guys lose, and you won't be going to the major.
And you'll be kicked
And you'll be kicked.
And you'll be,
That's the one, yeah.
That's the pressure.
Yeah.
All right, now Extreme Gaming are going to turn up.
I don't think he heard us though, so maybe
No, he
go
definitely
loud.
Just scream it into your mic, Tigo.
No, I really wanted to for a second, but I'm sure someone out there will just get really upset. But
Not me.
if they win this series, actually no, if they lose this series, then I'll do the screaming.
Screaming?
Yeah.
Internally? Externally?
Both.
About what?
Depends on how
Just do
bad they
both.
lose, you know?
There'll just be a lot of screaming.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna be dependent on how badly they lose. If they lose, there is a lobby issue. So tell me about which hero you'd like to see new in the China region now. Now that we've seen all other regions play out, minus Western Europe.
I think Ricky's not going to be held in high regard in this
so no
third
more
game.
contention for it?
I mean, I feel like at least PSG won't care about it for Extreme, and maybe Extreme cares about it. They banned it out themselves already, but I think for PSG at least, they would have learned in the previous series that they have a playstyle that beats this Ricky quite handedly. So I think Ricky might fall out of favor for PSG, which frees up more bans for them.
I think Bad Rider is actually one hero that I think is very underrated in this region. For example, in the last game, I think if you close out the phase with a Bad Rider in the first phase, it would be pretty good. Sometimes you run into this issue against these offlane openings where you don't feel comfortable to pick a carry because you don't know yet, oh, it's too early. But oftentimes the way you deal with a Centaur's game is not necessarily in the lane straight away. Maybe it's too hard to counterpick. But you look for a mid that can then rotate later at like the 5, 6, 7 minute mark to stop the Centaur from just sitting there with his Vanguard or Hood and just holding it forever.
Team comparison stats coming up there. Pretty comparable in terms of average net worth and average hero damage. The biggest difference being in average kills. Extreme Gaming, you know, they this time around they went for that later late game, that sort of slower tempo. So when you see the difference in kills, is it just always LGD going for faster paced tempo? Have we seen them be able to take it to later game, and could that be something, a new strat that they try in game number 3?
Honestly, I think these teams are so identical. Like, when you look at the stats, it's very even, net worth, damage. The fact that PSG has one more win might contribute towards having the slightly more kills.
Actually, I didn't think about that.
But the fact that they have both five series to each other, the fact that everything is so close, it is just commendable that they are very just even teams in this. We've gone to the full distance, gone to game 3. And going back to a Bat Rider as well, it's kind of a non-existent hero in the region. 6 games played, and it's a 33% win rate. Like, this is a hero that would pick apart a lot of these openings, but we're just not seeing it in China.
Maybe just not a conflict. Prediction platypus here. I'm going to throw it to you, Kazu. And you have to pick one hero that will definitely be picked or banned. But you can't say Lina, Tree, Tusk, Tiny, Rubik.
Throw it to me.
Or Nature's Prophet. Okay?
Doesn't matter.
All right.
Phoenix.
Okay, all right.
Did you say Brood?
I didn't say Brood. Damn, I should
That's
have
kinda
added Brood
cheating.
there. Yeah, no, that's cheating. No, Brood's added to the list. You can't say Brood
Don't
either.
hate the player, hit the game. Back to you, Prediction Platypus.
He told me that Brood's now on the banned list, so you have to guess again.
Oh, okay. Something like that. Pangolier.
Oh, that one's a good one, actually. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank
So we're not just doing first phase bans. We're doing.
I was trying.
All of it.
I was trying a second phase. Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, again? Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, Bad Rider got banned.
What? Oh, Marcy. Marcy would have been a good one to,
All right.
to guess as well.
No, I need to see if they pick it here.
Just look at me.
But
look
it's
at
pick
me.
or ban. It's pick or ban.
Oh, Magnus.
Okay.
God.
Platypus.
Just got a mouthful of plat right there. There you go. Let's put him back there.
You don't want a second guess?
I just had a kiss with the boy. I don't want
Okay,
to go
sure.
again.
Well, instead we could talk about the draft. The Magnus there, Kezu.
Let's
You
go.
called it. The Rubik Magnus for Extreme Gaming. And Lena getting through with a brew for LGD.
Already though, big change up from PSG with the brew response. We mentioned after game 1 that they lacked that additional Yules or something to kite out this Magnus. He didn't have a BKB.
Yep.
Pick up a Brewmaster, they
Don't need
play
to
it
buy the
support,
Yules, you
don't
have
have
it.
to buy the Yules, it's built in.
Inbuilt.
Win Panda OP, but they played it support, they played it off lane, so they will be able to control it a little bit and where it goes. Realistically though, doesn't matter, they now have a way to mitigate JT being OP.
Bands wise.
I was going to say Ember, but again.
Oh, do you want another guess?
No, I mean...
Instead of explaining bands, do you want to guess again? You ready?
Now we can... do you
This
want to
is hard.
explain them?
The bans?
I saved you, Kezu. You're about to die.
Thank you.
No
I mean, I
worries.
do think so. LGD were, by the way, they had both their bans ready. I'm pretty sure they didn't use more than 2 seconds on both the Morph and the Void ban.
Yeah.
So
Insta.
Just
I will
Spectre to
predict
finish
that
it.
the next ban will be within 2 seconds as well. That's my prediction.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So
Spec-
not a hero,
Spectre
but...
or Ursa.
what's
No,
the
it'll be
LGD
Spectre.
ban?
It'll be Spectre. That's my guess.
Oh, so you're going to say within 2 seconds it's going to be a Spectre ban for LGD.
Yep. There
You
we
guys
go.
are teaming up.
There you go. Come on.
All right. Well, we have to wait for an extreme game banning. Well,
Extreme
that was
game banning.
extreme
It was
game
in 2
banning.
seconds.
Oh, it's the third. Oh, I forgot that. It's Slark, Spectre, or Ursa. They're always the... Against Lena, it's, you know, Void, Spectre, etc., etc. We just listed them. I don't need to say it again, but...
I mean,
Man's 3 for 3 on predictions.
okay, I'm dying.
Okay.
Can you go
What,
4 for
another
4?
one?
Yeah.
Let's see.
But it has to be a pick this time.
Need a LGD pick. I mean, they'll pick 2 subs here, most likely. Okay, hold up.
Okay.
It's not
Holding.
easy.
What does sports need to do in your eyes? How do we help the Lena? The tree still in the pool?
I think right now you want someone who definitely helps enable the Lena in the lane and has like
Yeah.
a body for you. I think there's some teams that would maybe want to go like some Sven to give armor to the Lena. Tree is in the pool. I feel like you were thinking of a hero.
No, I mean, the thing is, if Brew's off lane, then the issue is I don't really want like Disruptor Lena in the lane, but I like the idea of Disruptor in the game. But again, Disruptor Lena not too good. When you think of Lena, you want a melee hero. That's why I think Brew could just be the 5 here.
Oh, a Brew 5.
Yeah, they've done it before. I don't know if you're conceding lane a little bit too hard there. The other option is like a Willow. I really like Willow in these games.
Close.
Yeah. I just want something with aggression. or
Willow,
for-
his hood, close.
It's
Oh, it is a
aggressive,
tree.
yeah.
I should have doubled down on a tree.
Double down.
I was
Oh,
throwing you a bone and everything.
I know. Let's call this one.
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Platypus. What's it gonna be, bro?
Is he talking to you?
What's
he saying?
He's whispering. He said
Yeah?
Raw Ranger, but I couldn't say it out loud.
You couldn't say it fast
Yeah.
enough.
It took too long to translate from platypus
Yeah.
to
He's
English.
so cute. He's very adorable.
Little platy man.
No.
This is a much different game from Extreme though, because
Yeah.
in the previous game when they had the RP, it was a big explosive morph damage. This time, Drow doesn't have the same repositioning tools, so it's not going to be as clean as if we hit RP anywhere, we always have damage on top. It's now going to be play around the vision of Tombstone and control the fight. And controlling the fight against a Brewmaster is often quite difficult. Extreme don't have any ways to prevent that kind of backline invasion of a Brewmaster, on top of the vision and scouting of a shard tree plus a hoodwink in the trees.
So it's going to be mid laners left to be picked here. Who's picking first? It's going to be LGD. So they're going to have a blind mid lane matchup for them to pick into. That was a lot of words to just say.
Pango still available?
I just had someone else
Yes.
in my brain, but it went away. Pango is a
Still
good
there?
a good
Simplify
choice
it,
for
keep it
sure.
going.
Do you
I
want
think-
someone that can frontline a little bit more? Someone who's a bit tankier?
I think anyone right now that I always like when you have Brew that you have a potential hero that if they're just off the map or potentially moving to the lane that they can help tower dive or kick the carry out, and also that Brew isn't just like ooga booga, I need to blink in and pop my split and then hopefully I stun or Yule someone. So another guy that can just frontline a bit.
I mean, it's like Pango or Void Spirit, the two I think for PSG, just because they're heroes that can enter the fight and unlock the defensive tombstone or just a little bit of vision and understanding to then take the fight after.
Which two did you say? Pango and?
Pango, Void Spirit.
Yeah, Pango, Void,
Yeah.
maybe Ember's already banned, so yeah,
Ember's
never
banned
mind.
out.
I do think with their bans, it looks kind of like a potential Pangolier. I think it would just make the most sense unless it gets banned.
Oh, there you go. And if they don't want to go Void Spirit,
What?
yes, we get to see the Nothing to Say Tinker.
Bro, you have been hyping this one up, Tinker,
Finally!
for so long, for weeks.
Finally! This is where the screams come. Oh, I mean, okay, there's a Storm ban now.
Okay,
Pango
they have
Tiny.
a lot of time.
So, okay, you need a mid hero that really just finds heroes. If you rely on JT to be your only initiator against Tinker with a Brute and a Lina, GG, thank you, PSG have won the game.
Do
So-
they just go...
oh,
I
damn.
mean, Zeus is good against Tinker, but the problem is it's not like, sure, you find him with the ult, but your follow-up is not really that good.
No. And Paparazzi, he hasn't played a lot of these jumping heroes so far, other than Tiny Pangolier, which of course they've banned out themselves. Do they... again, Void Spirit also doesn't have the damage once you find him. It's like,
Yeah.
and what? I think that's the reason why PSG have picked Tinker in this position, is extreme. They don't have innate tower damage and map pressure, which allows Tinker to thrive. Even if there's a good pick here that we're not seeing, Tinker isn't going to lose his tower, which means he'll always get to that blink timing, the level 12 timing, to then pop off.
Yep.
Tree Tinker is also very toxic. Like, that's a very annoying combo because Treant kind of like keeps all the towers alive, which Tinker loves to play with because it means he can TP deeper on the lanes, take fights around the tier 1 towers, push out waves, which then also in return once again makes it easier for Treant to do that. So yeah, I feel like this pick is not easy for Extreme because first of all, a lot of heroes are banned.
Yeah.
You can swap it around and like have some last pick Spectre because you already have a Drow, unless you're putting that mid against Tinker, which is begging to lose, so you can't do that either. I mean, the only one I can see is Zeus. I feel like there's probably a better one that I'm not seeing.
It depends if they want to do... Okay.
Just an Invoker. It feels so like just an Invoker compared to a Tinker pick, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the Invoker is... They can still scout out with Tornado to find him. I'm a little bit worried just because JT has to do everything now to find... Yeah. But this time it's... If you RP the Lina and kill Lina, Tinker kills you. If you RP the Tinker, Lina's probably going to kill you. So it's a really toxic 1-2 combo from PSG. I think Invoker at least gives you some cushioning down the line where ultra late game, the cataclysms, everything, you blow up heroes so quickly, PSG can't reposition, but yeah, it was an alright pick. I just like the Tinker pick. I think it's disgusting, filthy, enabling, plus Alina on top of that.
Any more adjectives you want to throw in there, T?
Excited to see how PSG plays this one out. I love watching Tinker games, especially from Nothing to Say. OP, OP, OP. Yeah, I got nothing else to say.
Nice. I think the Tinker is disgusting. It was a very good pick. And I think the response from Extreme was hard to make work, and they did not find the right one.
Okay, so it was bad and bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
if they hit some timings, I can see some, you get a pipe with the Soul Rip, your Alacrity, your Drow, okay. But I think it's very hard to get there.
Can't collapse the map.
You have the
Platypus said that LGD will win.
I was going to say, where is your prediction that you could just pass it all the way back down to me?
LGD.
LGD.
Okay, the Platypus is clearly just persuading everyone to go LGD. I'm going to go with LGD too. I'm also going to run into the casting room. I'm going to go throw this at Lyrical and Fog to hear their predictions as we jump into game number 3.
Platypus.
There we go. LGD across the board. I think that means if LGD lose, we have to kill the Platypus.
No.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Stab,
it's not
stab,
the platypus's
stab.
fault. It's
Stab,
it's,
stab,
it's,
stab.
It's T's fault.
Stab.
What? I don't know.
I don't know.
Just kidding.
Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, let me stab it.
Oh, it's a lot heavier than I expected. I thought it was going to be all all right, well, what do you think? Yeah, I mean, Tinker, LGD, I think they've answered. I think they've fixed what went wrong in the game before where they had this Lina versus Magnus. I think Extreme, they tried to cover the heroes that we saw, especially at TI, that were the problem for Magnus, the Undying and Rubik. That was the response that Team Spirit did, or that that PSG LGD did to deal with that Magnus versus Team Spirit. But I think that LGD, they've covered themselves having a secondary kind of hero that pops off and goes absolutely crazy, that isn't as volatile as perhaps a Tusk that can scale super hard. But we'll see how it all goes down. Because I think if things get a little crazy towards late game, wait a second for that.
This is what you were talking about earlier. If you send all of the heroes down bottom to try and cut trees and they show up before you.
When you're playing versus Tree and Protector, this is the specialty. People look at your pubs. You see Tree in the safe lane, everyone go down, 5-man net lane. It's never going to work because people don't listen in pubs. But, you know, you want to cut down these trees. You want to try to set yourself up for the successful laning phase versus it. But going back to what I was saying, I think if they can cause enough havoc and, like, just get to, like, super late game, then perhaps that's where this Invoker and Magnus and Drow can scale really hard, but then you're also playing versus Tinker in these late games and this super scaling Lina. And I like the point that T made about the repositioning. Drow, not the same as a Morphling where it's like RP hits and the Morphling is just on top of the target already, right? Drow is a lot more difficult to be able to get that kind of positioning. And if you looked at the bans from LGD, they took out Void, they took out Slark, they took out Morphling, they took out all these heroes that can jump and follow up with the Magnus to burst and kill this Lina. So for me, I think LGD have fixed the little bit of a problem that they had in that first game that we saw Extreme Gaming take. But let's see how it all goes, because JT, he was a boss on the Magnus. Can he do it again? That's going to be the question.
Right, and like you're saying, he maybe can do it again in terms of finding those perfect initiations, but it might not be the team there to back him up with it. That is also somewhere where, you know, kind of the Invoker can catch back up in the late game as well, because if you find a big RP, if maybe he has a refresher even on the mag, then you're starting to think about Cataclysm plays, things like that. But, I mean, there's just something about nothing to say Tinker, you know?
Yeah.
Think back to Game 3 of TI-10 and how much he was able to get done. They even made a little special SFM about him hitting some PA. This guy is something special when it comes to this hero.
And he's got great tools around himself with it. The Brewmaster in particular, you're able to just like pour down these Brewlings at, you know, I think level 2, the level 2 ults. So you're able to put so much pressure on map, but let's see how the lane goes as well, too. This can sometimes be a pretty difficult one for the Invoker. So let's see how Paparazzi does.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch because, you know, this is the thing that's interesting, right? Is in these Game 3s, obviously not as high stakes as like the matches that we saw last night out of Europe, where it's if you lose, you're not going to the major. But it could be one of those things for this team. We sometimes see these games going later, and so we're thinking about like, okay, what's the late game fight's going to look like and all the rest of that. But if LGD just kind of stomp coming out of the lanes, it might not matter anyways.
Yeah, they might not be able to get to that point. And I'm going to keep looking at mid because the reason I'm talking about this Invoker versus Tinker matchup is a lot of these heroes you pick when you have the when you see the Tinker, you're able to CS and last hit with like some type of spell when you get lasered. Invoker can't do that. Your mana pool is quite limited. You can't just spam Tornado every single time. So I think it gets kind of difficult for this Invoker as levels come out.
Right, they can get the constant spam coming in. Yeah. And of course, they will have that bottle ready. Paparazzi going to need to try and do some rune control here. Maybe even getting some help from his teammates. But yeah, already the denies coming out. Nothing to say, ready to take full advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you just laser him and then just go for denies. And there's, you have to use Tornado to get last hits, but look at the mana pool from Paparazzi. So completely nothing to say. He's got his bottle already. And I think he's going to start pulling quite ahead in the lane. Unless we see a lot of help coming out for Paparazzi. Like,
God, yeah, this is really tough already. 8-4 versus 7-0, and those levels so important for Invoker playing this Quas Wax. He's going to need to make stuff happen.
Yep. So looking at these side lanes also, I mean, Shiro is crushing it down bottom already, 12-5 versus this Rubik and Magnus. But similar concept of last time, where there's going to be repositioning under tower and stuff like that, but they've gone for more type of scaling coming out even from their 5 position. They have this Tree and Protector, which we've seen with Lina. It's the end-all, be-all. It's the absolute best. The Undying is still good to be able to scale because how strong Tombstone is, but, I mean, Tree, we've seen how broken this hero really is, getting picked, even first pick, so many times.
Right.
Just give armor to the Lina, you have so much protection, and you have late game with Overgrowth, which is BKB piercing.
And, of course, if you're standing still, if they've got you under control in that Overgrowth, Lina, Tinker, they will rip you to shreds. And already sitting top of those CS charts, we're going to have to see some movements around eventually, but like you talked about, the movements in towards mid, it could be a little bit tough because you've got the Undying, right? Like, what's he going to do mid? Drop a Tombstone? I don't think that's really going to be an issue.
It's going to have to be Rubik who kind of like looks to make moves around the mid lane to help secure some of these runes, or even potentially try to go for kills. But yeah, already seeing 2 lanes really in favor of the side of PSG LGD. We are seeing top getting slowed down a decent amount, but that'll start getting better for the Brew. They're playing versus Undying, so the first levels is always really, really hard.
Yeah, they have gotten some pretty good denies out there, trying to force him back, but you can see that Hoodwink almost as many last hits as the Brewmaster. Feeling like that hero could even scale a little bit, to be honest. Position 4 Planet, he's been able to have pretty good impact. Game number 1 was obviously a little bit off the mark with the Weaver, but definitely set up for some amount of success here.
Yep. Paparazzi getting some nice little denies here.
Yeah, he's actually been able to recover from that early tough start pretty well.
Yeah, 16-5 to 16-6. Very nice.
And Laser comes out. We'll get the denies immediately, but we'll be able to save that tornado for the range creep. Doesn't even need it there.
Doesn't need it. Yeah, just gets it with an attack. Very nice. Paparazzi. Good stuff.
You know, this guy does play Invoker quite well.
Yes. yes.
One of the heroes he's very well known for. Lift, try and get some separation there between him and Shiro, and will be able to do just that. But this pull is going to go on somewhat uncontested as Planet chasing back DY. Can't do anything else there.
Yeah, top lane will start getting better and better for the Brewmaster as these levels do come out. Still not easy, of course, though. Ghosts will be able to have this total free farm, it seems like. But they'll get these levels, and that's more than anything what matters for Brew.
Yeah, likely going to be able to set up for a kill, but the K! DY barely living through that one. That was super close.
Planet playing extremely aggressive, and now DY, he probably has to go suicide or walk back to base. So maybe this is the moment where LGD can try to get a little bit of pressure onto Ghost. Still difficult, though. Yeah, DY suiciding. Taking some time, though. Small Satyrs.
It's like, come on, guys. Take me out now.
He's like, all right, I'm going to the hard camp.
I'm
It's
done
taking
with
way
you.
too long. Come here, big Satyr. Oh, it's not hitting him.
Oh
there we
my
go.
god. He's getting body blocked by the small ones.
So 20 seconds where he's going to be gone. And they are making the move toward mid lane. PYW does want to set up for this 6 minute and maybe go for a kill attempt. They have the urn finished up on Paparazzi, so maybe they try something onto Nothing to Say here.
And this is where it actually matters that it took a little while for Undying. They could have maybe had him come in for mid too.
He's going to be up in time maybe to just TP in, though. Let's see.
If they decide to do that, indeed.
He is coming mid. Yeah, they really want to secure this rune. They will just send the Tinker back to base, so PSG LGD, they're like, all right, they bring 3 heroes mid to secure the rune. I'm just going to fill bottle like this.
And it's going to be down bottom, a illusion rune, but with the tombstone down, Planet going to be chased, going to get punched.
Zombies.
Going after him, and DY. That's first blood at 6 minutes.
Nicely done. Good double rotation.
And still standing tall in that bottom lane, Shiro has been able to get away with another Lina pick, which we talked about, but nice pull GT behind the tower to secure some last hits for himself.
Yeah, and getting the urn charge, very important. So Paparazzi, they have potential for rotations, potential for kill threats, still onto Nothing to Say. But still top of net worth, this Lina and Tinker.
Do you feel like it's going to be one of those moments where, as this Quaswex Invoker, he has to get active around the map, make some plays happen?
Yes. I think if you sit mid, you're just going to have this happen, where you just get spammed from the rockets and spammed from lasers. They did, so the other move that DY did immediately was, we'll wait that for a second. DYW, he'll be okay. After he gets the kill, he immediately walks into Ancients and tries to block them, because that's the strat, of course, with Tinker. You get these crazy stacks up, so the Tinker's enabled with laser to farm, but it gets instantly dewarded. So they've taken care of that on the side of PSG LGD to make sure that Nothing to Say gets those stacks and gets that blink at an early timing.
And speaking of stacks, Shiro also getting a couple of ones there in his own jungle. So they're building up to have this duo core be incredibly strong. And you have to imagine that, considering they already went to try and block out the Ancients on Extreme, that they're going to probably get some vision down there and try and contest with the Invoker when Tinker does go to try and take them.
Yeah, absolutely. Level 6 on Ghost. Gonna be able to do a great amount of damage onto this Brewmaster.
Yeah, that one's pretty nice right there.
Be okay for now, though. DY now. He's all right.
Eats the tree. And pull back. So this rotation from Paparazzi, that's going to be another urn charge picked up for him.
Nice moves. This is the way he's got to play. He's got to be pretty active. He's queued up the Midas, so wants to be able to get that scaling potential. As we know, Extreme is trying to take the game to later stages. Is that going to work this game like they made it work last time versus duo scaling of PSG LGD?
That's tough to know. DY. Oh, he drops the tombstone here.
DY.
Planet shows up, but Ghost nearby. This is actually kind of interesting because now they have vision over all these stacks. Paparazzi shows up. DY's still there. They get the kill before his 6, and Planet going to get beaten down. Nothing to Say. Cancels his TP. They realize now that they can maybe go on to him. Ghost
is here.
Chasing. They've got vision. Paparazzi right on top. This is a huge moment for XG. Nothing to Say tries to TP out of there, but it's not going to happen. They kill off DY, but now they have a pretty nice little window here. Extreme Gaming.
Great moves. I mean, putting so much emphasis on just making sure that Paparazzi has this explosive start. Don't know if they can steal too many of these stacks. I don't think they can steal any at all, actually, so... Nice rotations, though. This is beautiful. I love that Ghost even gets involved to walk in here with Paparazzi. Have to make sure that they enable this Invoker to have this type of start to slow down the Tinker.
I mean, obviously, you would love... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Level 6. He's got to run. And Ghost moving in. Yeah, DY can just force him back. I mean, do you think that it's kind of, like, imperative that LGD finish off these stacks? Like,
Yes.
if they get them stolen, how bad is that?
It's completely detrimental to Tinker. They have to do it right now, so nothing to say. Smokes up. The strat, smoke plus just laser it. Doesn't pull aggro, of course. They'll finish that off in no time. And that's going to be his blink.
Okay.
We'll have that protection, but a really good early game for Extreme. 5-1. Magnus is farming bottom. Drow's having free farm, and Invoker's getting these successful kills, so really nice plays.
They're trying to show up, and it looks like they are going to be a little bit late to make this play onto the Ancients, but they drop another Tombstone.
They're going to be able to take the hard camp, though, perhaps.
Yeah, this is really good.
This is huge.
XG, they don't manage to shut down the Ancients, but they do move on in, take this hard camp. Blink Dagger is done for Tinker, but this would have been another huge boon for him.
This is massive, though. This is huge deny away from that Tinker. And there's still no level 6 on Brewmaster, so PSG LGD can't contest just yet to go for it.
I mean, this is the thing, right? It's a scary strat from
Ghost.
LGD as Ghost gets the TP out of there.
Nice TP. The second that the Brew hits 6, he shows in lane and just instantly TPs out. Really well played. XG, they're playing this early game near perfectly.
Well, this is what I was going to say, is that it feels like, obviously, LGD's strat is incredibly strong. It's got a ton of damage potential for it and, like, early scaling potential, late game scaling potential. But it also, you know what they're going to do. You know those stacks are going to be there, and Extreme have put forward the perfect answers.
Yeah, and theirs is going to be a bit more up to execution on the side of XG, but we've saw JT able to get that execution last time with his key RPs, so still looking good for them. Still, even though it's 6-1, we are seeing with the way that PSG LGD has set up the lanes, they still actually are slightly ahead in the gold.
Yeah. Well, this catapult does some extra damage as DY tries to keep the damage off of his tier 1, but it won't happen. And in fact, with Planet moving in and having level 6.
Oh, he missed the bushwhack though.
Oh, DY gets the TP out of there.
Beautiful.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Very nicely done, bottom. Trying to get some push of their own on XG, but the reverse Tinker tree, not easy.
God, this is going to be so annoying to play against.
They've done these great moves early game, though, so they've set themselves up to success to be able to try to catch Tinker and get the scaling. Paparazzi, his Midas is done, so, you know, the threat of them scaling, getting that Cataclysm is definitely real. And he fights, nothing to say.
That is huge. No mana, and they missed the one, the Shockwave. JT, he has that mech, but already using the skewer.
See you later.
That was such a big moment for them, and it doesn't look like it's going to end up, well, salvaging it. Okay.
The RP to survive.
And
it'll work.
It's not bad.
Okay.
They decide to come back in with more. I mean, Tinker went mid, so yeah, they're just going to be able to get that lift up and then retreat away again.
That's cool. Okay. He's like, you brew ult IRP. Sure. Okay. Thought he was going to go down and just not use it, but nicely done, JT.
Can't believe how close that was to killing the Tinker.
Yeah, that was very... If he catches the Shockwave, perhaps he does. Is now Brew.
Stolen Cinder Brew. Chase is there with the Tombstone. DY has been getting so much done on this Undying.
Yeah. And they get that Tornado secure. DY gets the last hit. Great aggressive moves, though. Continuing to make these early rotations, making space for the Drow. 3 cores, 5k net worth. Brewmaster far behind, not able to get a kill with that first Brew ult, so pretty damn good so far from XG.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, if you're looking at this game, it feels like at the very least it's not going to be decided in that early timing that we were talking about, where, you know, you could maybe just get rolled over by the early aggression coming out from that Tinker, but probably around this next set of items we're going to see some more fighting going on. JT has already finished off the mech like we talked about and almost has that Blink Dagger completed.
Yeah, he's huge. They had stacks also set up for him, and yeah, they're going to start finishing them off themselves, so I think they have a triple Ancient stack still to go back if he wants to be the one to clear it with Drow. Pushing towers, though, is going to be the difficult part. They can look to take fights early on, especially with that Blink, but yeah, these towers versus Tinker versus Tree, they have to get the Tinker if they want to go for them. But still, 7-1, and now they've gotten their position to claim gold lead, and now Blink's done, so they can maybe get these kills and then go for tower push after that.
I mean, the problem is still going to be how you find that Tinker in the mid game.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's sort of weird. It feels like at some point you might even like try and build into that Cataclysm and just use it for vision, potentially, even if you know that Tinker is somewhere, but he's so quick at being able to blink out after that it might not even matter.
It's mostly about just the tornado, right? He
Yeah.
has to land the tornado to be able to find the Tinker in tree lines for the most part. And yeah, they're looking with this blink dagger on JT. They want to try to get a kill and push into this tower. Will they find something though?
A deep ward over here spots Planet.
Okay.
Whoop. And don't quite manage to get him on there with the vision.
Not wanting to really go for this. Shiro, though.
Whoa, big find. And Shiro in some trouble. The shockwave pulls him back in. Couple more punches. Tornado lift up, dispelling the armor. Isn't enough damage. He gets it off. And yeah, will drop. Paparazzi pairing together with the rest of them to get that kill. Is going invis. Gets killed off there. And JT pops that mech too.
Paparazzi sneaking away. The snipe.
My God.
The Rubik snipe catches Planet, almost hitting the Tinker. As Paparazzi, they'll get away scot-free. The RP, that deep ward, it's gonna get taken away, but worth it. They get the kill onto the Lina.
Yeah, that's a key one. I mean, you can see, nothing to say. You can feel the sort of power of stealing those stacks away from him. Now, a little bit below that Invoker in terms of the net worth, and Invoker having the Midas done. But it's still very much that Lina that could make that runaway potential. And shutting down her farm, key moments.
Yeah, lets the Drow just continue getting a little bit of, like, maybe almost the same net worth, which is impressive to say for a Drow versus Lina. Great moves. I mean, XG, they have a great idea, and they definitely have like planned out this timings in the early game in their heads, and they're executing it very nicely so far.
Coming up with solutions. They had a lot of reserve time for that last spec to figure out what they wanted to run. And playing around this Invoker, his tornadoes have been very clutch. And on the side of LGD, I mean, the story remains the same. Defend towers, try and move in the Tinker whenever you need to, and get Shiro as farmed as he can possibly get.
Yeah, taking objectives is still going to be the question, at least for me, for XG, is how they're going to be able to take any of these towers. It's going to have to be out of some big fights. It's Paparazzi. I mean, Boots of Travel, Bots, Bots Midas, he's going to be able to move around the map and follow this Tinker constantly. So
set up on him maybe. Wards down for both teams.
Snipe.
DY in some trouble, drops his tombstone, and that sets up for maybe some fights coming out the other way. Planet drops. Ghost the one that gets the last touch. DY. Oh, yeah, that Tinker is going to be a scary one all game.
Yeah, especially if there's any vision always. So they'll be able to take out that ward right away. Be safe. I mean, they're moving as a unit, but still keeping themselves up with this farm. It's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, you're still seeing that Lina top of the net worth, but jockeying with position with the Drow.
Yeah.
And it really is this Brood that just hasn't been able to find any place in this game, it feels like.
No. It's not the easiest one for him, because when he commits in, we see now how much they're able to just disengage from it, right? They can just pop an RP even on it to get that disengage.
Well, could be a big storyline for this game is, can Jiangyu make the plays happen on this Brew? Can he get into some more gold? Wondering what he's even going to try and get to scale. The plus side, of course, is that you're going to still see Tree probably have a really good game on this sort of split out the map, try and keep towers alive type of play.
They've given him so much farm priority. He's just been chilling bottom. He has Blink. So this could be pretty big for them to get the jumps for it to catch where this Drow's positioning is. His Planet.
Hunting, finding.
They'll find him.
And yeah, PYW going to get dropped in a moment. So they find another kill defending their tower.
And Tinker getting closer and closer to these big explosive items, the Shivas. He now has level 2 rearm too, so Brew split, he can just TP on it and constantly look for these plays around the map also as DY spotted. They wanted to go for Paparazzi, but might just settle for DY.
And does get the tombstone on the
He's
bit of
still
the high
alive.
ground, staying alive there. Tinker should be able to shoot him down to death, but maybe not.
Nope.
Don't have the vision.
The cloak, I mean, this casual cloak from DY has now saved him twice versus this magic damage. Really nicely done. He broke the smoke too, right? They were actually looking at Paparazzi in the mid lane. They were going to perhaps full commit onto him, and DY is the one who tanks it.
Well, it is still, I think, LGD feeling very comfortable with their positioning, but now defense matrixing Shiro and going to take that mid tower. So they're staying up on the objectives. Obviously, for Extreme, you can't take any unless you find a good fight.
Yeah.
But this defense matrix is going to also be super annoying to deal with. That status resistance against the mag.
Also later stages too. It's once you get that. I mean, this is later on, of course, and we're probably going to get to this point though in this game. It's level 20, right, on the Tinker. The defense matrix cooldown reduction, one of the more insane talents in my opinion. Throw it onto like 3-4 people in team fights. Everyone just has like a free Octarine. So we're probably going to get to that point with the way the whole pace of this game is going.
It definitely feels like it. So nothing to say. Spamming out these lasers. Going to clear out another stack of Ancients. And the smoke up for Extreme. They want to make a move.
Ooh.
They want to try and get some type of objective, and it's
They're gonna
Roche.
Roche. This is nice.
Wow.
It's going to die too fast, I think, for LGD to make it over there. Yeah, they buy even the shard on the Drow too early.
They move in. There
the
is
scan.
already the scan, and Planet checking it out, but can they get it in time? Why you smile?
Oh.
Overgrowth's nothing. Primal
What
split,
the-
nothing. They're not there, sirs. Uh-oh.
Okay, a little bit awkward there from the two ults.
And I think they can go back in. I mean, the only thing that would have been used is going to be the Tombstone.
I mean, that's quite a blunder there from PSG LGD.
That is really rough.
Oh, blinks in and grabs the haste right in front of him. But yeah, XG can just walk back in. 2 ults wasted.
All right, can they fight this, though, after? JT, he doesn't want to be the first one get jumped on.
They're still scared of the spam.
Yeah, it's really spooky.
Okay, so they'll be a little reluctant here. Still have to stick in the area. Has nothing to say. He's finishing up the Shivas.
I mean, we think back again to that Roche fight that we saw, I think it was in game number 2 or what have you, where it was XG finding the win, but then LGD coming out on top afterwards.
Yeah,
It can happen so quickly.
Yeah, you have to be careful. There's still... the fact that you're not going to be able to take advantage of Brutal and Triot, though, is quite nice, I would say, for PSG LGD. Like, completely whiffing it and not getting punished. And now Shivas is done. So, explosive damage going to be coming from Nothing to Say. If they're able to like keep the distance and he just gets like a couple of these off with rockets, heroes are just going to detonate.
Yeah, no pipe yet done online for any of these heroes. And it's going to be a while before anything like that comes up. You can see that PYW and DY both trying to build into Glimmer Capes.
They do have a protective tool, though, for Ghost now. He's got Hurricane Pike already done. Keeping up with the net worth of the Lina.
Yep.
It's really good. Very close game here. Neck and neck. 2K lead now for XG.
Doing just a little bit better farming across the map and keeping these 3 cores looking good.
Yeah, and getting themselves a lot of defensive items, right? They have the Force Staff, the mech on JT, as you mentioned. They're going for multiple Glimmers on the supports. They have the Hurricane Pike on Drow, who also found a Grow Bow, by the way, of course.
Oh, yeah.
So, great stuff for Ghost, level 15.
Well, in 20 seconds until Brult is back up again, JT needs to be careful with his positioning here. They run into one. Okay, he blinked in right as they're going for it. Now the skewer down to the low ground. DY has already thrown out a zombie house. And now, can they get out okay on LGD? Ghost looking to chase this down a bit. They smoke forward, want to find a couple. Why you smile? In trouble.
Sunstrike.
Sunstrike, that's going to be enough for the kill. Can they go for more?
Look at JT. They're already getting the flank position on this Magnus down below.
Looks for it, tries to find it. Zhang Yu is just going to get the hell out of there.
Oh, they're expecting to run into perhaps like the Lina or Tinker right here.
Yeah, but won't go for it. But that sets up now they can take Roche.
Yep. Now they should be able to get it.
And DY popping the ulti means he can take, JT can stay further out.
We say they should be able to get it. LGD is aware of this.
JT, he blinks
blinks
back. Shiro. Oh, the RPUs!
Uh-oh.
Needs to get out of there. BKB run, trying to escape. LSA stolen, but PYW in trouble, trying to get out. Ghost, Force Staff up to the high ground. It's evacuate for XG. Get the hell out of here before Shiro tears you apart. And in the end, they're only going to lose the 2 supports.
Ooh, a little bit of anti-synergy. RP plus Tornado. Whoopsie. JT laughs anyway. He's like, whoopsie. But we got the rush. We got the Aegis, and we got out, just losing the supports there. So all things considered, pretty decent there for XG. Just gotta, be careful of this anti-synergy. Whoopsie.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. And important to point out also, didn't get to say this before, but Shiro is maxing stun. So we are going to be, we've seen a lot of these Linas just go 1-1-4 when you are playing versus Rubik. This max stun maybe could be something we have to look out for PYW if he's able to get his hands on it.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard that before. It's crazy.
It's almost like we say it every single game now, right? Hey, it's important to point out.
It is.
We have seen Liquid, right? Liquid in particular, they're the ones that I feel like we saw in Sania. The two supports sometimes just completely decimate games because we saw people be like, whoops, I maxed the Light Strike array, so we'll have to keep our eyes out to see if that does happen, because the spell is crazy if you're able to get it on Rubik.
Particularly with the freaking RP in this game.
Yeah?
Like, you get one catch there, and suddenly you're just stunned for forever, and Ghost is going to go to town. That could be a really rough series of events for him.
Yeah. We'll see how it all goes.
And you can see that for Nothing to Say, recognizing the danger at this point in time in the game, is going to be going for a BKB next on the Tinker.
Has to protect himself versus this Control and versus Tornado. Sunstrike off the mark, but not needed. Good steal. They've got living armor now, too.
Dude, everything's coming together for Extreme. This is a huge game for them.
Yeah.
Because again, like, keeping in mind what this sort of series means, they're trying to hold off against eHome trying to come in and take their spot.
This can cause crazy tiebreaker kind of status to be able to push them toward that top 4.
Be a huge win for Extreme.
Yeah, I think if LGD wins and there's some other scenarios, we could have like a 3-way tie for first place kind of style happen. And I think if the other scenario happens, we could have like a 2- or 3-way tie for the slot to go into the major. So yeah, massive game really for both sides. More so for Extreme just to get there.
Yeah, making sure they can secure that spot against him. So Tombstone cooldown for the Undying. DY has had a really good game.
Yeah, he has Glimmer, I believe, done too. I think both supports getting close to having it. The RP gets the brew.
One. That's decent, and that should set up for them to take this tower, although already moving into position. The rest of LGD is nearby. Ghost trying to punch away at this. Tombstone has already been used, but the spam is going to come out. Nothing to say. Hard to play against. The Tornado missing onto 2, but they get the tower.
Good kill. Finally get themselves that objective to open up the map a little bit here. JT, always on point here with his Magnus.
Yeah, he is really just should play this more.
I'm actually gonna look. He's played it so much, it feels like, for them, right? I think he's played it like 5 times or something. Let's take a look. I'm gonna quickly check it out.
Paparazzi playing in the same area right now is Nothing to Say, but until he gets that Blink Dagger, it's going to be rough to try and find him.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3,
couple games.
This is his 5th game, yeah.
All right,
nice. 5th game is the Magnus. Shiro.
Why you smile? Overgrowth. They're moving on to all of them.
Uh-oh.
Time to get out of here. That's already Aegis down.
The Drow
in a ton of trouble. Ghost pops the BKB, immediately TPs away.
Nicely done. I mean, I think just got BKB. Literally seconds before that comes out. I think the courier literally delivered it. Yeah, the courier had just delivered it onto her. Otherwise, that would have been perhaps just the quick turnaround for PSG LGD to take over this game. So lucky for Ghost that he does survive there.
Yeah, in the end, it only ends up being supports going down because the Aegis had about a minute left on it at that point. So definitely not the end of the world for Extreme, but showing the danger if you do get your positioning just a little bit messed up in these fights.
Yeah, literally saved because of just split-second courier delivery for Ghost. And level 18, though, this Drow continues to keep up with Shiro. They're the same net worth and same level.
The Aeon Disc was completed for the Brew, and going into Aghanim Scepter next.
Yeah, all he really has to do is just get the split off to be able to get that that spacing for his Lina and Tinker. He's been having a really tough game, 0, 3, and 4 on this Brew that they opened up with.
It's one of the heroes he's most well known for as well.
It's not an easy one with the way that Paparazzi's been playing, right? 2, 0, and 8. He's been involved in almost every single kill for them.
And you can see, at least, I'm assuming that we might see something similar coming out from the Tinker, but Paparazzi going immediately into the Hex afterwards. Wants that, like, immediate control, chance to blow up the Tinker.
Yeah, probably Hex. Hex, I honestly, I'm still fine with Hex like Refresher or Hex Aghanims if he wants to go something along that line. He's got a lot of variety he can go for, but Hex, I think, is amazing versus Tinker. You catch pre-BKB and he's just dead. Any type of control.
That is Aeon Disc procced.
Okay.
So they have a window now where they can punish this Brew. God, that feels so bad for him.
He's going to have one of his other... He's going to have the tree just jump in and start the fight so that he can get the split off. Otherwise, very likely to just die. JT? Showing himself for a second here. XG?
Yeah, they throw it down and immediately blinks back.
It's quick. They're so ready for these jumps. JT on... I mean, he is so ready today.
Play. found. Tornado with the gust. A little bit weird there. Has to pop it now. And Ghost not popping his own BKB, but the jump in comes out, and now they're in trouble. They won't be able to BKB TP out of there. Ghost gets away for a moment, but the overgrowth is there. But the save comes out. GA, do they have enough? Ghost is going to go down. And yeah, the turn was there.
They were, look how fast they all got there. All 5 heroes from XG immediately to help out their buddy. And now they'll get the brew.
Oh, man. That one is frustrating. JT moved in, had that mech for the save after the overgrowth, and they had already used everything. And now they find another. Pull back onto planet. That's going to be another pickoff there. 3 heroes going down.
Holy moly. They are so quick with how they rotated. And the way they like protected each other too. Ghost was patient with his BKB, like pump faking with the root there on Innocence on a Y, and he still holds the BKB until perfect timing. And then they steal it. So PYW for next fight also has overgrowth to control through these BKBs. XG is playing out of their minds. That movement is insane how quick they got on top of helping out their buddy.
Ready to push down this bottom lane now with the double Forge Spirits. JT even looking for another hero there if anybody was coming in. It's a little bit early as well, Shiro does make the move over, but PYW, does he want to go for that overgrowth play? Doesn't look like it.
Such good coverage. Force Staff, Glimmer Capes, everything to protect these cores.
The one thing that I will say is that when XG show up with numbers, we've been seeing LGD pull their 2 cores out of the fight. You know, Lina, Tinker, they're not sticking around. I wonder what these fights look like. If they are there, they're willing to sort of stand tall as Shiro and stay in the fight, because she's getting close to Satanic.
Yeah, for Shiro, it's definitely going to be more explosive, but it's really difficult, really, for nothing to say. Like, he pops BKB, has to pop it defensively, and then kind of just has to run, because if he gets caught in... It's the same thing always for Tinker. If you get caught by almost any disable, you're just dead, especially those BKB piercing ones, so... I mean, Extreme, I'm so impressed with how fast they're reacting to the movements. I mean, still having that bottom, tier 1 bottom is pretty much what opened up the opportunity to make sure that they can protect that Drow.
Yeah, nothing to say. Trying to play down here and push out these waves as quickly as possible. Nice smile nearby him. They are bringing in more heroes. But yeah, he gets the TP out before it becomes too much of an issue.
This overgrowth could cause problems. Still on the Rubik. Still has it stolen for a couple more moments. And now we see Paparazzi, level 20's been hit. So, I mean, his damage is insane as well, too. If those BKBs aren't active, we have level 20 Chaos Meteor with max Exort.
He is a monster.
Yeah, nothing to say. Very aggressive jump forward.
Tombstone down, breaking blinks, and XG keeping themselves alive. The wrap is coming from Jiangyu.
He is deep.
Able to dodge the gust, pops the ulti, gets it off, TP in from Tinker, but the BKB has to run away, finds JT, breaking his Blink Dagger again. Getting some separation. He does have that Ogre Seal Totem.
They're not finding anything, though. That's a Brew Split forced again, and XG able to disengage perfectly. It's been the story of the game for them, perfectly choosing every single battle.
It has been really impressive to watch Extreme Gaming this series.
Yeah.
They have looked incredibly good at various points.
I mean, JT is just a beast, really.
Yeah.
Like, he's got RP ready, too, for this next fight, and there's no Brew Split.
Lotus done, too, so even if they do go into that sheep stick, eventually for the Tinker, it's not going to be easy pickings. But this ward down and the rocket spam going to be frustrating to play against.
Yeah, no Brew Split, and they're still posturing aggressively on the side of PSG LGD.
They just don't have that, like, heavy lockdown in the same way that JT does. They find Shiro, going to get the lift down to almost nothing, tries to turn, can't get anything.
He popped the BKB Satanic, but couldn't get any attacks off.
Was taken too long, and XG, they find their window. No Lina for 70, and this is set up to be another Roche for them.
Oh my god, it spawns perfect timing. JT, every single time he's finding this Lina.
Unreal. They move in, they take out the vision, and Ghost ready to go to town. They're going to see now that Roche is up, and I mean, giving up this second Aegis now, it feels so difficult to play against. Why you smile there, but they find Planet instead. Does get the bushwhack off onto him. Why you smile with the overgrowth. Tornado goes out just barely off the mark. This is all to try and keep their players alive, but Roche already down, and Ghost with the Aegis.
Oh, man.
Chasing, trying to find one. DYW gets healed up a little bit, but eventually does go down.
Ghost is finding, perhaps looking for a flank positioning, who's going onto the Ancient area. XG hit, and they hit hard. Every RP has been so impactful from JT. All these team fights, 8K gold lead. They're picking and choosing their battles perfectly, right? It's just XG. playing this game beautifully.
I mean, in this one, it's not the same type of 4 Protect 1 as Paparazzi. Well, now has to just back away there. Ghost walk back up and gets the blink.
Look at Ghost, though. He's looking for the flank.
A moment, finds him right away. Silence Ghost Scepter, though. And that'll be enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, and it's not a 4 Protect 1. They have this Invoker who's scaling like crazy, who's always going to be a big element of damage. And yeah, eventually can go for like Aghanim, so if they do land multi-hero RPs, everyone's just going to get deleted. So far, the game plan for Extreme, it's working out again.
JT tries to step out and manages to get the TP away. Last second before that Bushwhack came out. Although, good chunk of damage now onto the Rubik. He's in trouble, but Jiangyu, he's in deep.
The Seal Totem.
He tries to get out of there, but the Meteor just barely away to keep him alive. A Bushwhack there onto 2. XG, maybe they've gone a bit too far. Force the BKB. Shiro up on the high ground, finds the kill. Now Ghost trying to turn on Shiro. They're kind of going in 1 by 1 on Extreme.
Yeah, and I think, was that the gem now finally taken? I think it was. Yeah, Planet, he's able to take that gem away from the supports. So, XG, this time, a little bit of some mistakes gets punished. LGD. Level 21 on Lina. Tinker about to hit 20.
Does have that E-Blade done. And that's another interesting one, right? Because that's going to do so much damage against the Drow that based upon her stat damage could really decimate her.
And he's got 20 now, so we'll be able to have the talents picked up. He takes the Keen Convoyance. Okay. So, I mean, it's I guess he just doesn't feel like the other one's going to have as much. I always think that other one's broken. But this one makes his power much better. He's able to just constantly spam much harder, so.
More interested in that. Looking on those back lines here. See if he can find anybody. Ghost runs in. No man's land. Ghost completely isolated. That's Aegis down.
There's still a root available, too, for the BKB.
Need to be careful. DY moving into position. The BKB,
RP.
It's already been used. The RP connection onto both. Ghost trying to get a little bit of separation. Shiro still living, but Ghost right on top of him. A couple more hits. The disarm is out, and they find the kill. Tinker gone as well. They baited out that Aegis perfectly. Why you smile? Why you dead?
JT, again, JT and Ghost pairing together, and Paparazzi, the disarm comes in during the Satanic. Can't get a single attack off. LGD thought they had a window there, but quickly gets turned on again. My God, JT.
Look at this moment right here.
Look at him.
Finds it onto the back. It was actually just the skewer. He didn't even get the RP onto Shiro, but it was enough.
Yep.
Too much damage coming out, and yeah, that disarm lasting right to the very end.
My God, XG just delivering over and over again in these the first and third game. JT in particular, and Ghost just perfect positioning. Now DD plus Alacrity. Perhaps they can get themselves a Rax here.
Yeah, 25 seconds with no Tinker, and there is no damage left without them.
No.
If these 2 heroes are gone, I mean, they have nothing.
JT's hunting.
Looking for a moment there to find somebody, but Glyph will be used. Tier 3 tower going to drop as Ghost beats away at it. This DD about to expire, but guess what? They find somebody. Tree is gone.
Wow. Paparazzi's played this game impeccably. 5-0 and 13. I thought that PSG LGD perhaps had answers with the way they adjusted their draft, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like Extreme, with this Magnus versus the Lina, they know exactly how to play versus it. It's been them the whole game, just leading the way.
15,000 gold lead. As Tinker respawns, they will respect that counterplay that can happen, and we'll back out of there. Nothing to say. Still very much a problem if things go south. But Aghanim Scepter done now in the Brew. It just doesn't feel like it's going to do enough there. E-Blade done for the Tinker, which we talked about. He's queuing up the Hex.
If JT keeps finding these jumps, right, even without the RP landing the Lina, nothing's going to matter. Just keep putting this Lina right into this most uncomfortable position possible, right in front of a Drow and Invoker.
And what's crazy to me about that is, like, think about all those little poke and prod and types of things that could mess up his Blink Dagger. You know, you've got Nature's Grasp, you've got everything from Tinker, random little acorn shots bouncing around. He doesn't have a BKB. He's got 4 staff and a Blink, and, I mean, this Lotus is doing a lot as well, but...
I mean, it's just his positioning, the way that he's able to get the lineup every single time. LGD. 2 times now, having to play, giving up that Rosh, right? Giving up the Aegis these 2 times has been pretty detrimental to them. And XG just been the ones dictating every single fight, it feels like, except for like one little slip up. Everything's been their way. And Paparazzi's actually just going to go Octarine, so more spells to spam. Better way to take long, extended team fights.
As LGD holding hands down bottom and waiting for a fight that's not going to happen. Witchbane picked up. So more and more ways to do this crazy amounts of damage. Get the Dispel on him too.
Yep, Dispel the Aeon Disc in particular, right? So if they can catch the Brewmaster, Dispel the Aeon Disc, and just focus fire him, more things. I mean, more buttons for JT,
right?
But he's been making it work beautifully, even if he has all these.
So 39 minutes in, an Octarine core now completed for the Invoker, and going into the overwhelming blink next.
Still just so impressed with their execution. The way that they're disengaging, picking every single one of their battles that they won, and Paparazzi doesn't get the initial hex.
Holy moly.
Tough anyway. I think the defense matrix was already precasted. Has that ward down there, it's going to get taken away right away.
And they had 4 heroes behind him too, so it's going to be a tough one no matter what happened there.
Tried to go for a little bit of a crazy play.
Feeling himself, I think, is what they call that.
Yeah, 5-0 and 13. He's had, like we said, part of like 80%, 90% of the kills this game. Doing amazing. And now Drow, same as last time. Sure, you're not a Morphling for all that positioning, but Ghost positioning's been perfect, and now he has Scotty. So we're seeing the disarms come into play versus the Lina, and now this heal negation that's going to come out too. And now a refresher also on JT. So 2 rounds of that RP.
Big stuff.
Oh, baby.
Can
Top tower is
they
under
make
attack.
it happen here one more time?
They've been making it happen every time, so it feels like the answer is probably yes. But
walk up to high ground, and the little panda there, it's going to be found by Paparazzi. They take it down, still
JT?
keeping them invis. JT almost connects,
He's fishing.
but doesn't quite find him.
Any big neutral items being picked up. We saw a Timeless Relic for the Tinker, so a lot more damage. If nothing to say, is able to actually ever stand his ground and cast these spells constantly, but XG's not giving them the chances to. Anything else big? These are pretty. I mean, Ascetic Cap on JT for protection. PIW, he's found out. But JT.
Oh, the RP connects onto both of them, and that Tinker in a world of hurt. JT just brings him down to death. They find some more. Yes, they will.
God,
but
JT.
the buyback. Ghost right there needs to get away from Shiro. I mean, nothing to say.
Ghost.
There's no more RPs left. Ghost now in some trouble. LSA gonna connect. They take him down once. JT tries to get out of there, but the missile is gonna find him after.
Paparazzi.
And suddenly, I mean, Paparazzi, he needs to take down Shiro.
Oh
He's
my
so
God.
low, but it's not quite enough. The living armor to heal. Paparazzi under control, going to die. It was going so well. Oh
And
my
Roche.
God.
Oh God, Roche is up, and they don't have buybacks.
None of them have buybacks.
Oh God, the buyback from nothing to say. It's perfect.
Oh.
He protects Shiro as well. The defense matrix blocks the damage from the Sunstrike. Every little thing. Oh my God. PSG LGD. They find a perfect opportunity with these buybacks.
That is devastating.
Oh, we got to see this again.
Oh man, they found their mark, but once you use the refresher for the kill, it is too much. Ah, that one hurts.
Yep.
That's everything.
Instant buyback, and yeah, we'll see it again. Like the Ghost BKB starts wearing out, and he's like, oh my God, I gotta run, but nothing to say. Up on high ground. And we'll watch on the left side. Yes, Shiro versus Paparazzi, the battle that's going on in the meantime. Shiro drops to what? 100 HP or so, and then gets defense matrixed up, blocks, I believe, the Sunstrike damage. Even E-bladed afterwards so he can't get hit by zombies. Good God.
Oh, that was so good by nothing to say.
What a boss.
Runs completely out of mana by the end of it. And now, Refresher Lina, Aegis Tinker. I mean, the swing in gold, in experience, in everything.
Game's back to even.
I can't believe that just happened.
I mean, nothing to say sometimes on his Tinker, right? He just does these type of plays that's unbelievable. Like the literal perfect way that he can protect his Lina, right? The E-Blade to block zombie damage, Defense Matrix to block Sunstrike. What a boss. And now he's got this next explosive item too. Supports can't play. You've got this overwhelming Blink Shivas. Your supports just actually die in seconds.
I mean, you could see the Dota +1 probability switching as we are getting further and further into it. I think the big thing right now is Extreme have to avoid a fight. Like, they need 2 RPs to make this work. And they have to be pretty good ones, I feel like. I don't know. This is tough.
It's all on JT, and he's been able to deliver, right? So well, maybe he can continue to do it, but yeah, he's got to be cautious about these buybacks, and especially now versus Aegis too. And now So I was actually wondering if Shiro would do this last time when he was playing versus the Magnus and stuff, buying this Aeon disc. He does it this time around, so now he has a way to at least protect himself since he doesn't have Aegis as supports.
Oh, PYW, they can't get into this fight right now. They're trying to make this work. Paparazzi pops his BKB. Planet in trouble. Starts to die. Sunstrike. It's not on the mark. A little bit rattled here.
They're making it happen.
Stuff.
JT.
I mean, there's nobody here to help him.
He's like, get me out of here.
Dude, I swear, like, these next couple of minutes, it's incredibly scary. Because obviously, Tinker doesn't have buyback, but there's this window where Extreme, if they take a bad fight, it could all come crumbling down.
The game could just end. Yeah, they could just lose the game immediately. And they're playing into Aegis, so for JT, it's very difficult for him to get the catch-up. I feel like we've had some of the most exciting games in the last, like, 12 hours. Jesus Christ. We have the EU tiebreakers that are crazy 70-minute games. Now we get this delivery from both these teams.
Yeah, it was the Dawn Knights one. That was a nail-biter, too.
Hey, come on, don't believe. No, this is fantastic. I mean, there's nothing more you can ask for in these type of games. Super back and forth. XG leading and taking every perfect fight until one moment where LGD finds the moment to strike. And now they have double Aeon Disc, triple Aeon Disc on the cores, and they have this Aegis as a blanket.
We'll switch that in as soon as the Aegis does get reclaimed or claimed. But Extreme in their base now, and we've swung back and forth, and now very much feeling like LGD have a foot in the door. Can they close this one out? For them, this would almost secure the going to the major for LGD, and for Extreme, keeping their hopes alive and forcing things towards maybe some type of crazy tiebreaker scenarios. But they look in it, but immediately blink back.
Planet.
Can't find Planet.
Yeah, playing with the Blink Dagger in the tree lines to break smokes.
Shiro finds Paparazzi. Turn. Hex there. He's got the status resistance, though. Nothing to say on the low ground, and JT in trouble. E-Blade hits him. They've got the Acorn shot. DY, PYW already gone. JT is out of there. This is the perfect fight for LGD. They take down 4 in a matter of seconds.
Nothing to say has hit his prime. He's level 26, the overwhelming Blink the Shivas. He sees this Magnus for a second, full spell usage onto him. LGD have totally turned this game.
Now, they do have buybacks on the Mag and the Invoker. They would love to not have to use it, but if they jump onto Ghost, I mean, he could get dropped. They literally jump onto him. E-Blade now, the mass buybacks, trying to get there. JT, he's TPing in, but immediately Bushwhack comes out Planet to break it. They do take down Why You Smile.
But it's 3 buybacks.
And now looking for more. They can't find it. JT, he can't find his moment.
They're putting too much pressure onto him. They're jumping in his face, forcing him to use these weird RPs and stuff. BKB on cooldown still for Drow. This fight. Look at JT's positioning, right? He gets caught over here on the left side, you'll see in a second. Nothing to say with overwhelming Blink. It's just causing absolute havoc.
Imagine if those 2 catapults aren't there and he can't see them. It would make all the difference in the world, and this fight looks so different, but nothing to say. With the vision, feels confident going in.
Tinker, you know, this is his specialty. Once you get to these later stages, it's just absolute chaos. Look at the hero damage. 53,000 for this Tinker. Next highest is like 21K.
Just like that.
And now, wrap around.
JT tried to find somebody. Things getting weird again. They find Planet finally. PYW, Paparazzi, they're on top of them. So they do get that pick off.
Okay.
That feels like the first thing that's gone good for Extreme Gaming in the past 10 minutes.
Just about. They recovered their gem, too, so it's a pretty big pick-off. Vision could be crucial, especially to protect poor JT, who needs to have everything go in his favor, it feels like, for them to now have his chance to take these next fights.
You know, with Tinker, it almost feels like you're playing a fighting game or something in terms of like the momentum swing, because you can always be on the map. They give you no space to sort of settle down and reset and try and get the game back to neutral again. But they will find one here. So the Hex comes out, the Aeon Disc prop pops the ulti. Do they want to come in and take this fight after? No, it's just to get away.
Yeah, it's so hard versus the Tinker, and nothing to say soon. He's going to have Bloodstone, so even if they catch him, he's going to BKB and turn. He's going to get so much spell lifesteal, so much damage onto these supports. And playing without BKB at this point now, I'm wondering if JT maybe wants to switch his build.
Yeah, immediately does it.
Okay. he had Aeon Disc queued, but you can't play Dota versus Tinker without BKB. Like, the supports are just going to evaporate. You're getting hit by overwhelming Blink and Shivas and mini stuns from Rockets too, so I don't blame him for this change. He needs to get BKB to be able to try to get these jumps off now.
9K gold lead into the favor of LGD, and we've got a minute and a half until Roche is capable of respawning. But I mean, you can't feel safe as Extreme, even like playing and knowing that they might play for Roche, because LGD has just been so fast-paced over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Buyback status for them, too, by the way. They almost have it back up on everybody for LGD, so they might try and make another run at it here.
They all have so much gold, too, to be able to have those buybacks available. And I think everybody's queuing a Bayon disc on their side. Planet even has one.
They see him. DY in trouble, wanting to get the tombstone off, gets the pullback. There's
Cheer up
one,
a BKB.
but a BKB was there. Now the overgrowth comes out. Ghost completely isolated, nothing to say. On top of the rocket missile spam stuns. JT pops that refresher, nothing to say. Aeon disc procced. LSA out, they get the connection down so low onto that Drow. Do they have enough? It's not looking like it. Drow gets dropped. Does have buyback. JT tries to get out of there, but they keep the damage on him. Ghost turns, starts to punch, and it looks like they're going to be able to maybe run down Jiangyu. Does start to die. Ghost still there. A couple more hits.
Oh no. The RP during the tornado again. He was getting like a 3 or 4 man RP, and it just gets clipped with tornado.
Not what they needed.
That is so grim for XG. PSG LGD now have a massive window. Drow having to use the buyback after dying. Oh boy.
Yeah, we'll see it here again in a moment.
It's so much pressure because this Tinker's just blinking in their faces. He's trying to get these grabs. Amazing BKB from Shiro. And you'll see in a couple seconds here. Actually, we won't be able to because there's another fight.
Going in on him. Boomerang from downtown.
Uh-oh.
The missile stun. Paparazzi throws out one salvo of the damage. Oh, going to plate. Oh, alive on nothing.
Planet.
Oh, lordy.
Good God. And now BKB's on cooldown for the Invoker as well, so can't actually look to contest in this next fight for 50 seconds.
I mean, the sort of big win here, at least for Extreme, is that Roche is not going to respond for a minute and a half. They need this time.
But they don't have the buyback on Drow, and on PSG LGD, they have everybody with buyback available.
Only the Rubik has it ready. Yeah, the swing has really gone completely into the favor of LGD. You just think about how in control Extreme were and couldn't get that finish onto these buildings.
That's why that fix, right? They went for this Tinker as this final pick to be able to make sure they have insane scaling, and it took them some time to be able to get it online, but we've now seen these last like 14 minutes or so how explosive and nothing to say can be. He's at critical mass.
Cinder Brew applies fears when ignited.
Yeah.
I've never seen that talent before.
Yeah. Level 25 Brew. The other one is pretty horrible.
Well, they do now ping out and they see on the scan that somebody is in the Roche pit, but it is not the one that they're thinking, as still 40 seconds.
And fighting for XG at this point now in these type of open areas, it's so hard, right? Playing versus this Tinker, your supports just, as we've said multiple times, they just detonate. They can't get into the fight because this Tinker just kills them in seconds. And JT's job is just, it feels borderline impossible.
They smoke out. Smoke did not connect on a Paparazzi. They think that Roche is happening right now. But obviously we know that it is not, and now sends out that Cinder Brew, not quite gonna connect.
Nothing to say, he's just ready to jump in.
BYW immediately breaks smoke, now they get the lift, drop it down, JT pulls in one, Yule Scepter bringing him up. Now the control, they get the stun onto Drow, Shiro finding him, but now the turn, wants to bring him down. JT connects, but needs to blink out of there. Gets the skewer back, still has one left. DY still pulling them in further and further, and Shiro, he's going to be gone a bit too far. The full combination is out, nothing to say there with the defense matrix, but it's not going to be enough. They kill off the Lina, that's the buyback. BKB's used, and the tree dead too. That is double buybacks with Roche up, and it's the fourth one.
They still have an RP ready too on JT. Nice play there from Paparazzi, finding the opening onto that Lina there for a second, but yeah, the Roche, it's going to be there for the Lina.
Do they decide to move out again? I mean, it's a hard one to make happen, but with that one RP available, they could go for that magic moment.
Oh, did Shiro cancel his bots into the pit, I think? Something happened there. Either way, he's going to have to walk his way over. So, sometime bot. XG will be able to get out toward that Roche.
Try and move in and defend against it. Dire scan.
A lot of buybacks used from PSG LGD. They still have the Tinker one, the important one.
Tornadoes going out there. JT under control, down to half HP, and gone. 2 minutes. XG have to run. They can't fight this right now, I don't think, unless Ghost wants to stand tall.
Nothing to say's in.
Go to town. It's dangerous, though. LSA out. He's gone. 2 minutes out, and no mag, no drow. Paparazzi under control. They went to try and contest, but they will be punished, and I think that might be it. As they run down the lanes, LGD, they find it perfect.
They've finally done it. I mean, MVP, nothing to say.
Yeah.
Holy crap. I mean, what a Tinker performance. I mean, when we can in a second, of course, when they're getting this push, we should bring up those damage numbers again, because he's done everything for this team. It's insane. By just also protecting his Lina in that top fight, but look at the damage. 71k. This was the last pick that they needed. And yeah, they'll be able to close it out here. Buyback on Mag.
Okay. Oh, Invoker's 300
don't have
gold
damage.
away. So close to having it done. In 60 seconds, the Yule Scepter precast. They find the mag. He didn't stand a chance. XG, they're going to go down to LGD. They reign supreme in China. Maybe not with the other teams that are sitting up there on top, but they'll at least take down Extreme. Whew.
So that can cause now some first place tiebreakers perhaps that could come out here. PSG LGD have done it. They fixed their draft a little bit. Getting this last pick Tinker, it was beautiful. Supports could do nothing as game progressed.
I can't believe how quick that turned. It was that moment where it felt like Extreme had it in their clutches. They're grabbing on, and then, you know, I was waiting. I just wanted to stab this little guy right in the head.
It was right.
And I can't now. I can't get to stab him.
No, I mean, yeah, nothing to say. Holy crap. Like this type of Tinker performance. There's a reason we've said, you know, this Tinker is a terrifying thing to play against. And yeah, he's done it. This was, I mean, not the cleanest game, of course, from them, but they endured versus that pressure, versus that lead that Extreme Gaming had, versus these two Roshans that Extreme Gaming had. But they found that moment, right, waiting with the buybacks, kind of baiting these double RPs. Yeah, wow, nothing to say.
Perfect. I was just imagining in my head for a second that people hadn't seen the panel segment where I joked about stabbing it in the head. They have no idea what I'm talking about.
Take it easy, poor little platypus. What a treat. We're treated with this type of series right before we get into some EU tiebreakers in a little bit. I don't think there's anything more that people can ask for. We got to see so much craziness today. JT still in this game had a pretty damn good performance on the mag, but it felt like at some point the overwhelming pressure did start getting to him because of these blinks. Not having BKB kept getting controlled, and yeah, PSG LGD, they do it.
They make it happen yet again. A really impressive showing from LGD. You're looking at me pretty intense with the platypus there. It's scary. But we're going to head up back to the panel, and we'll do a little football throw the guy onto them as well. But back to the panel.
I'll try my best to catch him when he does come in here, but this game, I thought it was going to be a lot quicker and very much in the favor of Extreme Gaming because they had a lot of control and a lot of tempo in this earlier say. I was like, T-Gubs hyped me up for this Tinker, and I'm going to be let down.
No. So Tinker, he's a level-dependent hero, right? Oh! There we go.
Alley-oop, he's back.
So Tinker is a hero that is level-dependent. Like, when you hit 6, it's like, you don't care. It's about the 12, it's about the 18. And I think Extreme, honestly, played incredibly well. They moved as like a high-paced 5-man bundle, dodging, diving, waiting for the key opportunities. And then, unfortunately, it got to the point where it's like, Tinker's getting to the levels, he's getting the items, and they weren't able to close out the game because, of course, there's a tree, there's a Tinker, but again, Extreme, insane game up until the point where Tinker hit that point.
I think their early game was, as I think you put it quite well, insane. Like the way that they moved around, they like ganked into the triangle, like they brought their Undying. I think Paparazzi played a damn good early game too. He rotated bottom, he was a part of all the moves. I really liked his itemization with the Midas into Boots of Travel. So like just keep going with his team. But I think eventually this game like develops where LGD get more items that make it harder for JT to fight, either because people get more tanky or there's an overwhelming blink, then there's a Shiva's God, Brew gets an Aeon disc, and like all these small things like stacking up on top of each other with, I mean, the most important fight is probably this one where I think this is the third Roche that's about to respawn.
Yes,
and I think sometimes this can happen to you when like you have this refresher on one hero and you feel like, damn, I'm just going to blow it right here. I'm going to use all my spells. I think 1 RP would have been enough, but then I think LGD, they abuse it. Buyback on nothing to say with a lot of really clutch plays, and then I think this is really where they came back.
Yeah, and this is where, when I mentioned Tinker being a level-dependent hero, because he's 18, he can now TP to heroes. Yeah. His buyback is straight away back into the fight, blink onto the high ground, get the damage out, and unfortunately from this point, you put the Aegis on the Tinker, you're going to be pretty comfortable continuing to play like this. And yeah, Extreme, I feel like maybe this time around, it still was JT versus the world for that initiation. I will say for Paparazzi, I will give him a bit of slack. It is incredibly hard, with Kezu mentioning the items and playstyle at PSG, to perfectly sync up the tornado and the RP, because in the moment, it's if you don't hit the tornado, you have to rely on the RP. If you don't hit the RP, you have to rely on the tornado. And in a split second, both players doing the same move, it can't happen. And it happened a couple of times in this game. You could argue if there wasn't that overlap, it would be maybe slightly different in the mid game a little bit, but it's such a hard game to hit these spells perfectly because PSG, they have a draft which is just so damn annoying.
I mean, PSG, LGD just playing out of their minds. I'm like pretty sad for Extreme because how disheartening is it to play an almost flawless game in that laning early to mid, and then it's just this matter of time where you're like, LGD are just really going to come online and sort of steamroll over us.
Just got tinkered, really. No. I think this will be, they'll look back at the replay and they'll look at some times where maybe they could have won some clutch mid-game fights, which would allow them to maybe progress on the map, but I am skeptical at how far Extreme's lineup could ever enter this game, because sure, you can, it took them, what was it, nearly half an hour, 40 minutes to take 2 tier 1s. Imagine if they got to tier 2s, tier 3s. I don't know if they had the oomph in their lineup to ever really break down the base, but they can be happy with how they played the map, and if there wasn't a tinker, this game should have been theirs easily.
Yeah, I mean, I think up until the point where this Roche fight happens with the buyback, I think up until then they should be very happy with what happened. I do think when you do play against these lineups where you know there is like this crucial point or they have a comeback potential, you need to be extra careful around these Roshan timings with buybacks that you just don't really shoot out all the things you got right away. But I think, I mean, you can see it here. MVP, I mean, we don't need to say much more.
Do
Right?
you have any arguments against it? Because
no,
there
you
is
can't
just
make any.
yeah, there is no one else on the table that should be taking MVP except for nothing to say there.
Yeah, he picks it knowing that the enemy mid can't really pick a perfect hero. He plays it with confidence, and yeah, I think it's the type of player where you know when he gets to level 18, the game's going to change. And I don't think there's a lot of Tinker players out there that pick it with confidence because they're not as strong at the 18. I think there's like maybe nothing to say. There's maybe Stormer, and there's like kind of like who are really else is there?
I would maybe even stop it there, or there might be like one more, but it's not coming to mind.
Exactly, it's like there's not many players that can play Tinker to this level of confidence in the world. So
I think especially like the more beauty to it as well from this game is it wasn't a last pick of the whole draft.
Yep.
It's we're doing it from first pick. We know you will counter it, but we have banned properly, and we know it's hard for you to take a hero, so it makes it like even more impressive.
Yeah.
Very much so. 5 wins. Sorry, I was trying to do quick maths in my head, and I'm just like, this puts LGD on 5 series wins, right? Which means
Major.
That's it. LGD, they're going to be the 3rd team in China going to the Lima Major. It's an amazing feat for themselves, and it's something really uplifting. Coming off the back of Chinese New Year break, you come in, you're going to be coming up against Extreme Gaming, who everyone has very high hopes for in this region, and you're like, that's it. We beat them 2-1, and now we get to go to the Major.
Yeah, and it's now going to be a little bit awkward because for Extreme, it's like now they're going to try and survive the tiebreakers. Or potential tiebreakers. They could
well, let's not talk about tiebreakers right now.
Sure,
I'm getting a bit PTSD, okay?
But for like Extreme, it's like if they won this series, it's like they control their major fate, and now it's like they have to win a game and hope eHome now doesn't do some like big run up the leaderboard down the line. So, but yeah, for PSG locking in the major, I'm excited to see the new roster at LAN. Like they've had these games where they just know like some insane timing to play for, and then they hit the timing. Well, can they find those timings at LAN against like more disciplined teams that will maybe break down the map, draft a little bit differently? But just some of these individual plays, it's like you want to see it at LAN in front of a crowd, you know?
They're looking good, and I'm really happy for like their newer players as well. That right off the bat, first season, bam, let's go into the major.
Yeah. We could talk more about them in a little bit, but for now we're actually going to get to talk to one of the LGD players. It's going to be Planet joining us for an interview. Planet, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on this win, but also for securing your spot at the major. How does that feel for you personally, but also the environment in the team?
首先恭喜你拿下了这场 BO3的胜利，同时也确保了自己的队伍的一个 major 名额。想问一下你，包括你的队友们，整体就是赢下比赛之后的心情是怎么样的？
都挺开心的吧，就。
Yeah, we felt really happy.
I can imagine.
All right, congratulations on the win. So my first question was, when you were playing against Magnus in game 1, when you were the Weaver, you went for Atos and didn't go for Yules. But then in game 3, you actually went for the Yules and Hoodwink. Is that something that you talked about after game 1, that you needed an extra little bit of lockdown to deal with this Magnus, and why you weren't afraid to play against it again?
想问一下，就是打马格纳斯的话，你第一把麻衣选择了出阿托斯，但是第3把在那个塞尔飞侠这边是选择了做吹风，就是想问一下，这个是当时队内有讨论过，就是如果再打猛犸的话，需要一些可能额外的比较好去控它的这种道具吗？
就英雄特性不同吧。第一把蚂蚁不太适合出那个吹风，然后那个狮王去选择出了，然后第3把的话是我比较适合出那个吹风，所以第3把就是我出。
I think it depends on the heroes. The first game, I don't think Yu is a good item for Weaver, so we decided to let Undying do that item. And on the third game, it's really good with Hoodwink. That's why I built it.
I see. Okay. And also, now that, once the Chinese DPC ends, do you think that there's room for a small balance patch before the major? And if so, what heroes or what items would you like to see nerfed slightly before the major?
就是想问一下，你觉得在我们中国赛区打完了之后，有没有机会在 Major 之前会有一个版本更新呢？然后如果有这种小版本更新的话，你觉得哪些英雄和道具可能会受到一些调整？
应该会有吧，还是那些大鞋这种团队装吧，应该会。
Yeah, I think there will be a update, and I think this teamfight items like Greaves probably gonna get nerfed.
Okay.
That's it? Okay. In this game just now, you guys first phase banned the Bat Rider instead of potentially a Magnus. I thought it would be easier for you to counterpick the Bat at the end of your phase. Could you tell me a bit more about why you guys decided to ban Bat over something else?
就是想问一下，今天比赛里，不止一场都是上来直接把蝙蝠给办了的，然后放了对面的猛犸。我其实个人觉得可能。从我的角度来说的话 ，BP 上放蝙蝠，然后去针对蝙蝠也是一个不错的思路。能跟我们分享一下你们队当时是怎么样决定这个策略的吗？
因为就第一把那个后续的选人不太好吧，然后第3把的话选择了放猛犸，然后后续的选人就调整了一下嘛。然后蝙蝠的话就是他们训练比较多一点吧，训练用的会比较多一点。
Yeah, so we played with the mean scrims and they played many bad riders, so we decided to not let him out and. For Magnus, we felt like we didn't do the draft good enough on the later phase of the drafting, so that's why we tried again on third game and fix our picks.
Okay, and I have one more question. In this game, I think the Tinker pick was a genius pick. Did you know that their last pick would be very hard to finish their draft? And what did you think they would pick in that position?
我觉得最后一场这个 TK 选的特别棒，然后就是想问一下，当时你们觉得他们可能会拿一个什么样英雄来应对 TK？ 你们当时有这样的预想吗？就是有什么英雄可能会比较好一些？
就是他们选的英雄吗？
对。
当时觉得他们会选 TS 卡尔吧，然后他就选了卡尔吧，感觉他们会选 TS 可能会好一点。
We thought they gonna pick one from Leshrac and Invoker, and they picked Invoker, of course, but we felt like Leshrac might be a better pick for them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have one more question. So you've played in your pubs, you played like 29 different heroes in the last like 8 days. You play so many different heroes, different roles. What is your favorite role that isn't position 4 to play in pubs?
我调查了一下你过去8天打路人的一个情况，你玩了29个不一样的英雄，就是玩的非常多。那除了4号位以外，有没有你自己就是最喜欢的一个位置？除了4号位
？3号位跟5号位吧。
I prefer offlaner or position 5.
Okay. So not going to transition to carry on mid yet. Fair enough. Thank you very much.
I do have another question before we let you go. Why are we seeing this sudden shift in Lina being let through a lot more for Chinese teams? What has happened over this Chinese New Year break to allow space for her to not be first phase banned as much?
就是想问一下，过完年之后为什么Lina 的出场次数这么多？因为今天的比赛基本上都有出场，这是就是 BP 上的一些优先级是发生了什么样的一些思路上的变化吗？
就可能多了一些比较难处理的英雄吧，像 SA 这种。然后大家的话就训练多了，比赛打多了，可能对处理Lina会有了更深的理解吧，所以都会选择放出来打一打。
I think teams are learning on how to deal with Lina. Heroes like Ricky. There are more and more heroes that are good against Lina, and team just figured it out during the scrims, and I think that's the reason why.
Then what makes you guys still very comfortable in first phase picking her, or even just first picking her?
那对于你们队来说的话，就是像你说的，就是大家也都会打的。那你们队为什么就是还是有自信，能够就是在第一阶段很快的把这丽娜点下来呢？
觉得没有什么别的好班了呀，就班丽娜。
就是你们队会选，就是你们自信的时候选是为什么？
选，那放出来肯定是要选的。
Yeah, so I think if the opponent give you a Lina, you have to pick her. That's just how it is.
Yep.
Very understandable, Planet. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the interview, and congratulations again on not only the win but making it to the major.
感谢你接受我们的采访，也恭喜你们进入 major.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. It would just be sacrilege if you didn't pick up the Lina if she got through.
Well, I mean, it's like it's there on the table. You know, you just take it. If they want to take it, then you have to have something prepared. So.
Yeah, it's like if they get it, you need to be able to beat it. But if they leave it, then you need to be able to beat them. It's like
Catch 22.
Like, yeah, you need to be able to like do both. So I guess sure, more answers are coming up.
Sounds like we need a little balance patch before the major. That'd be nice. Just a little one. Maybe take away some of that free moonshot action Lina gets.
Sounds cool.
That
sounds like
pretty
a decent
cool.
idea.
No,
like
I
that.
don't like that idea. I love seeing Lina first.
Get her off the panel. Get her off the panel.
Be gone.
No, you cannot get rid of me. We can have a look at the results of today, though, see where the leaderboard is, because I've said
leaderboard.
The leaderboard?
The leaderboard.
Did I say the leaderboard? I probably
Sounded
did
like
say
it. Sounded
You
like
should
it.
have said the leaderboard if you did.
the leaderboard. Who's won the most with Lina? Yeah,
Oh,
sure, you can
okay.
have them, of course. Because January 17th was the last time we saw some of these teams playing together. Chinese New Year happened. We've come back, and we are going to see Team Asta still up there at the top. Knights in second, then LGD now in third. All three of them going to the major confirmed. Then Extreme Gaming 3-3, eHome, IG, and then Asta Aries and Dawn Gaming with no series wins at the moment. Very rough for those two down the bottom, but a big congrats to the three at the top.
Yeah, and eHome IG, because they're 2 and 3, I think, yeah. Actually, IG, if they beat Asta and then they beat Extreme, they can go 4-3, putting, yeah. This is kind of exciting. It's not a hard lock for Extreme to claw out their way there, but it's kind of unlikely, but yeah, could happen.
Do the quick maths for me.
All right.
Can we get a three-way tiebreaker?
For
the last slot in the major?
No.
Okay.
Can you still get a tiebreaker with the top teams right now? Can
because
they go 6-6?
IG still needs to play Extreme. Extreme's last game is IG, so then they physically can't share the same result. eHome has to play Asta, Aries, and Knight, so you can have a two-way tiebreaker. Yeah, and it's near impossible because I mean you can have two-way tiebreaker done. There you go. Wha-bam! Wha-bam!
Yeah, so the results of today was 2-0 with Knights, and then LGD and Extreme going 2-1. If you could only watch back one game from today, right? Let's say, I don't know, maybe you're waiting for Western European tiebreakers to start and you have a little bit of time to spare. Which game would you recommend everyone go back and watch?
Game 3,
Game 1. Oh.
Yeah, I thought you were both going to say game 1.
Because you have to assume that people here just watch Game 3.
No, they've just tuned in.
They've just tuned in.
He just tuned in 1 minute ago.
They're like, I just got home from work. Oh my gosh, China DPC's on. And we're like, actually, JK, it's all over.
It depends, right? If
it's
a
yes or no. It's straightforward.
Double down right now.
But JT Magnus and Tinker, nothing to say. Like, what do you do? Okay, JT Magnus, Game 1. Why not?
Game 1? All right.
Game 3.
And Game 3. Both of them from this final series, though. Anything else you guys would like to say about China resuming here before we do end off and sign off for today?
It's cool to see Chinese Dota back again. Slightly different shifts on meta compared to other regions.
Agreed.
So hopefully we get to see new revelations as other Div 1s have finished.
I think they've also... He just said that they scrimmed against, I mean, was it Extreme, I guess, who have been playing Bad Rider, which is a hero they haven't played a lot in this region. So I think that's good to see that, you know, during the break, obviously they're watching other regions, they're scrimming, they're figuring out new things of what to answer. So I think that's good because I think we've seen a bit of No, stubbornness is not the right way. I think not enough breaching or branching out into different areas.
Exploration.
Exactly, that's the word.
Exploration of counters. But yeah, tomorrow, not tomorrow, yes, tomorrow. I forgot about how days work because I was going to say Western Europe was every second day, but China from here on out is going to be every day. So tomorrow, the schedule popped up there for you guys very quickly. It is going to be Asta Aries up against eHome and then Asta versus IG. So again, this is how we can start the transition into potential tiebreakers.
But I think Europe will be every day as well. You know why?
No.
Infinite
tiebreakers.
Woo!
Take it away. There you go.
I'm so excited.
I know, I mean, at least the schedule that we're seeing slash for tomorrow, it's like that is the start for eHome and IG to even mount their comeback, you know? If they aren't come back. But then again, on February 2nd, when XG plays IG, XG can just blow it all away. So tomorrow is like the pivotal day. We either get hyped towards tiebreakers or we're like, Extreme's just going to go.
So what you're saying is everyone has to tune in tomorrow.
Exactly what I just said.
Yep, exactly, word for word what he just said. But for now, it's the close of China here. I'm going to start that one again. It's the close of China. Guys, I'm kind of losing it, all right? Yep, close of China today. We are going to be saying goodbye to these two gorgeous panelists that I have here next to me. We're going to be taking a break, but in 2.5 hours... Is it 2.5 hours? 2.5 hours. We are going to be back on this channel with the Western Europe 3-way BO1 tiebreakers. So you have 2.5 hours to queue up some pubs, maybe get some dinner, get some lunch. I don't know where you're watching from, but we'll see you then.